Chapter 1 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 1. An establishment in New Bern Center, trading under the name of the Photo Art Shop, once displayed in its window a likeness of the twin sons of Dave Cowan. Side by side, on a lavishly fringed plush couch, they confronted the camera with differing aspects. One sat forward with a decently, even blandly composed visage, nor had he meddled with his curls. His mate sat back, scowling, and fought the camera to the bitter end. His curls, at the last moment, had been mussed by a raging hand. This was in the days of an earlier New Bern, when the twins were 4 and Winona Penniman began to be their troubled mentor. Troubled lest they should not grow up to be refined persons. A day when Dave Cowan, the widely traveled printer, could rightly deride its citizenry as small-towners. A day when the Whipples were New Bern's sole noblesse, and the Cowan twins not yet torn asunder. The little town lay along a small but potent river that turned a few factory wheels with its eager current, and it drew sustenance from the hill farms that encircled it from miles about. You had to take a dingy way train up to the main line if you were going the long day's journey to New York, so that the center of the name was often construed facetiously by outlanders. Now New Bern Center is modern and grows callous. Only the other day a wandering biplane circled the second 9 of its new golf course, and of the 4 players on the 10th green, but one paid it the tribute of an upward glance. Even this was a glance of resentment, for his partner at that instant eyed the alignment for a 3-foot putt and might be distracted. The annoyed player flung up a hostile arm at the thing and waved it from the course. Seemingly abashed, the machine slunk off into a cloud bank. Old Sharon Whipple, the player who putted, never knew that above him had gone a thing he had very lately said could never be. Sharon had grown modern with the town. Not so many years ago he scoffed at rumors of a telephone. He called it a contraption, and said it would be against the laws of God and common sense. Later he proscribed the horseless carriage as an impracticable toy. Of flying he had affirmed that the fools who tried it would deservedly break their necks, and he had gustily raged at the waste of 175 acres of good pasture land when golf was talked. Yet this very afternoon the inconsequent dotard had employed a telephone to summon his car to transport him to the links, and had denied even a glance of acknowledgment at the wonder floating above him. Much like that is growing New Bern. There was gasping aplenty when Winona Penniman abandoned the higher life and bought a flagrant pair of satin dancing slippers. But now the town lets far more sensational doings go almost unremarked. The place tosses even with a modern fever of unrest. It has its bourgeoisie, its proletariat, its radicals, but also a City Beautiful Association and a rather captious sanitary league. Lately a visiting radical, on the occasion of a certain patriotic celebration, expressed a conventional wish to spit upon the abundantly displayed flag. A knowing friend was quick to dissuade him. "Don't do it. Don't try it. Here now, you got no freedom. Should you spit only on their sidewalk, they find the heart's blood out of you." Midway between these periods of very early and very late New Bern, there was once a shining summer morning on which the Cowan twins, being then 9 years old, set out from the Penniman home to pick wild blackberries along certain wooded lanes that environed the town. They were barefooted, wearing knee pants buttoned to calico waists, these being patterned with small horseshoes, which the twins had been told by their father would bring them good luck. They wore cloth caps and carried tin pails for their berries. These would be sold to the Penimans at an agreed price of 5 cents a quart, and it was Winona's hope that the money thus earned on a beautiful Saturday morning would on Sunday be given to the visiting missionary lately returned from China. Winona had her doubts, however, chiefly of Wilbur Cowan's keenness for proselyting on his own income in foreign lands. Too often, with money in hand, he had yielded to the grosser tyranny of the senses. The twins ran races in the soft dust of the highway until they reached the first outlying berry patch. Here they became absorbed in their work. They were finding well-laden bushes along the fence of what today is known as the old graveyard. Newbern now has a sophisticated new cemetery, with carved marble in tall shafts of polished granite, trimmed shrubs, and garnished mounds, contrasting, as the newer town to the old, with the dingy enclosure where had very simply been inhumed the dead of that simpler day. In the new cemetery, blackberry bushes would not be permitted. Along the older plot they flourished. The place itself is overgrown with rank grasses, with ivy run wild, with untended shrubs often hiding the memorials, which are mostly of brown sandstone or gray slate. It lies in deep shadow under cypress and willow. It is very still under the gloom of its careless growths, a place not reassuring to the imaginative. The bottoms of the tin pails had been covered with berries found outside the board fence, and now a hunt for other laden bushes led the twins to a trove of ripened fruit partly outside and partly inside that plot where those of old Newbern had been chested and laid unto their fathers. There was, of course, no question as to the ownership of that fruit out here. It was anyone's. There followed debate on a possible right to that which grew abundantly beyond the fence. By some strange but not unprecedented twisting of the mature mind of authority, might it not belong to those inside, or to those who had put them there? Further, would Mrs. Penniman care to make pies of blackberries, even the largest and ripest yet found, that had grown in a graveyard? "They taste just the same," announced the Wilbur twin, having, after a cautious survey, furtively reached through 2 boards of the fence to retrieve a choice cluster. "I guess nobody would want 'em that owns 'em," conceded Wilbur. "Well, you climb over first." "We better both go together at the same time." "No, one of us better try it first and see. Then, if it's all right, I'll climb over too." I know a better patch up over West Hill in the Whipple woods." "What you afraid of? Nobody would care about a few old blackberries." "I ain't afraid." "You act like it, I must say. If you wasn't afraid, you'd climb that fence pretty quick, wouldn't you? Looky, the big ones." The Wilbur twin reflected on this. It sounded plausible. If he wasn't afraid, of course he would climb that fence pretty quick. It stood to reason. It did not occur to him that anyone else was afraid. He decided that neither was he. "Well, I'm afraid of things that ain't true that scare you in the dark," he admitted. "But I ain't afraid like that now. Not one bit." "Well, I dare you to go." "Well, of course I'll go. I was just resting a minute. I got to rest a little, haven't I?" "Well, I guess you've rested. I guess you can climb a plain and simple fence, can't you? You can rest over there, can't you? Just as well as what you can rest here." The resting one looked up and down the lane, then peered forward into the shadowy tangle of green things with its rows of headstones. Then, inhaling deeply, he clambered to the top of the fence and leaped to the ground beyond. "Gee gosh!" he cried, for he'd landed on a trailing branch of blackberry vine. He sat down and extracted a thorn from the leathery sole of his bare foot. The prick of the thorn had cleaned his mind of any merely fanciful fears. The surpassing lot of berries was there for the bold to take. His brother stared not too boldly through the fence at the pioneer. "Go on and try picking some," he urged, in the subdued tones of extreme caution. The other calmly set to work. The watcher awaited some mysterious punishment for this desecration. Presently, nothing having happened, he glowed with a boldness of his own and mounted atop of the fence, where he again waited. He whistled, affecting to be at ease, but with a foot on the safe side of the fence. The busy worker inside paid him no attention. Presently Merle yawned. "Well, I guess I'll come in there myself and pick a few berries," he said very loudly. He was giving fair notice to any malign power that might be waiting to blast him. After a fitting interval, he joined his brother and fell to work. "Well, I must say," he chattered, "who's afraid to come into a graveyard when they can get berries like this? We can fill the pails, and that's 30 cents right here." The fruit fell swiftly. The Wilbur twin worked in silence, but Merle appeared rather to like the sound of a human voice. He was aimlessly loquacious. His nerves were not entirely tranquil. "They're growing right over this old one," announced Wilbur presently. Merle glanced up to see him despoiling a bush that embowered one of the brown headstones and an all but obliterated mound. "You better be careful," he warned. "I guess I'm careful enough for this old one," retorted the bolder twin, and swept the trailing bush aside to scan the stone. It was weather-worn and lichened, but the carving was still legible. "It says, 'Here lies Jonas Whipple, aged 87. And it says he passed to his reward April 23, 1828. And here's his picture." He pointed to the rounded top of the stone, where was graven a circle enclosing primitive eyes, a nose, and mouth. From the bottom of the circle on either side protruded wings. Merle drew near to scan the device. He was able to divine that the intention of the artist had not been one of portraiture. "That ain't either his picture," he said heatedly. "That's a Cupid." "Oh, gee gosh! Ain't Cupid's got legs? Where's its legs?" "Then it's an angel." "Angels are longer, I know now. It's a goop. And here's some more reading." He ran his fingers along the worn lettering, then brought his eyes close and read, glibly in the beginning. "Behold this place as you pass by. As you are now, so once was I. As I am now, so you must be. Prepare for death and follow me." The reader's voice lost in fullness and certainty as he neared the end of this strophe. "Say, we better get right out of here," said Merle, stepping toward the fence. Even Wilbur was daunted by the blunt warning from beyond. "Here's another," called Merle, pausing on his way toward the fence. In hushed, fearful tones he declaimed, "Dear companion in your bloom, behold me mouldering in the tomb. For death is a debt to nature due, which I have paid, and so must you." "There now, I must say," called Merle, "we better hurry out." But the Wilbur twin lingered. Ripe berries still glistened about the stone of a departed Jonas Whipple. "Aw, gee gosh, they're just old ones," he declared. "It says this one passed to his reward in 1828, and we wasn't born then, so he couldn't be meaning us, could he? We ain't passed to our reward yet, have we? I simply ain't going to pay the least attention to it." A bit nervously he fell again to picking the berries. The mere feel of them emboldened him. "Gee gosh, we ain't followed him yet, have we?" "As I am now, so you must be," quoted the other in warning. "Well, my sakes, don't everyone in town know that? But it don't mean we're going to be it right off." "You better come just the samey." But the worker was stubborn. "Ha, I guess I ain't afraid of any old Whipple as old as what this one is." "Well, anyway," called Merle, still in hushed tones, "I guess I got enough berries from this place." "Aw, come on," urged the worker. In a rush of bravado, he now extemporized the chant of defiance. "Old Jonas Whipple was a cripple. Old Jonas Whipple was an old cripple." The Merle twin found this beyond endurance. He leaped for the fence and gained its top, looking back with a blanched face to see the offender smitten. He wanted to go at once, but this might be worth waiting for. Wilbur continued to pick berries. Again he chanted loudly, mocking the solemnities of eternity. "Old Jonas Whipple was an old cripple, was an old—" The mockery died in his throat, and he froze to a statue of fear. Beyond the headstone of Jonas Whipple, and toward the center of the plot, a clump of syringa was plainly observed to sway with the movements of a being unseen. "I told you," came the hoarse whisper of Merle, but he too was chained by fright to the fence top. They waited, breathless, in the presence of the King of Terrors. Again the bush swayed with a sinister motion. A deeper hush fell about them. The breeze died and songbirds stilled their notes. A calamity was imminent. Neither watcher now doubted that a mock Jonas Whipple would terribly issue from a tangle of shrubbery. The bushes were again agitated. Then, at the breaking point of fear for the Cowan twins, the emergent figure proved to be not Jonas, but a trifling and immature female descendant of his, who now sped rapidly toward them across the intervening glade. Nor were the low mounds sacred to her in her progress. Her short shirt of a plaid gingham flopped about her thin bony legs as she ran, and she grasped a wide-brimmed straw hat in one hand. It should be said that this girl appalled the twins hardly less than would an avenging apparition of the outraged Jonas Whipple. Beings of a baser extraction, they looked upon Whipples only from afar and with awe. Upon this particular Whipple they looked with a special awe. Other known members of a tribe were inhumanly old and gray and withered, not creatures with whom the most daring fancy could picture the Cowan twins sustaining any sane human relationship. But this one was young and moderately understandable. Observed from across the room of the Methodist Sunday School, she was undoubtedly human like them, but always so befurbished with rare and shining garments, with glistening silks and costly velvets and laces, with bonnets of pink rosebuds and gloves of kid, that the thought of any secular relationship had been preposterous. Yet she was young, an animal of their own age whose ways could be comprehended. She halted her mad flight when she discovered them, then turned to survey the way she had come. She was panting. The twins regarded her stonily, shaping defenses if she brought up anything regarding anyone who might have mocked Jonas Whipple. When again she could breathe evenly, she said, "It was Cousin Juliana driving by was why I dashed in here. I think I foiled her." She was not now the creature of troubled elegance that Sabbaths had revealed her. The gingham dress was such as a daughter of the people might have worn, and the straw hat, though beribboned, was not impressive. She was a bony little girl with quick greenish eyes and a meager pigtail of hair of the hue that will often cause a girl to be called carrots. Her thin, eager face was lavishly freckled. Her nose was trivial to the last extreme. Besides her hat, she carried and now nonchalantly drew refreshment from a stick of spirally striped candy inserted for half its length through the end of a lemon. The candy was evidently of a porous texture, so that the juice of the fruit would reach the consumer's pursed lips charmingly modified by its passage along the length of the sweet. One needed but to approximate a vacuum at the upper end of the candy, and the mighty and mysterious laws of atmospheric pressure completed the benign process. It should be said for the twins that they were not social climbers. In their instant infatuation for this novel device, they quite lost the thrill that should have been theirs from the higher aspects of the encounter. They were not impressed at meeting a Whipple on terms of seeming equality. They had eyes and desire solely for this delectable refection. Again and again the owner enveloped the top of the candy with prehensile lips. Deep cavities appeared in her profusely spangled cheeks. Her eyes would close in an ecstasy of concentration. The twins stared, and at intervals were constrained to swallow. "Gee gosh," muttered the Wilbur twin, helpless in the sight of so fierce a joy. His brother descended briskly from the fence. "I bet that's good," he said genially, and taking the half-filled pail from his brother's unresisting grasp, he approached the newcomer. "Try some of these nice ripe blackberries," he royally urged. "Thanks a lot," said the girl, and did so. But the hospitality remained one-sided. "I have to keep up my strength," she explained. "I have a long, hard journey before me. I'm running away." Blackberry juice now stained her chin, enriching a color scheme already made notable by dye from the candy. "Running away," echoed the twins. This also was sane. "Where to?" demanded Wilbur. "Far, far off to the great city with all its pitfalls." "New York?" demanded Merle. "What's a pitfall?" "The way Ben Blunt did when his cruel stepmother beat him because he wouldn't steal and bring it home." "Ben Blunt?" questioned both twins. "That's whom I'm going to be. That's whom I am now, or just as soon as I change clothes with some unfortunate. It's in a book, Ben Blunt the Newsboy, or From Rags to Riches. He run off because his cruel stepmother beat him black and blue, and he become a mere street urchin, though his father, Mr. Blunt, was a gentleman in good circumstances. And while he was a mere street urchin, he sold papers and black boots, and he was an honest, manly lad, and became adopted by a kind, rich old gentleman named Mr. Pettigrew, that he saved from a gang of rowdies that boded him no good, and was taken to his palatial mansion and given a kind home and a new suit of clothes and a good Christian education, and that's how he got from rags to riches. And I'm going to be it. I'm going to be a mere street urchin and do everything he did." "Oh!" The Wilbur twin was brutal. "You're nothing but a girl." The runaway flashed him a hostile glance. "Don't be silly. What difference does it make? Haven't I a cruel stepmother that is constantly making scenes if I do the least little thing, especially since Miss Murtry went home because her mother has typhoid in Buffalo? You wait till I get the right clothes." "Did she beat you something awful?" demanded the Merle twin unctuously. The victim hesitated. "Well, you might call it that." "What kind of right clothes?" asked his brother. "Boys' clothes, filthy rags of boys' clothes." "Like yours," she concluded. Her appraising glance rested on the garments of the questioning twin. Both became conscious of their mean attire and squirmed uneasily. "These are just everyday clothes," muttered the Wilbur twin. "We have fine new Sunday suits at home," boasted Merle. "Too fine to wear every day. If you saw those clothes once, I guess you'd talk different. Shoes and stockings, too." The girl effaced his grandeur with a shrug. "That's nothing. Everyone has mere Sunday clothes." "Is Miss Murtry that old lady that brings you to the Sunday school?" demanded Wilbur. "Yes, she's my governess, and had to go to her dying mother. And I hope she gets a cruel stepmother that will be harsh to her childish sports, like that Mrs. Blunt was. But she isn't old. It's her beard makes her look so mature." "Aw!" cried both twins, denoting incredulity. "She has too a beard. a little mustache, and some growing on her chin. When I first got Ben Blunt, or From Rags to Riches, out of the Sunday school library, I asked her how she made it grow, because I wanted one to grow on me. But she made a scene and never did tell me. I wish it would come out on me that way. She ran questing fingers along her brief upper lip and round her pointed chin. But probably I ain't old enough. You're only a girl, declared the Wilbur twin, and you won't ever have a beard, and you couldn't be Ben Blunt. Only a girl, she flashed, momentarily stung into a defense of her sex. Huh! I guess I'd rather be a girl than a nasty little boy with his hands simply covered with warts. The shamed hands of Wilbur Cowan sought the depths of his pockets, but he came up from the blow. Yes, you'd rather be a girl, he retorted with ponderous irony. It's a good thing you wasn't born in China. Do you know what? If you'd been born in China, when they seen what it was, they'd simply have chucked you into the river to drown. The idea! They would not. Oh, you're so smart. I guess you think you know more than that missionary that told us so at the meeting. I guess you think he was telling lies. They'd have drowned you as soon as they seen it was a girl. But boys they keep. I don't listen to gossip, said the girl loftily. And besides, continued the inquisitor, if you think boys are such bad ones, what you trying to be one for, and be Ben Blunt and all like that? You're too young to understand if I told you, she replied with a snappish dignity. The Merle twin was regretting these asperities. His eyes clung constantly to the lemon and candy. She can be Ben Blunt if she wants to, he now declared, in a voice of authority. I bet she'll have a better mustache than that old Miss Murphy's. Murtry, she corrected him, and spoke her thanks with a brightening glance. Here, she added, preferring her treasure, take a good long suck if you want to. He did want to. His brother beheld him with anguished eyes. As Merle demonstrated the problem in hydraulics, the girl studied him more attentively, then gleamed with a sudden new radiance. Oh, I'll tell you what let's do, she exclaimed. We'll exchange clothes with each other, and then I'll be Ben Blunt without waiting till I get to the great city. Cousin Juliana could pass me right by on the street and never know me. She clapped her small brown hands. Goody, she finished. But the twins stiffened. The problem was not so simple. How do you mean, change clothes? Demanded Merle. Why, just change. I'll put on your clothes and look like a mere street urchin right away. But what am I going to? Put on my clothes, of course. I explained that. Be dressed like a girl? Only till you get home. Then you can put on your Sunday clothes. But they wouldn't be Sunday clothes if I had to wear 'em every day, and then I wouldn't have any Sunday clothes. Stupid, you can buy new ones, can't you? Well, I don't know. I'd give you a lot of money to buy some. Let's see it. Surprisingly, the girl stuck out a foot. Her ankle seemed badly swollen. She seemed even to reveal incipient elephantiasis. Money, she announced. Busted my bank and took it all. And I put it in my stocking the way Miss Murtry did when she went to Buffalo to visit her dying mother. But hers was bills, and mine is nickels and dimes and quarters and all like that. Thousands of dollars worth of 'em, and they're kind of disagreeable. They make me limp, kind of. I'll give you a lot of it to buy some new clothes. Let's change quick. She turned and backed up to the Merle twin. Unbutton my waist, she commanded. The Merle twin backed swiftly away. This was too summary a treatment of a situation that still needed thought. Let's see your money, he demanded. Very well. She sat on the grassy low mound above her forebear, released the top of a long black stocking from the bight of a hidden garter, and lowered it to the bulky burden. "Give me your cap," she said, and into Merle's cap spurted a torrent of coins. When this had become reduced to a trickle, and then to odd pieces that had worked down about the heel, the cap held a splendid treasure. Both twins bent excitedly above it. Never had either beheld so vast a sum. It was beyond comprehension. The Wilbur twin plunged a hand thrillingly into the heap. "Gee gosh," he murmured, from the sheer loveliness of it. Shining silver. Thousands of dollars of it, the owner had declared. "Now, I guess you'll change," said the girl, observing the sensation she had made. The twins regarded each other eloquently. It seemed to be acknowledged between them that anything nameable would be done to obtain a share of this hoard. Still, it was a monstrous infamy, this thing she wanted. Merle filtered coins through his fingers for the wondrous feel of them. "Well, maybe we better," he said at last. "How much do we get?" demanded Wilbur, exalted, but still sane. "Oh, a lot," said the girl carelessly. Plainly, she was not one to haggle. "Here, I'll give you 2 double handfuls. See, like that." And she measured the price into the other cap, not skimping. They were generous, heaping handfuls, and they reduced her hoard by half. "Now," she urged, "and hurry. I must be far by nightfall. I'll keep my shoes and stockings and not go barefoot till I reach the great city. But I'll take your clothes and your cap. Unbutton my waist." Again she backed up to Merle. He turned to Wilbur. "I guess we better change with her for all that money. Get your pants and waist off, and I'll help button this thing on you." It was characteristic of their relations that there was no thought of Merle being the victim of this barter. The Wilbur twin did not suggest it, but he protested miserably. "I don't want to wear a girl's clothes." "Silly," said the girl, "it's for your own good." "You only put it on for a minute and sneak home quick," reminded his brother. "And look at all the money we'll have. Here, show him again all that money we'll have." And the girl did even so, holding up to him riches beyond the dreams of avarice. There was bitterness in the eyes of the Wilbur twin, even as he gloated on the bribe. The ordeal would be fearful. He was to become a thing. Not a girl and still not a boy. A thing somehow shameful. At last the alternative came to him. "You change with her," he said, brightening. "My pants got a tear here on the side, and my waist ain't so clean as yours." "Now don't begin that," said his brother firmly. "We don't want a lot of silly arguments about it, do we? Look at all the money we'll have." "Your clothes are the best," said the girl. "I must be filthy and ragged. Oh, please hurry." Then to Merle, "Do unbutton my waist. Start at the top, and I can finish." Gingerly, he undid the earliest buttons on that narrow back of checked gingham, and swiftly the girl completed the process to her waist. Then the waist was off her meager shoulders, and she stepped from the hated garment. The Wilbur twin was aghast at her downright methods. He had a feeling that she should have retired for this change. How was he to know that an emergency had lifted her above prejudices sacred to the meaner-souled? But now he raised a new objection, for beneath her gown the girl had been still abundantly and intricately clad, girded, harnessed. "I can't ever put on all those other things," he declared, indicating the elaborate underdressing. "Very well, I'll keep 'em on under the pants and waist till I get to the great city," said the girl obligingly. "But why don't you hurry?" She tossed him the discarded dress. He was seized with fresh panic as he took the thing. "I don't like to," he said sullenly. "Look at all the money we'll have," urged the brother. "Here," said the girl beguilingly, "when you've done it, I'll give you 2 long sucks of my lemon candy." She took the enticing combination from Merle and held it fair before his yearning eyes. The last rite of a monstrous seduction was achieved. The victim wavered and was lost. He took the dress. "Whistle if anyone comes," he said, and withdrew behind the headstone of a late Jonas Whipple. He, of the modest sex, would not disrobe in public. At least it was part modesty, in part the circumstance that his visible garments were precisely all he wore. He would not reveal to this child of wealth that the Cowans had not the habit of multifarious underwear. Over the headstone presently came knee pants, the faded calico waist with bone buttons. The avid buyer seized and apparelled herself in them with a deft facility. The Merle twin was amazed that she should so soon look so much like a boy. From behind the headstone came the now ambiguous and epicene figure of the Wilbur twin, contorted to hold together the back of his waist. "I can't button it," he said in deepest gloom. "Here," said the girl. "Not you." It seemed to him that this would somehow further degrade him. At least another male should fashion this infamous thing about him. When the buttoning was done, he demanded the promised candy and lemon. He glutted himself with the stimulant. He had sold his soul and was taking the price. His wrists projected far from the gingham sleeves, and in truth he looked little enough like a girl. The girl looked much more like a boy. The further price of his shame was paid in full. "I'd better take charge of it," said Merle, and did so with an air of large benevolence. "I just don't know what all we'll spend it for," he added. The Wilbur twins' look of anguish deepened. "I got a pocket in this dress to hold my money," he suggested. "You might lose it," objected Merle. "I'd better keep it for us." The girl had transferred her remaining money to the pockets which, as a boy, she now possessed. Then she tried on the cap. But it proved to be the cap of Merle. "No, you must take Wilbur's cap," he said, "because you got his clothes." "And he can wear my hat," said the girl. The Wilbur twin viciously affirmed that he would wear no girl's hat, yet was presently persuaded that he would, at least when he sneaked home. It was agreed by all finally that this would render him fairly a girl in the eyes of the world, but he would not yet wear it. He was beginning to hate this girl. He shot hostile glances at her as, with his cap on her head, her hands deep in the money-laden pockets, she swaggered and swanked before them. "I'm Ben Blunt. I'm Ben Blunt," she muttered hoarsely, and swung her shoulders and brandished her thin legs to prove it. He laughed with scorn. "Yes, you are," he jibed. "Look at your hair. I guess Ben Blunt didn't have long girl's hair, did he? Stringy old red hair." Her hands flew to her pigtail. "My hair's not red," she told him. "It's just a decided blonde." Then she faltered, knowing full well that Ben Blunt's hair was not worn in a braid. "Of course, I'm going to cut it off," she said. "Haven't you boys got a knife?" They had a knife. It was Wilbur's, but Merle quite naturally took it from him and assumed charge of the ensuing operation. Wilbur Cowan had to stand by with no place to put his hands, a mere onlooker. Yet it was his practical mind that devised the method at last adopted, for the early efforts of his brother to sever the braid evoked squeals of pain from the patient. At Wilbur's suggestion, she was backed up to the fence and the braid brought against the board, where it could be severed strand by strand. It was not neatly done, but it seemed to suffice. When the cap was once more adjusted, rather far back on the shorn head, even the cynical Wilbur had to concede that the effect was not bad. The severed braid, a bow of yellow ribbon at the end, now engaged the notice of its late owner. "The officers of the law might trace me by it," she said, "so we must foil them." "Tie a stone to it and sink it in the river," urged Wilbur. "Hide it in those bushes," suggested Merle. But the girl was inspired by her surroundings. "Bury it," she ordered. The simple interment was performed. With the knife, a shallow grave was opened close to the stone whereon old Jonas Whipple taunted the living that they were but mortal, and in it they laid the pigtail to its last rest, patting the earth above it and replacing the turf against possible ghouls. Again the girl swaggered broadly before them, swinging her shoulders, flaunting her emancipated legs in a stride she considered masculine. Then she halted, hands in pockets, rocked easily upon heel and toe, and spat expertly between her teeth. For the first time she impressed the Wilbur twin, extorting his reluctant admiration. He'd never been able to spit between his teeth. Still, there must be things she couldn't do. "You got to smoke and chew and curse," he warned her. "I won't either. It says Ben Blunt was a sturdy lad of good habits. Besides, I could smoke if I wanted to. I already have. I smoked Harvey D's pipe." "Who's Harvey D?" "My father. I smoked his pipe repeatedly." "Repeatedly?" "Well, I smoked it twice. That's repeatedly, ain't it? I'd have done it more repeatedly, but Miss Murtry sneaked in and made a scene." "Did you swallow the smoke through your nose?" I guess so. It tasted way down on my insides." Plainly, there was something to the girl after all. The Wilbur twin here extracted from a dress pocket, to which he had transferred his few belongings, the half of something known to Newbern as a penny grab. It was a slender roll of quite inferior dark tobacco, and the original purchaser had probably discarded it gladly. The present owner displayed it to the girl. "I'll give you a part of this, and we'll light up." "Well, I don't know. It says Ben Blunt was a sturdy lad of good—" "I bet you never did smoke repeatedly." Her manhood was challenged. "I'll show you," she retorted, grim about the lips. With his knife he cut the evil thing in fair halves. The girl received her portion with calmness, if not with gratitude, and lighted it from the match he gallantly held for her. And so they smoked. The Merle twin never smoked for two famous Puritan reasons. It was wrong for boys to smoke, and it made him sick. He eyed the present Saturnalia with strong disapproval. The admiration of the Wilbur twin, now forgetting his ignominy, was frankly worded. Plainly, she was no common girl. "I bet you'll be all right in the big city," he said. "Of course I will," said the girl. She spat between her teeth with a fine artistry. In truth, she was spitting rather often, and had more than once seemed to strangle, but she held her weed jauntily between the first and second fingers, and contrived an air of relish for it. "Anyway," she went on, "it'll be better than here, where I suffered so terribly with everybody making the vilest scenes about any little thing that happened. After they find it's too late, they'll begin to wish they'd acted kinder. But I won't ever come back, not if they beg me to, with tears streaming down their faces after the vile way they acted, saying maybe I could have a baby brother after Harvey D. got that stepmother, but nothing was ever done about it, and just because I tried to hide Mrs. Wadley's baby that comes to wash, and then because I tried to get that gypsy woman's baby, because everyone knows they're always stealing other people's babies. And she made a vile scene, too, and everyone tortured me beyond endurance." This was interesting. It left the twins wishing to ask questions. "Did that stepmother beat you good again?" demanded Merle. "Well, not the way Ben Blunt's stepmother did, but she wanted to know what I meant by it and all like that. Of course she's cruel. Don't you know that all stepmothers are cruel? Did you ever read a story about one that wasn't vile and cruel and often tried to leave the hapless children in the woods to be devoured by wolves? I should say not." "Where did you hide that Wadley baby?" "Up in the storeroom in a nice big trunk, where I fixed a bed and everything for it, while its mother was working down in the laundry, and I thought they'd look a while and give it up. But this Mrs. Wadley is kind of simple-minded, or something. She took on so I had to say maybe somebody had put it in this trunk where it could have a nice time, and this stepmother taking on almost as bad." Did you nearly get a gypsy woman's baby?" "Nearly. They camped in the woods up back of our place, and I went round to see their wagons. And the man had some fighting roosters that would fight anybody else's roosters, and they had horses to race. And the gypsy woman would tell the future lives of anybody and what was going to happen to them. And so I saw this lovely, lovely baby asleep on a blanket under some bushes, and probably they'd stole it from some good family. So while they was busy, I picked it up and run." "Did they chase you?" Wilbur Cowan was by now almost abject in his admiration of this fearless spirit. "Not at first, but when I got up to our fence I heard some of them yelling like very fiends, and they came after me through the woods. But I got inside our yard, and the baby woke up and yelled like a very fiend, and Nathan Marwick came running out of our barn and said, 'What in time is all this?' And someone told folks in the house, and out comes Harvey D's stepmother that he got married to, and Grandpa Gideon, and Cousin Juliana that happened to be there, and all the gypsies rushed up the hill, and everyone made the vilest scene, and I had to give back this lovely baby to the gypsy woman that claimed it. You'd think it was the only baby in the wide world the way she made a scene, and not a single one would listen to reason when I tried to explain. They acted simply crazy, that's all." "Gee gosh," muttered the Wilbur twin. This was indeed a splendid and desperate character, and he paid her a tribute of honest envy. He wished he might have a cruel stepmother of his own, and so perhaps be raised to this eminence of infamy. "I bet they did something with you," he said. The girl waved it aside with a gesture of repugnance, as if some things were too loathsome for telling. He perceived that she had, like so many raconteurs, allowed her cigar to go out. "Here's a match," he said, and courteously cupped his hands about its flame. The penny grab seemed to have become incombustible, and the match died futilely. "That's my last match," he said. "Maybe I better keep this till I get to the great city." But he would not have it so. "You can light it from mine," and he brought the ends of the two penny grabs together. "First thing you know, you'll be dizzy," warned the moralist, Merle. "Huh, I will not." She laughed in scorn and valiantly puffed on the noisome thing. Thus stood Ben Blunt and the Wilbur twin, their faces together about this business of lighting up. And thus stood the absorbed Merle, the moral perfectionist, earnestly hoping his words of warning would presently become justified. It did not seem right to him that others should smoke when it made him sick. At last smoke issued from the contorted face of Ben Blunt, and some of this being swallowed, strangulation ensued. When the paroxysm of coughing was past, the hero revealed running eyes, but the tears were of triumph, as was the stoic smile that accompanied them. And then, while the reformer Merle awaited the calamity he had predicted, while Wilbur surrendered anew to infatuation for this intrepid soul that would dare any crime, while Ben Blunt rocked on spread feet, the glowing penny grab cocked at a rakish angle, while, in short, vice was crowned and virtue abased, there rang upon the still air the other name of Ben Blunt in cold and fateful emphasis. The group stiffened with terror. Again the name sounded along those quiet aisles of the happy dead. The voice was one of authority, cool, relentless, awful. "Patricia Whipple," said the voice. The twins knew it for the voice of Miss Juliana Whipple, who had remotely been a figure of terror to them even when voiceless. Juliana was 30, tall, straight, with capable shoulders, above which rose her capable face on a straight neck. She wore a gray skirt and a waist of white, with a severely starched collar about her throat and a black bow tie. Her straw hat was narrow of brim, banded with a black ribbon. Her steely eyes flashed from beneath the hat. Once before the twins had encountered her and her voice, and the results were blasting, though the occasion was happier. Indeed, the intention of Juliana had been wholly amiable, for it was at the picnic of the Methodist Sunday School. She came upon the twins in a fair dell, where they watched other children at a game, and she took very civil notice of them, saying, "How do you do, young gentlemen?" in deep, thrilling tones. And though they'd been doing very well until that moment, neither of the twins had recovered strength to say so. To them she'd been more formidable than a school teacher. Their throats had closed upon all utterance. Now, as she faced them a dozen feet away, even though the words Patricia Whipple applied to but one of their number, the twins took the challenge to themselves and quailed. They knew that deep and terrible voice menaced themselves as well as the late Ben Blunt, for that mere street urchin, blown upon by the winds of desolation, had shriveled and passed. In his place drooped a girl in absurd boy's clothes, her hair messily cut off, smoking something she plainly did not wish to smoke. The stricken lily of vice drooped upon its stem. One by one the three heads turned to regard the orator. How had she contrived that noiseless approach? How had she found them at all in this seclusion? The heads, having turned to regard her, turned back and bowed in stony glares at the rich, Whipple-nourished turf. They felt her come toward them, her shadow from the high sun blended with theirs. And again the voice, that fearsome organ on which she managed such dread effects. "Patricia Whipple, what does this mean?" She confronted them, a spare, grim figure, tall, authoritative, seeming to be old as time itself. How were they to know that Juliana was still youthful, even attired youthfully, though by no means frivolously, or that her heart was gentle? She might indeed have danced to them as Columbine, and her voice would still have struck them with terror. She brought her deepest tones to those simple words. What does this mean? All at once it seemed to them that something had been meant, something absurd, monstrous, lawless, deserving a ghastly punishment. The late Ben Blunt squirmed and bored a heel desperately into the turf above a Whipple whose troubles had ceased in 1828. She made a rough noise in her throat, but it was not informing. The Wilbur twin, forgetting his own plight, glanced warm encouragement to her. "I guess she's got a right to run away," he declared brazenly. But in this burst of bravado he'd taken too little account of his attire. He recalled it now, for the frosty gray eyes of Juliana ran about him and came to rest upon his own eyes. For the taut moment that he braved her glance, it unaccountably seemed to him that the forbidding mouth of the woman twitched nervously into the beginning of a smile. It was a fleeting effect, but it did seem as if she had almost laughed, then caught herself. And there was a tremolo defect in the organ tone with which she now again demanded in blistering politeness, "May I ask what this means?" The quick-thinking Merle twin had by now devised an exit from any complicity in whatever was meant. He saw his way out. He spoke up brightly and with no shadow of guilt upon his fair young face. "I told her it was wrong for the young to smoke. It stunts their growth and leads to evil companions. But she wouldn't listen to me." There was a nice regret in his tone. Miss Juliana ignored him. "Patricia!" she said terribly. But the late Ben Blunt, after the first devastating shock, had been recovering vitality for this ordeal. "I don't care," she announced. "I'll run away if I want to." And again, bitterly, "I don't care." "Run away!" Juliana fairly bayed the words. She made running away seem to be something nice people never did. "I don't care," repeated the fugitive, dully. There was a finality about it that gave Juliana pause. She had expected a crumpling, but the offender did not crumple. It seemed another tack must be taken. "Indeed?" she inquired, almost cooingly. "And may I ask if this absurd young creature was to accompany you on your travels?" She indicated the gowned Wilbur, who would then have gone joyously to his reward, even as had Jonas Whipple. His look of dumb suffering would have stayed a judge less conscientious. "I presume this is some lady of your acquaintance, one of your little girl friends," she continued, though it was plain to all that she presumed nothing of the sort. "He is not." The look of dumb suffering had stoutened one heart to new courage. "He's a very nice little boy, and he gave me these ragged clothes to run away in. And now we'll have to wear his Sunday clothes, and you know he's a boy as well as I do." "She made him take a lot of money for it," broke in the Merle twin. "I was afraid she wasn't doing right, but she wouldn't listen to me, so she gave him the money, and I took charge of it for him." He beamed virtuously at Miss Juliana, who now rewarded him with a hurried glance of approval. It seemed to Miss Juliana and to him that he'd been on the side of law and order, condemning and seeking to dissuade the offenders from their vicious proceedings. He felt that he was a very good little boy indeed, and that the tall lady was understanding it. He had been an innocent bystander. Miss Juliana again eyed the skirted Wilbur, and the viewless wind of a smile's beginning blew across the lower half of her accusing face. Then she favored the mere street urchin with a glance of extreme repugnance. "I shall have to ask all of you to come with me," she said terribly. "Where to?" demanded the chief culprit. "You know well enough." This was all too true. "Me?" demanded the upright Merle, as if there must have been some mistake. Surely no right-thinking person could implicate him in this rowdy affair. "You, if you please," said Miss Juliana, but she smiled beautifully upon him. He felt himself definitely aligned with the forces of justice. He all at once wanted to go. He would go as an assistant prosecuting attorney. Not me," stammered the stricken Wilbur. "By all means, you," Miss Juliana sharpened her tone. She added mysteriously, "It would be good without you. Good, but not perfect." "Now I guess you'll learn how to behave yourself in future," admonished Merle, the preacher, and edged towards Miss Juliana as one withdrawing from contamination. "Oh, not me," pleaded the voice of Wilbur. "I think you heard me," said Miss Juliana. "Come." She uttered "come" so that not mountains would have dared stay, much less a frightened little boy in a girl's dress. In his proper garb there had been instant contemptuous flight, but the dress debased all his manly instincts. He came crawling as the worm. The recent Ben Blunt pulled a cap over a shorn head and advanced stoically before the group. "One moment," said Miss Juliana. "We seem to be forgetting something." She indicated the hat of Patricia Whipple lying on the ground, near where smoldered the two ends of the abandoned penny grab. "I think you might resume this, my dear, and restore the cap to its rightful owner." It was but a further play of her debased fancy. The mere street urchin was now decked in a girl's hat, and a presumable girl wore an incongruous cap. "I will ask you two rare specimens to precede me," she said, when the change was made. They preceded her. "I don't care." This was more bravado from the urchin. "Well, don't you care?" Juliana said it soothingly. "I will too care," retorted the urchin, betraying her sex. "Will she take us to the jail?" whispered the trembling Wilbur. "Worse," said the girl. "She'll take us home." Side by side they threaded an aisle between rows of the carefree dead, whom no malignant Miss Juliana could torture. Behind them marched their captor, Merle stepping blithely beside her. "It's lovely weather for this time of year," they heard him say. This ends Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 2. They came all too soon to a gate giving upon the public road, and the world of the living who make remarks about strange sights they witness. Still, it was a quiet street, and they were accorded no immediate reception. There stood the pony cart of Miss Juliana, and this, she made known, they were to enter. It was a lovely vehicle, drawn by a lovely fat pony, and the Wilbur twin had often envied those privileged to ride in it. Never had he dreamed so rich a treat could be his. Now it was to be his, but the thing was no longer a lovely pony cart. It was a tumbril, worse than a tumbril, for he was going to a fate worse than death. The shameful skirt flopped about his bare legs as he awkwardly clambered into the rear seat beside the sex-muddled creature in a boy's suit and a girl's hat. Miss Juliana and the godly Merle in the front seat had very definitely drawn aloof from the outcasts. They chatted on matters at large in the most polite and social manner. They quite appeared to have forgotten that their equipage might attract the notice of the vulgar. When from time to time it actually did this, the girl held her head brazenly erect and shot back stare for stare. But the Wilbur twin bowed low and suffered. Sometimes it would merely be astounded adults who paused to regard them, to point canes or fingers at them. But again it would be the young who had never been disciplined to restrain their emotions in public. Some of these ran for a time beside the cart with glad cries, their clear ringing voices raised in comments of a professedly humorous character. Under Juliana's direction the cart did not progress too rapidly. At one crossing she actually stopped the thing until Ellis Bristow, who was blind, had with his knowing cane tapped a safe way across the street. The Wilbur twin at this moment frankly rejoiced in the infirmity of poor Ellis Bristow. It was sweet relief not to have him stop and stare and point. If given the power at this juncture, he would have summarily blinded all the eyes of Newbern Center. Up shaded streets they progressed, leaving a wake of purest joy astern. But at last they began the ascent of West Hill that led to the Whipple new place, leaving behind those streets that came alive at their approach. For the remainder of their dread progress, they would elicit only the startled regard of an occasional adult farmer. "What'll she do to us?" The Wilbur twin mumbled this under cover of sprightly talk from the front seat. His brother at the moment was boasting of his scholastic attainments. He had, it appeared, come on amazingly in long division. "She won't do a thing," replied his companion in shame. "Don't you be afraid." "I am afraid, but I wouldn't be afraid if I had my pants on again," explained the Wilbur twin, going accurately to the soul of his panic. "I'll do it next time," said the girl. "I'll hurry. I won't stop at any old graveyard." "Graveyard," uttered the other feelingly. "I should say not." Never again was he to think of such places with any real pleasure. "All she wants," explained the girl, "she wants to talk up in her nose like she was giving a lecture. She loves to. She'll make a vile scene." Now they were through an imposing gate of masonry, and the pony languidly drew them along a wide driveway toward the Whipple mansion, an experience which neither of the twins had ever hoped to brave, but only one of them was deriving any pleasure from the social elevation. The Merle twin looked blandly over the wide expanse of lawn, and flower beds and tenderly nursed shrubs, and then at the pile of red brick with its many windows under gay-striped awnings, and its surmounting white cupola, which he had often admired from afar. He glowed with rectitude. True, he suffered a brother lost to all sense of decent human values, but this could not dim the luster of his own virtue, or his pleasant suspicion that it was somehow going to be suitably rewarded. Was he not being driven by a grand-mannered lady up a beautiful roadway, past millions of flowers, and toward a wonderful home? It paid to be good. The Wilbur twin had ceased to regard his surroundings. He gazed stolidly before him, nor made the least note of what his eyes rested upon. He was there, helpless. They had him. The cart drew up beside steps leading to a wide porch, shaded by a striped awning. "Home at last," cooed Miss Juliana, with false welcome. A loutish person promptly abandoned a lawn-mower in the near distance and came to stand by the head of a languid pony. He grinned horribly and winked as the two figures descended from the rear of the cart. For a moment, halting on the first of the steps, the Wilbur twin became aware that just beyond him, almost to be grasped, was a veritable rainbow curved above a whirling lawn sprinkler. And he'd learned that a rainbow is a thing of gracious promise. But probably they have to be natural rainbows. Probably you don't get anything out of one you make yourself. Even as he looked, the shining omen vanished, somewhere shut off by an unseen power. "This way, please," called Miss Juliana, cordially, and he followed her guiltily up the steps to the shaded porch. The girl had preceded her. The Merle twin lingered back of them, shocked, austere, deprecating, and yet somehow bland withal, as if these little affairs were not without their compensating features. The bowed Wilbur twin was startled by a gusty torrent of laughter. With torturing effort he raised his eyes to a couple of elderly male Whipples. One sat erect on a cushioned bench, and one had lain at ease in a long, low thing of wicker. It was this one who made the ill-timed and tasteless demonstration that was still continuing. Ultimately, the creature lost all tone from his laughter. It went on, soundless but uncannily poignant. Such was the effect that the Wilbur twin wondered if his own ears had been suddenly deafened. This Whipple continued to shake silently. The other, who had not laughed, whose face seemed ill-modelled for laughing, nevertheless turned sparkling eyes from under shelving brows upon Juliana, and said in words stressed with emotion, "My dear, you've brightened my whole day." The first Whipple, now recovered from his unseemly paroxysm, sat erect to study the newcomers in detail. He was a short, round-chested man with a round moon face marked by heavy brows like those of the other. He had fat wrists and stout, blunt fingers. With a stubby thumb he now pushed up the outer ends of the heavy brows, as if to heighten the power of his vision for this cherished spectacle. "I seem to recognize the lad," he murmured, as if in privacy to his own hairy ears. "Surely I've seen the rascal about the place, perhaps helping Nathan at the stable. But that lovely little girl, I've not had the pleasure of meeting her before. Come, sissy," he held out blandishing arms. "Come here, Toddy, and give the old man a kiss." Could hate destroy, these had been the dying words of Sharon Whipple. But the Wilbur twin could manage only a sidelong glare insufficient to slay. His brother giggled until he saw that he made merry alone. "What? Bless my soul, the minx is sulky," roared the wit. The other Whipple intervened. "What was our pride and our joy bent upon this time?" he suavely demanded. "I take it you've thwarted her in some new plot against the public tranquillity." "The young person you indicate," said Juliana, "was about to leave her home forever, going out to live her own life away from these distasteful surroundings." "So soon? We should be proud of her. At that tender age, going out to make a name for herself." "I gather from this very intelligent young gentleman here that she'd made the name for herself before even starting." "It was Ben Blunt," remarked the young gentleman helpfully. "Hey!" Sharon Whipple affected dismay. Then what about this young girl at his side? Don't tell me she was luring him from his home here." "It will surprise you to know," said Juliana in her best style, "that this young girl before you is not a girl." Both Whipples ably professed amazement. "Not a girl?" repeated the suave Whipple incredulously. "You do amaze me, Juliana. Not a girl, with those flower-like features, those starry eyes, that feminine allure. Preposterous! And yet, if he is not a girl, he is, I take it, a boy?" "A boy who incited the light of our house to wayward courses by changing clothes with her." The harsher Whipple spoke here in a new tone. "Then she browbeat him into it. Scissors and white aprons. Yes, I know her." "He didn't seem browbeaten. They were smoking quite companionably when I chanced upon them." "Smoking! Our angel child smoking!" This from Sharon Whipple in tones that every child present knew was a mere pretense of horror. Juliana shrugged cynically. "They always go to the bad after they leave their nice homes," she said. "Children should never smoke till they are 21, and then they get a gold watch for it," interjected the orator, Merle. He had felt that he was not being made enough of. "It's bad for their growing systems," he added. "And this?" asked Gideon Whipple, indicating the moralist. "The brother of that," Juliana pointed. "He did his best in the way of advice, I gather, but neither of the pair would listen to him. He seems to be safely conservative, but not to have much influence over his fellows." "Willing to talk about it, though," said Sharon Whipple pointedly. The girl now glowered at each of them in turn. "I don't care," she muttered. "I will too run away. You see." "It's what they call a fixed idea," explained Juliana. "She doesn't care, and she will too run away." "But where is Mrs. Harvey?" "Poor soul," murmured Sharon. "Think what a lot she's missed already. Do call her, my dear." Juliana stepped to the doorway and called musically into the dusky hall. "Mrs. Harvey! Mrs. Harvey, come quickly, please. We've something lovely to show you." The offenders were still to be butchered to make a Whipple holiday. "Coming!" called a high voice from far within. The Wilbur twins sickeningly guessed this would be the cruel stepmother. Real cruelty would now begin. Beating, most likely. But when, a moment later, she stood puzzling in the doorway, he felt an instant relief. She did not look cruel. She was not even bearded. She was a plump, meekly prettyish woman with a quick, flustered manner and a soft voice. She brought something the culprits had not found in their other judges. "Why, you poor, dear, motherless thing!" she cried when she had assured herself of the girl's identity. And with this she enfolded her. "I'd like to know what they've been doing to my pet," she declared aggressively. "The pet did it all to herself," explained Gideon Whipple. "I will too run away," affirmed the girl, though some deeper conviction had faded from the threat. "Still talking huge high," said Sharon. "But at your age, my young friend, running away is over-chancy." Mrs. Harvey Whipple ignored this. "Of course you will. Run away all you like," she soothed. "It's good for people to run away." Then she turned amazingly to the Wilbur twin and spoke him fair, as a fellow human. "And who is this dear little boy? I just know he was kind enough to change clothes with you so you could run away better. And here you're keeping him in that dress when you ought to know it makes him uncomfortable. Doesn't it, little boy?" The little boy movingly ogled her with a sidelong glance of gratitude for what at the moment seemed to be the first kind words he had ever heard. "You have her give me back my pants," said he. Then for the first time he faced his inquisitors eye to eye. "I want my own pants," he declared stoutly. Man spoke to man there, and both the male Whipples stirred guiltily, feeling base, perhaps, that mere sex loyalty had not earlier restrained them. "Indeed, you blessed thing, you shall have them this moment," said the cruel stepmother. "You two march along with me." "And not keep them till Harvey D. comes home?" It was the implacable Juliana. "Well," Miss Harvey considered, "I'm sure he would adore to see the little imps, but really they can't stand it any longer, can you, dears? It would be bad for their nerves. We'll have to be satisfied with telling him. Come along quickly." "I will too run away." The girl flung it over her shoulder as she swaggered into the hall. The Wilbur twin trod incessantly on her heels. "Wants his pants," murmured Sharon Whipple. "Prunes and apricots. Wants his pants." "Mistake ever to part with 'em," observed Gideon. "Of course she browbeat him." "My young friend here tells me she bribed him," explained Juliana. "She gave him a lot of money, and I'm keeping it for him," said her self-possessed young friend, and he indicated bulging pockets. "Looted her bank," said Juliana. "Four-handed little tyke," said Sharon admiringly. "And smart. She can outsmart us all day in the week." In a dim upper bedroom in the big house, Wilbur Cowan divested himself of woman's raiment for probably the last time in his life. He hurried more than he might have, because the room was full of large, strange, terrifying furniture. It was a place to get out of as soon as he could. 2 buttons at the back of a dress he was unable to reach, but this trifling circumstance did not for more than a scant second delay his release. Then his own clothes were thrust into him by the stepmother, who embarrassingly lingered to help him button his own waist with the faded horseshoes to the happily restored pants. "There, there," she soothed, when he was again clad as a man-child, and amazingly, she kissed him. Still tingling from this novel assault, he was led by the woman along a dim corridor to a rear stairway. Down this they went, along another corridor to a far door. She brought him to rest in a small, meagerly furnished but delightfully scented room. It was scented with a general aroma of cooked food, and there were many shelves behind glass doors, on which dishes were piled. A drawer was opened, and almost instantly in his ready hands was the largest segment of yellow cake he had ever beheld. He had not dreamed that pieces of cake for human consumption could be cut so large. It was lavishly gemmed with fat raisins. He held it doubtfully. "Let's look again," said the preposterous woman. She looked again, pushing by a loose swinging door to do it, and returned with a vast area of apple pie, its outer curve a full 90 degrees of the circle. "Now eat," said the woman. She was indeed a remarkable woman. She had not first asked him if he were hungry. "I'm much obliged for my pants and this cake and pie," said the boy. So the woman said, "Yes, yes," and hugged him briefly as he ate. Not until he had consumed the last morsel of these provisions and ate a bumper of milk did the woman lead him back to that shaded porch where he had lately been put to the torture. But now he was another being, clad not only as became a man among men, but inwardly fortified by food. If stepmothers were like this, he wished his own father would find one. The girl with her talk about cruelty. He still admired her, but she must be an awful liar. He faced the tormenting group on the porch with almost faultless self-possession. He knew they could not hurt him. "Well, well, well," roared Sharon Whipple, meaning again to be humorous. But the restored Wilbur eyed him coldly, with just a faint curiosity that withered the humorist in him. "Well, well," he repeated, but in dry, business-like tones, as if he'd not meant to be funny in the first place. "I guess we'll have to be going now," said the Wilbur twin, "and we must leave all that money. It wouldn't be honest to take it now." The Merle twin at this looked across at him with marked disfavor. "Nonsense," said Miss Juliana. "Nonsense," said Sharon Whipple. "Take it, of course," said Gideon Whipple. "He's earned it fairly," said Juliana. She turned to Merle. "Give it to him," she directed. This was not as Merle would have wished. If the money had been earned, he was still willing to take care of it, wasn't he? "A beggarly pittance for what he did," said Gideon Whipple warmly. "Wouldn't do it myself for twice the amount, whatever it is," said Sharon. Very slowly, under the Whipple regard, the Merle twin poured the price of his brother's shame into his brother's cupped hands. The brother felt religious at this moment. He remembered seriously those things they told you in Sunday school, about a power above that watches over us and makes all come right. There must be something in that talk. The fiscal transaction was completed. The twins looked up to become aware that their late confederate surveyed them from a doorway. Her eyes hinted of a recent stormy past, but once more she was decorously apparelled. "Your little guests are leaving," said the stepmother. "You must bid them good-bye." Her little guests became statues as the girl approached them. "So glad you could come," she said, and ceremoniously shook the hand of each. The twins wielded arms rigid from the shoulder, shaking twice down and twice up. "It has been so pleasant to have you," said the girl. "We've had a delightful time," said the Merle twin. The other tried to echo this, but again his teeth were tightly locked, and he made but a meaningless squeak far back in his throat. He used this for the beginning of a cough, which he finished with a decent aplomb. "You must come again," said the girl mechanically. "We shall be so glad to," replied the Merle twin, glancing a bright farewell to the group. The other twin was unable to glance intelligently at anyone. His eyes were now glazed. He stumbled against his well-mannered brother and heavily descended the steps. "You earned your money," called Sharon Whipple. The Wilbur twin was in advance, and stayed so as they trudged down the roadway to the big gate. With his first free breath he had felt his importance as the lawful possessor of limitless wealth. "Bright little skeezicks," said Sharon Whipple. "But the brother is really remarkable," said Gideon. "So well-mannered, so sure of himself. He has quite a personality." "Other has the gumption," declared Sharon. "I've decided to have one of them for my brother," announced the girl. "Indeed," said Gideon. "Well, everybody said I might have a brother, but nobody does anything about it. I will have one of those. I think the nice one that doesn't smoke." "Poor motherless pet," murmured the stepmother helplessly. "A brother is not what you need most at this time," broke in Juliana. "It's a barber." Down the dusty road over West Hill went the twins, Wilbur still forcefully leading. His brother was becoming uneasy. There was a strange light in the other's eyes, an unwonted look of power. When they were off the hill and come to the upper end of shaded Fair Street, Merle advanced to keep pace beside his brother. The latter's rate of speed had increased as they neared the town. "Hadn't I better take care of our money for us?" he at last asked, in a voice oily with solicitude. "No, sir." The "sir" was weighted with so heavy an emphasis that the tactful Merle merely said, "Oh," in a hurt tone. "I can take care of my own money for me," added the speeding capitalist, seeming to wish that any possible misconception as to the ownership of the hoard might be definitely removed. "Oh," said Merle again, this being all that with any dignity he could think of to say. They were now passing the quiet acre that had been the scene of the morning's unpleasantness. Their pails, half filled with berries, were still there, but the strangely behaving Wilbur refused to go for them. He eyed the place with disrelish. He would not again willingly approach that spot where he had gone down into the valley of shame. Reminded that the pails were not theirs, he brutally asked what did he care, adding that he could buy 1,000,000 pails if he took a notion to. But presently he listened to reason, and made reasonable proposals. The Merle twin was to go back to the evil place, salvage the pails, leave them at the Penniman house, and hasten to a certain confectioner's at the heart of a town, where a lavish reward would be at once his. After troubled reflection, he consented, and they went their ways. The Merle twins sped to the quiet nook where Jonas Whipple had been put away in 1828, and sped away from there as soon as he had the pails. Not even did he bend a moment above the little new-made grave where lay a part of all that was mortal of Patricia Whipple. He disliked graveyards on principle, and he wished his reward. Wilbur Cowan kept his quick way down Fair Street. He had been lifted to pecuniary eminence, and incessantly the new wealth pressed upon his consciousness. The markets of the world were at his mercy. There were shop windows outside which he had long been compelled to linger in sterile choosing. Now he could enter and buy, and he was in a hurry to be at it. Something warned him to seize his golden moment on the wing. The day was Saturday, and he was pleasantly thrilled by the unwonted crowds on River Street, which he now entered. Farm horses were tethered thickly along hitching racks, and shoppers thronged the marts of trade. He threaded away among them till he stood before the establishment of Solly Gumble, confectioner. It brought him another thrill that the people all about should be unaware of his wealth. He, laden with unsuspected treasure that sagged cool and heavy on either thigh, while they could but suppose him to be a conventionally impoverished small boy. He tried to be cool, to calculate sanely his first expenditure, but he contrived an air of careless indecision as he sauntered through the portals of the Gumble place and lingered before the counter of choicest sweets, those so desirable that they must be guarded under glass from a loftily sampling public. 2 of those, and 2 of those, and 1 of them. It was his first order, and brought him for 5 cents 2 coconut creams, 2 candied plums, and a chocolate mouse. He stood eating these while he leisurely surveyed the neighboring delicacies. Vaguely in his mind was the thought that he might buy the place and thereafter keep store. His cheeks distended by the chocolate mouse and the last of the coconut creams, he now bartered for a candy cigar. It was of brown material, at the blunt end a circle of white for the ash, and at its center a brilliant square of scarlet paper for the glow. Altogether a charming feat of simulation, perhaps the most delightful humoresque in all confectionery. It was priced at 2 cents. But what was money now? Then, his eye roving to the loftier shelves, He spied remotely above him a stuffed blue jay mounted on a varnished branch of oak. This was not properly a part of the Gumble stock. It was a fixture, technically, giving an air to the place from its niche between two mounting rows of laden shelves. "How much for that beautiful bird from my father?" demanded the nouveau riche. His words were blurred by the still resistant chocolate mouse, and he was compelled to point before Solly Gumble divined his wish. The merchant debated, removing his skull cap, smoothing his grizzled fringe of curls, fitting the cap on again deliberately. Then he turned to survey the bird, seemingly with an interest newly wakened. It was indeed a beautiful bird, brilliantly blue with sparkling eyes, a bit dusty, but rarely desirable. The owner had not meant to part with it. Still, trade was trade. He meditated, tapping his cheek with a pencil. "How much for that beautiful bird from my father?" He'd swallowed strenuously, and this time got out the words cleanly. "Well now, I don't hardly know. My Bertha had her cousin give her that bird. It's a costly bird. I guess you couldn't pay such a price. I guess it would cost a full $50, maybe." He'd meant the price to be prohibitive, and it did shock the questioner, opulent though he was. "Well, maybe I will, and maybe I won't," he said importantly. "Say, you keep him for me till I make my mind up. If anybody else comes along, don't you sell him to anybody else till I tell you, because probably I'll simply buy him. My father, he loves animals." Solly Gumble was impressed. "Well, he's a first-class animal. He's been at that one place going on 5 years now." "Give me 2 of those, and 2 of those, and 1 of them," said the Wilbur twin, pointing to Newhart's desires. "Say now, you got a lot of money for a little boy," said Solly Gumble, not altogether at ease. This might be a case of embezzlement, such as he had before known among his younger patrons. "You sure it's yours?" "Yes." "Huh!" The Wilbur twin scorned the imputation. He was not going to tell how he had earned this wealth, but the ease of his simple retort was enough for the practical psychologist before him. "I could buy all the things in this store if I wanted to," he continued, and waved a patronizing hand to the shelves. "Give me 2 of those, and 2 of those, and 1 of them." Solly Gumble put the latest purchase in a paper bag. Here was a patron worth conciliating. The patron sauntered to the open door to eat of his provender with lordly ease in the sight of an envious world. Calmly elate, on the cushion of advantage, he scanned the going and coming of lesser folk who could not buy at will of Solly Gumble. His fortune had gone to his head, as often it has overthrown the reason of the more mature indigent. It was thus his brother found him, and became instantly troubled at what seemed to be the insane glitter of his eyes. He engulfed an entire chocolate mouse from his sticky left hand, and with his right preferred the bag containing 2 of those, and 2 of those, and 1 of them. Merle accepted the boon silently. He was thrilled, yet distrustful. Until now, his had been the leading mind, but his power was gone. He resented this, yet was sensible that no resentment must be shown. His talent as a tactician was to be sorely tested. He gently tried out his talent. "Why, Nona says you ought to come home to dinner." The magnate replied as from another world. "I couldn't eat a mouthful," he said, and crowded a coconut cream into an oral cavity already distended by a chocolate mouse. "She says now you should save your money and buy some useful thing with it," again ventured the parasite. It was the sign of a nicely sensed acumen that he no longer called it our money. "Oh, gee, gosh," spluttered the rich one. and that was all. "What we going to have next?" demanded the wise one. "I'll have to think up something." He did not invite suggestions, and none were offered. Merle nicely sensed the arrogance of a newly rich. "I know," said the capitalist at length. "Candy and a lemon." "One for each?" "Of course." It was no time for petty economies. Solly Gumble parted with 2 lemons and 2 sticks of spirally striped candy of porous fabric. Then the moneyed gourmet dared a new flight. 2 more sticks, he commanded. "You suck 1 stick down, then you put another one in the same old lemon," he explained. "I must say," exclaimed Merle. It was a high moment, but he never used strong language. When the candy had been embedded in the lemons, they sauntered out to the street. Merle meekly in the rear, the mastermind still coerced by brute wealth. They paused before other shop windows, cheeks hollowed above the savory mechanism invented by Patricia Whipple. Down one side of River Street to its last shop, and up the other they progressed haltingly. At many of the windows the capitalist displayed interest only of the most academic character. At others he made sport of threats. Thus, before the jewelry shop of Rapp Brothers, he quite unnerved Merle by announcing that he could buy everything in that window if he wanted to. Necklaces and rings and pins and gold watches. And he might do this. If, say, he did buy that black marble clock with the prancing gold horse on it, would Merle take it home for him? He had no intention of buying this object. He'd never found clocks anything but a source of annoyance. But he toyed with the suggestion when he saw that it agitated his brother. Thereafter, at other windows, he willfully dismayed his brother by pretending to consider the purchase of objects in no sense desirable to anyone, such as boots, parasols, manicure sets, groceries, hardware. He played with the feel of his wealth, relishing the power it gave him over the moneyless. And then, purely to intensify this thrill of power, he actually purchased at the hardware shop and carelessly bestowed upon the mendicant brother an elaborate knife with 5 blades and a thing which the vendor said was to use in digging stones out of horses' feet. Merle was quite overcome by this gift, and neither of them suspected it to be the first step in the downfall of the capitalist. The latter, be it remembered, had bought and bestowed the knife that he might feel more acutely his power over this penniless brother, and this mean reward was abundantly his. Never before had he felt superior to the Merle twin. But the penalties of giving are manifold, and he now felt a novel glow of sheer beneficence. He was a victim to the craze for philanthropy. Too young to realize its insidious character, he was to embark upon a ruinous career. Ever it is the first step that costs. That carelessly given knife with something to dig stones out of a horse's foot was to wipe out ere night again shrouded Newbern Center, a fortune supposed to be as lasting as the eternal hills that encircled it. They again crossed River Street and stopped in front of the cut-rate pharmacy. The windows of his establishment offered little to entice, save the 2 mammoth chalices of green and crimson liquor. But these were believed to be of fabulous value. Even the cut-rate pharmacy itself could afford but 1 of each. Inside the door a soda fountain hissed provocatively. They took lemon and vanilla respectively, and the lordly purchaser did not take up his change from the wet marble until he had drained his glass. He had become preoccupied. He was mapping out a career of benevolence, splendid, glittering, ostentatious, ruinous. In a showcase near the soda fountain, his eye rested upon an object of striking beauty, a photograph album of scarlet plush with a silver clasp, and lest its purpose be misconstrued, the word album written purest silver across its front. Negotiations resulting in its sale were brief. The Merle twin was aghast, for the cost of this thing was $1.49. Even the buyer trembled when he counted out the price in small silver and coppers. But the result was a further uplift, raising him beyond the loudest call of caution. The album was placed in the ornate box, itself no mean bibelot, and wrapped in paper. "It's for Winona," the purchaser loftily explained to his white-faced brother. "I must say," exclaimed the latter, strongly moved. "I'm going to buy a beautiful present for everyone," added the now fatuous giver. Everyone! It was all Merle could manage, and even it caused him to gulp. "Everyone," repeated the hopeless addict. And even as he said it, he was snared again, this time by an immense advertising placard propped on the counter. It hymned the virtues of the Ajax Invigorator. To the left sagged a tormented male victim of many ailments meticulously catalogued below, but in too fine print for offhand reading by one in a hurry. The frame of the sufferer was bent, upheld by a cane, one hand poignantly resting on his back. The face was drawn with pain and despair. "For 20 years I suffered untold agonies," this person was made to confess in large print. It was heart-rending. But opposite the moribund wretch was a figure of rich health, erect, smartly dressed, with a full, smiling face and happy eyes. Surprisingly, this was none other than the sufferer. One could hardly have believed them the same, but so it was. "The Ajax Invigorator made a new man of me," continued the legend. There were further details which seemed negligible to the philanthropist, because the pictured hero of the Invigorator already suggested Judge Penniman, the ever-ailing father of Winona. The likeness was not wholly fanciful. True, the judge was not so abject as the first figure, but then he was not so obtrusively vigorous as the second. "A bottle of that," said Wilbur, and pointed to the card. The druggist thrust out a bottle already wrapped in a printed cover, and the price, as became a cut-rate pharmacy, proved to be 98 cents. A wish was now expressed that the advertising placard might also be taken, in order that Judge Penniman might see just what sort of new man the Invigorator would make of him. But this proved impracticable. The placard must remain where it stood for the behoof of other invalids. But there were smaller portraits of the same sufferer, it seemed, in the literature enclosing the bottle. It was the Merle twin who carried the purchases as they issued from the pharmacy. This was fitting, inevitable. The sodden philanthropist must have his hands free to spend more money. They rested again at the gumble counter, and now they were not alone. The acoustics of a small town are faultless, and the activities of this spendthrift had been noised abroad. To the twins, as two of those and one of them were being ordered, came 4 other boys to linger cordially by and assist in the selections. Hospitality was not gracefully avoidable. The 4 received candy cigars and became mere hangers-on of the rich, lost to all self-respect, fawning, falsely solicitous, brightly expectant. Chocolate mice were next distributed. The 4 guests were now so much of the party as to manifest quick hostility to a 5th boy, who had beamingly essayed to be numbered among them. They officiously snubbed and even covertly threatened this 5th boy, who nonetheless lingered very determinedly by the host, and was presently rewarded with sticky largesse, whereupon he was accepted by the 4 and himself became hostile to another aspirant. But mere candy began to cloy. Solly Gumble had opened the second box of chocolate mice. and the host even abandoned his reinforced lemon, which was promptly communized by the group. He tried to think of something to eat that wouldn't be candy, whereupon, mounted in his mind, the pyramid of watermelons a block down the street before the Bon Ton grocery. "We'll have a watermelon," he announced, in tones of quiet authority, and his cohorts gurgled applause. They pressed noisily about him as he went to the Bon Ton. They remembered a whale of a melon they'd seen there, and said they would bet he never had enough money to buy that one. Maybe he could buy a medium-sized one, but not that. All of them kept a repellent manner for any passing boy who might be selfishly moved to join them. The spendthrift let them babble, preserving a rather grim silence. The whale of a melon was indeed a noble growth, and its price was 35 cents. The announcement of this caused a solemn hush to fall upon the sycophants, a hush broken by the cool, masterful tones of their host. "I'll take her," he said, and paid the fearful price from a still weighty pocket. To the stoutest of the group went the honor of bearing off a lordly burden. They turned into a cool alley that led to the rear of the shops. Here, in comparative solitude, the whale of a melon could be consumed, and the function be unmarred by the presence of volunteer guests. "Open her," ordered the host, and the new knife was used to open her. She proved to be but half ripe, but her size was held to atone for this defect. A small, unripe melon would have been returned to the dealer with loud complaining, but it seemed to be held that you couldn't expect everything from one of this magnitude. It was devoured to the rind, after which the convives reclined luxuriously upon a mound of excelsior beside an empty crate. "Penny grabs!" cried the host, with a fresh inspiration, and they cheered him. One of the 5 volunteered to go for them, and the money-drunken host confided the price of 3 of them to him. The messenger honorably returned, the penny grabs were bisected with the new knife, and all of them but Merle smoked enjoyably. He, going back to his candy and lemon, admonished each and all that smoking would stunt their growth. It seemed not greatly to concern any of them. They believed Merle implicitly, but what cared they? Now the messenger, in buying the penny grabs, had gabbled wildly to another boy of the sensational expenditures underway, and this boy, though incredulous, now came to a point in the alley from which he could survey the fed group. The remains of the whale of a melon were there to convince him. They were trifling remains, but they sufficed, and the 6 fuming halves of penny grabs were confirmatory. The scout departed rapidly, to return a moment later with 2 other boys. One of the latter led a dog. The 3 newcomers, with a nice observance of etiquette, surveyed the revelers from a distance. Lacking decent provocation, they might not approach a group so plainly engaged upon affairs of its own, unless they went aggressively, and this it did not yet seem wise to do. The revelers became self-conscious under this scrutiny. They were moved to new displays of wealth. "I smelled 'em cooking bologna in the back room of Heyer's butcher shop," remarked the bringer of the penny grabs. "It smelled grand." The pliant host needed no more. He was tinder to such a spark. "Get a quarter's worth, Howard." And the slave bounded off, to return with a splendid rosy garland of the stuff, still warm and odorous. Again the new knife of Merle was used. The now widely diffused scent of bologna reached the 3 watchers, and appeared to madden one of them beyond any restraint of good manners. He sauntered toward them, pretending not to notice the banquet until he was upon it. He was a desperate-appearing fellow, dark, saturnine, with a face of sullen menace. "Give us a hunk," he demanded. He should have put it more gently. He should have condescended a little to the amenities. for his imperious tone at once dried a generous spring of philanthropy. He was to regret this lack of a mere superficial polish that would have cost him nothing. "Huh! Go buy it like we did," retorted the host crisply. "Is that so?" queried the newcomer with rising warmth. "Yes, that's so." "Who says it's so?" "I say it's so." This was seemingly futile. Seemingly it got them nowhere. But the newcomer again demanded, "Is that so?" They seemed to have followed a vicious circle. But in reality they were much farther along, for the mendicant had carelessly worked himself to a point where he could reach for the half-circle of bologna still undivided, and the treasure was now snatched from this fate by the watchful legal owner. "Hold that," he commanded one of his creatures, and rose quickly to his feet. "Is that so?" repeated the unimaginative newcomer. "Yes, that's so," affirmed the Wilbur twin once again. "I guess I got as much right here as you got." This was a shifty attempt to cloud the issue. No one had faintly questioned his right to be there. "Huh, gee gosh," snapped the Wilbur twin, feeling vaguely that this was irrelevant talk. "Think you own this whole town, don't you?" demanded the aggressor. "Huh, I guess I own it as much as what you do." The Wilbur twin knew perfectly that this was not the true issue, yet he felt compelled to accept it. "For 2 beans I'd punch you in the eye." "Oh, you would you?" Each of the disputants here took a step backward. "Yes, I would you?" This was a try at mockery. "Yes, you would not." "Yes, I would." "You're a big liar." The newcomer at this betrayed excessive rage. "What's that? You just say that again." He seemed unable to believe his shocked ears. "You heard what I said. You big liar, liar, liar." "You take that back." Here the newcomer flourished clenched fists and began to prance. The Wilbur twin crouched, but was otherwise motionless. The newcomer continued to prance alarmingly and to wield his arms as if against an invisible opponent. Secretly, he had no mind to combat. His real purpose became presently clear. It was to intimidate and confuse until he should be near enough the desired delicacy to snatch it and run. He was an excellent runner. His opponent perceived this, the evil glance of desire and intention under all the flourish of arms. Something had to be done. Without warning, he leaped upon the invader and bore him to earth. There he punched, jabbed, gouged, and scratched as they writhed together. A moment of this, and the prostrate foe was heard to scream with the utmost sincerity. The Wilbur twin was startled, but did not relax his hold. "You let me up from here," the foe was then heard to cry. The Wilbur twin watchfully rose from his mount, breathing heavily. He seized his cap and drew it tightly over disheveled locks. "I guess that'll teach you a good lesson," he warned when he had breath for it. The vanquished Hun got to his feet, one hand over an eye. He was abundantly blemished, and his nose bled. His sense of dignity had been outraged, and his head hurt. "You get the hell and go on out of here," shouted the Wilbur twin, quite as if he did own the town. "I must say, cursing and swearing," shrilled the Merle twin. But none heeded him. The repulsed enemy went slowly to the corner of the alley. Here he turned to recover a moment of dignity. "You just wait till I catch you out some day," he roared back, with gestures meant to terrify. But this was his last flash. He went on his way, one hand still to the blighted eye. Now it developed that the 2 boys who had waited the Hun had profited cunningly by the brawl. They had approached at its beginning. A fight was anybody's to watch. They had applauded its denouement with shrill and hearty cries, and they now felicitated the victor. "Ah, that old Todd McNeil thinks he can fight," said one, and laughed in harsh derision. I bet this kid could lick him any day in the week, observed his companion. This boy, it was now seen, led a dog on a rope, a half-grown dog that would one day be large. He was now heavily clad in silken wool of richly mixed colors, brown, yellow, and bluish-gray, and his eyes were still the pale blue of puppyhood. Both newcomers had learned the unwisdom of abrupt methods of approaching this wealthy group. They conducted themselves with modesty. They were polite, even servile, saying much in praise of the warrior twin. The one with the dog revealed genius for this sort of thing, and insisted on feeling the warrior's muscle. The flexed bicep appeared to leave him aghast at its hardness and immensity. He insisted that his companion should feel it too. "Have some bologna?" asked the warrior. He would doubtless have pressed bologna now on Todd McNeil had that social cull stayed by. "Oh," said the belated guests, surprised at the presence of bologna thereabouts. They uttered profuse thanks for sizable segments of a now diminished circle. It was then that the Wilbur twin took pleased notice of the dog. He was a responsive animal, grateful for notice from anyone. Receiving a morsel of the bologna, he instantly engulfed it and overwhelmed the giver with rough but hearty attentions. "Knows me already," said the now infatuated Wilbur. "Sure he does," agreed the calculating owner. "He's a smart dog. He's the smartest dog ever I see, and I seen a good many dogs around this town." "Have some more bologna," said Wilbur. "Thanks," said the dog owner, "just a mite." The dog, receiving another bit, gave further signs of knowing the donor. No cynic was present to intimate that the dog would instantly know any giver of bologna. "What's his name?" demanded Wilbur. The owner hesitated. He'd very casually acquired the dog but a few hours before. He now attached no value to him, and was minded to be rid of him, nor had the dog to his knowledge any name whatever. "His name is Frank," he said, his imagination being slow to start. "Here, Frank! Here, Frank!" called Wilbur, and the dog leaped for more bologna. "See, he knows his name all right," observed the owner pridefully. "I bet you couldn't sell him for anything," suggested Wilbur. "Sell good old Frank?" The owner was painfully shocked. "No, I couldn't hardly do that," he said more gently. "He's too valuable. My little sister just worships him." The other guests were bored at this hint of commerce. They had no wish to see good money spent for a dog that no one could eat. "He don't look to me like so much of a dog," remarked one of these. "He looks silly to me." The owner stared at the speaker unpleasantly. "Oh, he does he? I guess that shows what you know about dogs. If you knew so much about 'em like you say, I guess you'd know this kind always does look that way. It's the way they look," he floundered briefly, but recovered. "That's how you can tell 'em," he concluded. The Wilbur twin was further impressed, though he had not thought the dog looked silly at all. "I'll give you $25 for him," he declared bluntly. There was a sensation among the guests. Some of them made noises to show that they would regard this as a waste of money. But the owner was firm. "Huh! I bet they ain't money enough in this whole crowd to buy that dog, even if I was going to sell him." The wishful Wilbur jingled coins in both pockets. "I guess he wouldn't be much of a fighting dog," he said. "Fight!" exploded the owner. "You talk about fight! Say, that's all he is, just a fighter. He eats 'em alive, that's all he does. Eats 'em." This was for some of them not easy at once to believe, for the dog's expression was one of simpering amiability. The owner seemed to perceive this discrepancy. "He looks peaceful, but you get him mad once, that's all. He's that kind. You got to get him mad first." This sounded reasonable, at least to the dog's warmest admirer. "Yes, sir," continued the owner. "You'll be going along the street with George here?" "George who?" demanded a skeptical guest. For a moment the owner was disconcerted. "Well, Frank is his right name, only my little sister calls him George sometimes, and I get mixed. Anyway, you'll be going along the street with Frank, and another dog will come up, and he's afraid of Frank, and maybe he'll just kind of clear his throat or something on account of feeling nervous and not meaning anything. But Frank'll think he's growling, and that settles it. Eats 'em alive. I've seen some horrible sights, I want to tell you." "Give you 35 cents for him," said the impressed Wilbur. "For that there dog?" exploded the owner. 35 cents? He let it be seen that this jesting was in poor taste. "I guess he wouldn't be much of a watchdog." "Watchdog?
Say, that mutt watches all the time, day and night."
"You let a burglar come sneaking in, or a tramp or someone? Wow! Grabs him by the throat, that's all." 50 cents, cried the snared Cowan twin. Something told the owner this would be the last raise. "Let's see the money." He saw it, and the prodigy Frank, sometimes called George by the owner's little sister, had a new master. The Wilbur twin tingled through all his being when the end of the rope leash was placed in his hand. A tradesman now descried them from the rear door of his shop. He saw smoke from the relighted penny grabs and noted the mound of excelsior. "Hi there," he called harshly. "Beat it out of there. What do you want to do, set the whole town afire?" Of course, nothing of this sort had occurred to them, but only Merle answered very politely, "No, sir." The others merely moved off, holding the question silly. Wilbur Cowan stalked ahead with his purchase. "I hate just terrible to part with 'em," said the dog's late owner. "Come on to Solly Gumbel's," said Wilbur significantly. He must do something to heal this hurt. The mob followed gleefully. The Wilbur twin was hoping they would meet no other dog. He didn't want good old Frank to eat another dog right on the street. Back in Solly Gumbel's, he bought lavishly for his 8 guests. The guests were ideal. None of them spoke of having to leave early, though the day was drawing in. And none of the guests noted that the almost continuous stream of small coin flowing to the Gumbel till came now but from one pocket of the host. Yet hardly a guest but could eat from either hand as he chose. It was a scene of Babylonian profligacy. Even the late owner of Frank joined in the revel full-spiritedly, and it endured to a certain moment of icy realization suffered by the host. It came when Solly Gumbel, in the midst of much serving, bethought him of the blue jay. "I managed to save him for you," he told the Wilbur twin, and reached down the treasure. With a cloth he dusted the feathers and tenderly wiped the eyes. "A first-class animal for 50 cents, he said, and durable. He'll last a lifetime if you're careful of him. Keep him in the parlor just to be pretty." The munching revelers gathered about with interest. There seemed no limit to the daring of this prodigal. Then there came upon the Wilbur twin a moment of sinister calculation. A hand sank swiftly into a pocket and brought up a scant few nickels and pennies. Amid a thickening silence, he counted these remaining coins. Then in deadly tones he declared to Solly Gumbel, "I only got 48 cents left." "Oh my, I must say, spent all his money," shrilled the Merle twin, on a note of triumph that was yet bitter. "Spent all his money," echoed the shocked courtiers, and looked upon him coldly. Some of them withdrew across the store and in low tones pretended to discuss the merits of articles in another showcase. "I guess you couldn't let me have him for 48 cents, said the Wilbur twin hopelessly. Solly Gumbel removed his skullcap, fluffed his scanty ring of curls, and drew on the cap again. His manner was judicial, but not repellent. "Maybe I could, maybe I couldn't," he said. "You sure you ain't got 2 cents more in that other pocket, eh?" The Wilbur twin searched, but it was the most arid of formalities. "No, sir. I spent it all." "Spent all his money," remarked the dog seller, with a kind of pitying contempt, and drew off toward the door. 2 more of the courtiers followed, as unerringly as if trained in palaces. Solly Gumble bent above the counter. "Well now, you young man, you listen to me. You been a right good customer, treating all your little friends so grand. So I tell you straight,
You take that fine bite for 48 cents.
not to many would I come down, but to you, yes." Wilbur Cowan, overcome, mumbled his thanks. He was alone at the counter now, Merle having joined the withdrawn courtiers. "I'm a fair trader," said Solly Gumble. "I can take, I give. Here now." And amazingly he extended to the penniless wreck a large and golden orange, perhaps one of the largest oranges ever grown. The recipient was again overcome. He blushed as he thanked this open-handed tradesman. Then, with his blue jay, his orange, his dog, he turned away. Now he first became aware of a changed attitude of his late dependents. It did not distress him. It seemed wholly natural, this icy withdrawal of their fellowship. Why should they push about him any longer? He was instead rather concerned to defend his spendthrift courses. "Spent all his money," came a barbed jeer from the Merle twin. The ruined one stalked by him with dignity, having remembered a fine speech he had once heard his father make. "Oh, well," he said lightly, "easy come, easy go." The Merle twin still bore the album and the potent invigorator that was to make a new man of Judge Penniman. His impoverished brother carried the blue jay, looking alert and lifelike in the open, the mammoth orange, gift from Mrs. Penniman, he had nearly forgotten her, and tenderly he led the dog Frank. Not to have all his money again, would he have parted with his treasures and the memory of supreme delights. Not for all his squandered fortune would he have bartered Frank the dog. Frank capered at his side, ever and again looking up brightly at his new master. Never had so much attention been shown him. Never before had he been confined by a leash, as if he were a desirable dog. Opposite the mansion house, Newburn's chief hotel, Frank gave a signal proof of his intelligence. From across River Street he had been espied by Boodles, the mansion house dog, a creature of dusty pinkish white, of short neck and wide jaws, of a clouded but still definite bull ancestry. Boodles was a dog about town, wearing many scars of combat, a swashbuckler of a dog, rough-mannered, raffish, if not actually quarrelsome, at least highly sensitive where his honor was concerned. He made it a point to know every dog in town, and as he rose from a sitting posture, where he'd been taking the air before his inn, it could be observed that Frank was new to him, certainly new and perhaps objectionable. He stepped lightly halfway across the now empty street and stopped for a further look. He seemed to be saying, "Maybe it ain't a dog after all." But the closer look and a lifted nose wrinkling into the breeze set him right. He left for a still closer look at what was unquestionably a dog. The Wilbur twin became concerned for Boodles. He regarded him highly, but he knew that Boodles was a fighter, and Frank ate them up. He commanded Boodles to go back, but though he'd slowed his pace and now halted a dozen feet from Frank, the cannibal, Boodles showed that he was not going back until he'd had some better reason. Violence of the cruelest sort seemed forward, but perhaps Frank might be won from his loathly practice. "You, Frank, be quiet, sir," ordered Wilbur, though Frank had not been unquiet. "Be still, sir," he added, and threatened his pet with an open palm. But Frank had attention only for Boodles, who now approached, little reckoning his fate. The clash was at hand. "Be still, sir," again commanded Wilbur in anguished tones. Whereupon the obedient Frank tumbled to lie upon his back, 4 limp legs in the air, turning his head to simper up at Boodles, who stood inquiringly above him. Boodles then sniffed in amiable contempt and ran back to his hotel. Frank strained at his leash to follow. His proud owner thought there could be few dogs in all the world so biddable as this. The twins went on. Merle was watching his chance to recover that spiritual supremacy over the other that had been his until the accident of wealth had wrenched it from him. "You'll catch it for keeping us out so late," he warned, "and cursing and fighting and spending all your money." The other scarce heard him. He walked through shining clouds far above an earth where one catches it. This ends Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 3. The Penniman house, white with green blinds, is set back from the maple and elm-shaded street, guarded by a white picket fence. Between the house and gate a green lawn was crossed by a gravelled walk, with borders of phlox. Beyond the borders on either side were flowering shrubs, and at equal distances from the walk, circular beds of scarlet tulips and yellow daffodils. Detached from the Penniman house, but still in the same yard, was a smaller one-storied house, also white with green blinds, tenanted by Dave Cowan and his twins, who, in Newbern vernacular, mealed with Mrs. Penniman. It had been the Cowan home when Dave married the Penniman cousin who had borne the twins. There was a path worn in the grass between the two houses. On the Penniman front porch, the judge was throned in a wicker chair. He was a nobly fronted old gentleman, with imposing head, bald at the top, but tastefully hung with pale, fluffy side curls. His face was wide and full, smoothly shaven, his cheeks pink, his eyes a pure, pale blue. He was clad in a rumpled linen suit, the trousers of which were drawn well up his plump legs above white socks and low black shoes, broad and loose-fitting. As the shadows had lengthened and the day cooled, he abandoned the palm-leaf fan he'd been languidly waving. His face at the moment glowed with animation, for he played over the deciding game in that day's match at checkers, by which, at the harness shop, he had vanquished an acclaimed rival from over Higston way. The fellow had been skilled beyond the average, but supremacy was still with the Newbern champion. So absorbed was he, achieving again that last bit of strategy by which he had gained the place to capture 2 men and reach the enemy's king row, that his soft-stepping daughter, who'd come from the house, had to address him twice. "Have you had a good day, Father?" The judge was momentarily confused. He had to recall that his invalidism, not his checker prowess, was in question. He regained his presence of mind. He coughed feebly, reaching a hand tenderly back to a point between his shoulder blades. "Not one of my real bad days, Winona. I can't really say I've suffered. Stuff that other cushion in back of me, will you? I got a new pain kind of in this left shoulder. Neuralgia, maybe. But my sciatica ain't troubled me. Not too much." Winona adjusted the cushion. "You're so patient, Father." "I try to be, Winona," which was simple truth. A sufferer for years, debarred by obscure ailments from active participation in our industrial strife, the judge, often for days at a time, would not complain unless pressed to, quite as if he had forgotten his pains. The best doctors disagreed about his case, none of them able to say precisely what his maladies were. True, one city doctor, a visiting friend of the Penniman's family physician, had once gone carefully over him, punching, prodding, listening, to announce that nothing ailed the invalid, which showed, as the judge had said to his face, that he was nothing but an impudent young squirt. He had never revealed this parody of a diagnosis to his anxious family, who always believed the city doctor had found something deadly that might at any time carry off the patient sufferer. The judge was also bitter about Christian Science and could easily be led to expose its falsity. He would wittily say it wasn't Christian and wasn't science, merely the chuckle-headedness of a lot of women. This because a local adept of the cult had told him, and, what was worse, told Mrs. Penniman and Winona, that if he didn't quit thinking he was an invalid pretty soon, he would really have something the matter with him. And he had incurred another offensive diagnosis. Old Doc Purdy, the medical examiner, whose sworn testimony had years before procured the judge's pension as a Civil War veteran, became brutal about it. Said Purdy, "I had to think up some things that would get the old cuss's money, and dummed if he didn't take it all serious and think he did have 'em." The judge had been obliged to abandon all thoughts of a career. Years before he'd been Newbern's Justice of the Peace, until a gang of political tricksters defeated the sovereign will of the people. And perhaps he would again have accepted political honors, but none had been offered him. Still, the family was prosperous, for in addition to the pension, Mrs. Penniman kept a neat card in one of the front windows promising plain and fancy dressmaking done here, and Winona now taught school. Having adjusted the cushion, Winona paused before the cage of a parrot on a stand at the end of the porch. The bird sidled over to her on stiff legs, cocked upon her a leering yellow eye, and said in wheedling tones, "Pretty girl, pretty girl." But then it harshly screeched. This laughter was discordant, cynical, derisive, as if the bird relished a tasteless jest. Winona went to the hammock and resumed an open book. Its title was Matthew Arnold, How to Know Him. She was getting up in Matthew Arnold for a paper. Winona at 20 was old before she should have been. She was small and dark, with a thin nose and pinched features. Her dark hair, wound close to her small head, was pretty enough, and her dark eyes were good, but she seemed to carry almost the years of her mother. She was an earnest girl, severe in thought, concerned about her culture, seeking to subdue a nature which she profoundly distrusted to an ideal she would have described as one of elegance and refinement. The dress she wore was one of her best, for an exemplary young man would call that evening, bringing his choice silver flute, upon which he would play justly, if not brilliantly, to Winona's piano accompaniment. But it was dull of tint, one of her mother's plain, not fancy creations. Still, Winona felt it was daring, because the collar was low and sported a fichu of lace. This troubled her, even as she renewed the earnest effort to know Matthew Arnold. She doubtfully fingered at her throat a tiny chain that supported a tiny pendant. She slipped the thing under the neck of her waist. She feared that with her low neck, she thought of it as low, the bauble would be flashy. Mrs. Penniman came from the kitchen and sat on the porch steps. She was much like Winona, except that certain professional touches of color at waist, neck, and wrists made her appear, in spirit at least, the younger woman. There were times when Winona suffered herself to doubt her mother's seriousness, times when the woman appeared a slave to levity. She would laugh at things Winona considered no laughing matters, and her sympathy with her ailing husband had come to be callous and matter-of-fact, almost perfunctory. She longed, moreover, to do fancy dressmaking for her child, and there was the matter of the silk stockings. The Christmas before, the two downright Dave Cowan, in a low spirit of banter, had gifted Winona with these. They were of tan silk, and David challenged her to wear them for the good of her soul. Winona had been quite unpleasantly shocked at Dave's indelicacy, but her mother had been frivolous throughout the affair. Her mother said, too, that she would like to wear silk stockings at all times. But Winona, she spoke of the gift as hose, put the sinister things away at the bottom of her third bureau drawer. Once, indeed, she nearly nerved herself to a public appearance in them, knowing that perfectly good women often did this. That had been the day she was to read her paper on early Greek sculpture at the Entre Nous Club. She'd put them on with her new tan pumps, but the effect had been too daring. She felt the ogling eyes. The stockings had gone back to the third bureau drawer, to the bottom, and never had her ankles flashed a silken challenge to a public that might misunderstand. Yet, and this it was that was making Winona old before her time, always in her secret heart of hearts, she did long abjectly to wear silk stockings, all manner of sinful silken trifles. Evil yearnings like this would sweep her, but she took them to be fruits of a natural depravity that good women must fight. Thus far she had triumphed. Mrs. Penniman now wielded the palm-leaf fan. She eyed her husband with an almost hardened glance, then ran a professional eye over the lines of Winona. Her head moved with quick little bird-like turnings. Her dark hair was less orderly than Winona's, and, from her kitchen work, 2 spots of color burned high on her cheeks. "Your locket slipped inside your waist," she said, not dreaming that Winona had, in shame, brought this about. Winona, who would have been shamed again to explain this, withdrew the bauble. The fond mother now observed the book above which her daughter bent, twisting her neck to follow the title. "Is it interesting?" she asked, and then, "The Way to Know a Man. Cook for him." Her daughter winced, suffering a swift picture of her too-light mother cooking for Mr. Arnold. "I should think you'd pick out a good novel to read," went on her mother. "That last one I got from the library, it's about a beautiful woman that counted the world well lost for love." Winona murmured indistinctly. "She didn't stop at anything," added the mother brightly. "Oh, Mother." "I don't care. The Reverend Mallet himself said that novels should be read for an understanding of life. Even novels with a wholesome sex interest. The very words he said." "Mother, Mother," protested Winona, with a quick glance at her father. She doubted if any sex interest could be wholesome, and surely with both sexes present the less said about such things the better. To her relief, the perilous topic was abandoned. "I suppose you both heard the big news today." Mrs. Penniman spoke ingenuously, but it was downright lying, no less. She supposed they had not heard the big news. She was certain they had not. Winona was attentive. Her mother's business of plain and fancy dressmaking did not a little to make the acoustics of Newbern superior. From her clients she gleaned the freshest chronicles of Newbern's social life, many being such as one might safely repeat. Many more, Winona comfortably recalled, the sort no good woman could let go any further. She hoped the imminent disclosure would not be of the latter class. Yet suddenly she wished to hear it even if it were. She affected to turn with reluctance from her budding acquaintanceship with Matthew Arnold. "It's the twins," began her mother with a look of pleased horror. "You couldn't guess in all day what they've been up to. "You may be sure Wilbur was the one to blame," put in Winona, quick to defend the one most responsive to her lessons in faith, morals, etiquette. "Ought to be soundly trounced," declared the judge. "That's what I always say." "This is the worst yet," continued Mrs. Penniman. She liked the suspense she had created. With an unerring gift for oral narrative, she toyed with this. She must first tell how she got it. "You know that Georgette waist Mrs. Ed Seaver's having?" "Have they done something awful?" Winona demanded. "I perfectly well know it wasn't Merle's fault." "Well, Mrs. Seaver came in about 4 o'clock for her final fitting, and what do you think?" "For mercy's sake," pleaded Winona. "And Ed Seaver had been to the barber shop to have his hair cut. He always gets it cut the 15th of each month. Well, he found out all about it from Don Paley, that they'd had to send for it to come to the Whipple new place to cut it neatly off after the way it'd been sawed off rough. And she told me word for word. Well, it's unbelievable, and everyone's saying something ought to be done about it. You just never would be able to guess." Winona snapped shut the volume so rich in promise, and leaned forward to face her mother desperately. Mrs. Penniman here coughed in a refined and artificial manner as a final preliminary. The parrot instantly coughed in the same manner, and, seeming to like it, again became Mrs. Penniman in a series of mild, throaty preliminary coughs, as if it would presently begin to tell something almost too good. The real tale had to be suspended again for this. "Well," resumed Mrs. Penniman, feeling that the last value had been extracted from mere suspense. "Anyway, it seems that this morning poor little Patricia Whipple was going by the old graveyard, and the twins jumped out and knocked her down and dragged her in there away from the road and simply tore every stitch of clothes off her back and made her dress up in Wilbur's clothes." "There!" gasped the horrified Winona. "Didn't I say it would be Wilbur?" "And then what did they do but cut off her braid with a knife?" "Wilbur's knife. Merle hasn't any. And the Lord knows what the little fiends would have done next. But Juliana Whipple happened to be passing and heard the poor child's screams and took her away from them." "That dreadful, dreadful Wilbur!" cried Winona. "Reform school," spoke the judge, as if he uttered it from the bench. "But something queer," went on Mrs. Penniman. "Juliana took the twins home in the pony cart, with Wilbur wearing Patricia's dress. It's a plaid gingham I made myself. And someone gave him a lot of money and let him go. And they didn't give Merle any because Ed Seaver saw them on River Street and Wilbur had it all. And what did Patricia Whipple say to Don Paley but that she was going to have one of the twins for her brother, because no one else would get her a brother, and so she must. But what would she want one of those little cutthroats for? That's what puzzles me." "Merle is not a cutthroat," said Winona with tightening lips. "He never will be a cutthroat." She left all manner of permissible suspicions about his brother. "Well, it just beat me," confessed her mother. "Maybe they've been reading Wild West stories." "Wilbur, perhaps," insisted Winona. "Merle is already very choice in his reading." "A puzzle, anyway. Why, there they come." And the manner of their coming brought more bewilderment to the house of Penniman, for the criminal Wilbur did not come shamed and slinking, but with rather an uplift. Behind him gloomily trod the Merle twin. Even at a distance he was disapproving, accusatory, put upon. It was to be seen that he washed his hands of the evil. "Whatever in the world," began Mrs. Penniman, for Wilbur in the hollow of his arm bore a forked branch upon which seemed to perch in all confidence a free bird of the wilds. "A stuffed bird," said the peering Winona, and dispelled this illusion. The twins entered the gate. Midway up the graveled walk, Wilbur Cowan began a gurgling oration. "I bet nobody can guess what I brought. Yes, sir, a beautiful present for everyone that will make a new man of poor old Judge Penniman, and this lovely orange, that's for Mrs. Penniman, and I bet Winona can't guess what's wrapped up in this box for her. It's the most beautiful album and this first-class animal for my father, and it'll last a lifetime if he takes care of it good, and I got me a dog to watch the house." Breathless, he paused. "Spent all his money," intoned Merle, "and he bought me this knife, too." He displayed it, but merely as a count in the indictment for criminal extravagance. He'd gone to the hammock to sit by Winona. He needed her. He'd been too long unconsidered. The sputtering gift-bringer bestowed the orange upon Mrs. Penniman, the album upon Winona, and the invigorator upon the now embarrassed judge. "Thank you, Wilbur, dear." Mrs. Penniman was first to recover her poise. "Thanks ever so much," echoed Winona doubtfully. She must first know that he had come by this money righteously. The judge adjusted spectacles to read the label on his gift. "Thank you, my boy. The stuff may give me temporary relief." He had felt affronted that anyone could suppose one bottle of anything would make a new man of him, and, inconsistently enough, affronted that anyone should suppose he needed to be made a new man of. He had not liked the phrase at all. "And now, perhaps, you will tell us," began Winona, her lips again tightening. But the Wilbur twin could not yet be brought down to mere history. "This is an awful fighting dog," he was saying. "He's called Frank, and he eats them up. Yes, sir, he nearly ate up that old Boodle's dog just now. He would have if I hadn't stopped him. He minds awful well." "Spent all our money," declaimed Merle in a public school voice, using "our" for the first time since his defeat of the morning. Certain of Winona's support, it had again become their money. "And cursing, swearing, fighting, smoking." "Oh, Wilbur!" exclaimed the shocked Winona. Yet there was dismay more than rebuke in her tone. She brought the album to view. "If you've been a bad boy, perhaps I should not accept this lovely gift from you. Remember, we don't yet know how you obtained all this money." "Oh, I earned that money good. That old fat Mr. Whipples said I earned it good. He said he wouldn't have done what I done." "Did, dear. Wouldn't have did what I did for twice the money." "And what was it you did?" Winona spoke gently, as a friend. But Wilbur rubbed one bare foot against and over the other. He was not going to tell that shameful thing, even to these people. "Oh, I didn't do much of anything," he muttered. "But what was it?" The judge interrupted. "It says half a wine-glass full before meals. Daughter, will you bring me the wine-glass?" The Pennimans kept a wine-glass. The judge found a corkscrew attached to the bottle and sipped his draught under the absorbed regard of the group. "It feels like it might give some temporary relief," he admitted, savoring the last drops. "You go right down to the drugstore and look at that picture. You'll see then what it'll do for you," urged the donor. "What else did the Whipples say to you?" wheedled Winona. The Wilbur twin again hung, embarrassed. Well, there's a cruel stepmother, but now she wasn't cruel to me. She said I was a nice boy and gave me back my pants." "Gave you back?" Winona enacted surprise. "I had to have my pants, didn't I? I couldn't go out without any, could I? And she took me to a pantry and gave me a big hunk of cake with raisins in it, and a big slice of apple pie, and a big glass of milk. I must say, and she never gave me a thing." Merle's bitterness grew. "And she kissed me twice and said I was a nice boy." You already said that, reminded the injured brother. And she didn't act cruel to me once, even if she is a stepmother. But how did you come to be without your... Wilbur was again reprieved from her grilling. The Penniman cat, Mouser, a tawny tigerish beast, had leaped to the porch. With set eyes and quivering tail it advanced crouchingly, one slow step at a time, noiseless, sinister. Only when poised for its final spring upon the helpless prey was it seen that Mouser stalked the blue jay on its perch. Wilbur, with a cry of alarm, snatched the treasure from peril. Mouser leaped to the porch railing to lick her lips in an evil manner. "You will you?" Wilbur stormed at her. Yet he was pleased, too, for Mouser's attempt was testimony to the bird's merit. "She thought it was real," he said proudly. "But how did you come to have your clothes?" began Winona sweetly once more, and again the twin was saved from shuffling answers. The dog, Frank, sniffing up timidly at Mouser on the porch rail, displeased her. From her perch she leaned down to curse him hissingly, with arched back and swollen tail, a potent forearm with drawn claws curving forward in menace. "You will you?" demanded Wilbur again, freeing his legs from the leash in which the dismayed dog had entwined them. Frank now fell on his back with limp paws in air, and simpered girlishly up at his envenomed critic on the railing. "We got to keep that old cat out of the way. He eats 'em up, that's all he does, eats 'em. It's a good thing I was here to make him mind me." "But how did you come to have your clothes?" resumed Winona. This time it was Dave Cowan who thwarted her with a blithe hail from the gate. Winona gave it up. Merle had been striving to tell her what she wished to know. Later she would let him. Dave swaggered up the walk, a gay and gallant figure in his blue cutaway coat. His waistcoat of most legible plaid fit ground for the watch chain of heavy golden links. He wore a derby hat and a fuming calabash pipe, removing both for a courtly bow to the ladies. His yellow hair had been plastered low on his brow, to be swept back each side of the part in a gracious curve. His thick yellow mustache curled jauntily upward to show white teeth as he smiled. At first glance he was smartly apparelled, but below the waist Dave always diminished rapidly in elegance. His trousers were of another pattern from the coat, not too accurate of fit, and could have been pressed to advantage, while the once superb yellow shoes were tarnished and sadly worn. The man was richly and variously scented. There were the basic and permanent aromas of printer's ink and pipe tobacco. Above these, like a mist, were the rare unguents lately applied by Don Pearly, the barber, and a spicy odor of strong drink. As was not unusual on a Saturday night, Dave would have passed some relaxing moments at the liquor saloon of Herman Vielhaber. "I hope I see you well, Duchess." This was from Mrs. Penniman, and caused her to bridle, as she fancied a saluted duchess might. It was the humour of Dave to suppose this lady a peeress of the old regime, one who'd led far too gay a life and, come now to a dishonoured old age, was yet cynical and unrepentant. Winona also he affected to believe an ornament of the old noblesse, a creature of maddening beauty but without heart, so that despairing suitors slew themselves for her. His debased fancy would at times further have it that Judge Penniman was Louis XVIII, though at this moment, observing that the ladies were preoccupied with one of his sons, he paused by the invalid and expertly from a corner of his mouth whispered the coarse words, "Hello, old flapdoodle." From some remnant of sex loyalty, he would not address the sufferer thus when his womenfolk could overhear, but the judge could never be sure of the jester's discretion. Besides, Dave was from day to day earnestly tutoring the parrot to say the base words, and the judge knew that Polly, once master of them, would use no discretion whatever. He glared at Dave Cowan in hearty but silent rage. Dave turned from him to kneel at the feet of Winona. "A book of verses underneath the bough," he began. Winona shuddered. She knew what was coming. Dreadful, licentious stuff from a so-called poet. Far, far different from dear Tennyson, thought Winona, who sang the joys of profligacy. Winona turned from the recitationist. "What? Repulsed again? Ah, well, there's always the river. Duchess, bear witness, 'twas her coldness drove me to the rash act, she with her beauty that maddens all beholders." Winona was shocked, yet not unpleasantly, at these monstrous implications. She dreaded to have him begin, and yet she would have him. She tried to sign to him now that matters were to the fore too grave for clumsy fooling, but he only took the book from her hand to read its title. "Matthew Arnold, How to Know Him," he read. Ah, yes, but is he worth knowing?" "Oh!" exclaimed Winona, wincing. "No respect for God or man," mumbled the judge, meaning that a creature capable of calling him old flapdoodle could be expected to ask if Matthew Arnold were worth knowing. The Wilbur twin here thrust the blue jay upon his father with cordial words. Dave professed to be entranced with the gift. It appeared that he had always longed for a stuffed blue jay. He curled a finger to it and called, "Tweet, tweet," a bit of comedy poignantly relished by the donor of the bird. His father now ceremoniously conducted Mrs. Penniman to what he spoke of as the banqueting hall. He made almost a minuet of their progress. Under one arm he carried his bird to place it on the table, where later during the meal he would convulse the Wilbur twin by affecting to feed it bits of bread. Winona still hungered for details of a day's tragedy, but Dave must talk of other things. He talked far too much, the judge believed. He had just made the invalid uncomfortable by disclosing that the Ajax Invigorator had an alcoholic content of at least 55%. He said that, for this reason, it would afford temporary relief to almost anyone. He added that it would be cheap stuff and harmful, and that if a man wished to drink, he ought to go straight to Feelhaber's, where they kept an excellent line of Ajax Invigorators and sold them under their right names. The judge said, "Stuff and nonsense," to this, but the ladies believed, for despite his levity, Dave Cowan knew things. He read books and saw the world. Only the Wilbur twins still had faith in the Invigorator. He'd seen the picture. You couldn't get round that picture. Having made the judge uncomfortable, Dave rendered Winona so by a brief lecture upon organic evolution, with the blue jay as his text. He said it had taken 450 million years for man to progress thus far from the blue jay stage. If you could call it progress, the superiority of man's brain to the jay's being still inconsiderable. Winona was uncomfortable, because she'd never been able to persuade herself that we had come up from the animals, and in any event it was not talk for the ears of innocent children. She was relieved when the speaker strayed into the comparatively blameless field of astronomy, telling of suns so vast that our own sun became to them but a pinpoint of light, and of other worlds out in space peopled with beings like Mrs. Penniman and Winona and the judge, though even here Winona felt that the lecturer was too daring. The Bible said nothing about these other worlds out in space. But then Dave had once in the post office argued against religion itself in the most daring manner with none other than the Reverend Mallet. It was not until the meal ended and they were again on the porch in the summer dusk that Winona made any progress in her criminal investigations. There, while Dave Cowan played his guitar and sang sentimental ballads to Mrs. Penniman, these being among the supposed infirmities of the profligate Duchess, Winona drew the twins aside and managed to gain a blurred impression of a day's tremendous events. She never did have the thing clearly. The Merle twin was eager to tell too much, the other determined to tell too little. But the affair had plainly been less nefarious than reported by Don Pearly to Ed Seaver. The twins persisted in ignoring the social aspects of their adventure. To them, it was a thing of pure finance. Winona had to give it up at last, for Lyman Teaford came with his flute in its black case. Dave Cowan finished In the Gloaming brazenly, though it was not thought music by either Lyman or Winona, who would presently dash into the Poet and Peasant overture. The twins begged to be let to see Lyman assemble his flute, and Dave overlooked the process with them. Lyman deftly joined the various sections of shining metal. "He looks like a plumber," said Dave. The twins giggled, but Winona frowned. "No respect for God or man," mumbled the judge from his wicker chair. This ends Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4. In the Penniman home it was not merely Sunday morning, it was Sabbath morning. Throughout the house a subdued bustling, decorous and solemn, a hushed religious hurry of preparation for church. In the bathroom, Judge Penniman shaved his marbled countenance with tender solicitude, fitting himself to adorn a sanctuary. In other rooms, Mrs. Penniman and Winona arrayed themselves in choice raiment for behoof of the godly. In each were hurried steppings as from closet to mirror, shrill whisperings of silken drapery as it fell into place. In the parlor, the Merle twins sat reading an instructive book. With unfailing rectitude he had been the first to don Sabbath garments, and now lacked merely his shoes, which were being burnished by his brother in the more informal atmosphere of the woodshed, to which the Sabbath strain of preparation did not penetrate. It was the Wilbur twins' weekly task to do the shoes of himself and brother and those of the judge. No one could have told precisely why the task fell to him, and he never thought to question. The thing simply was. Probably Winona, asked to wrestle with the problem, would have urged that Merle was always the first one dressed, and should not be expected to submit his Sunday suit to the hazards of this toil. She would have added, perhaps, that anyway it was more suitable work for Wilbur, the latter being of a rougher spiritual texture. Also, Merle could be trusted to behave himself in the Penniman parlor, not touching the many bibelots there displayed, or disarranging the furniture, while the Wilbur twin would not only touch and disarrange, but pry into, and handle, and climb, and altogether demoralize. In all the parlor there was but one object for which he had a seemly respect, the vast painting of a recumbent lion behind bars. It was not an ordinary picture, such as may be seen in galleries, for the bars guarding the fierce beast were real bars set into the frame, a splendid conceit that the Wilbur twin never tired of regarding. If you were alone in the sacred room, you could go right up to the frame and feel the actual bars and put your hand thrillingly through them to touch the painted king of the jungle. But the Merle twin could sit alone in the presence of this prized art treasure and never think of touching it. He would sit quietly and read his instructive book and not occasion the absent Winona any anxiety. Wherefore the Wilbur twin each Sabbath morning in the woodshed polished 3 pairs of shoes, and not uncheerfully. He would, in truth, much rather be there at his task than compelled to sit in the parlor with his brother present to tell if he put inquiring fingers into the lion's cage. He'd finished the shoes of his brother and himself, not taking too much pains about the heels, and now labored at the more considerable footgear of the judge. The judge's shoes were not only broad, but of a surface abounding in hills and valleys, As Dave Cowan said, the judge's feet were lumpy. But the Wilbur twin was conscientious here, and the judge's heels would be as resplendent as the undulating toes. The task had been appreciably delayed by Frank the dog, who, with a quaint relish for shoe-blacking, had licked a superb polish from one shoe while the other was under treatment. His new owner did not rebuke him. He conceived that Frank had intelligently wished to aid in the work, and applauded him even while securing the shine shoes from his further assistants. But one pagan marred this chastened Sabbath harmony of preparation. In the little house, Dave Cowan lolled lordly in a disordered bed, smoked his calabash pipe beside a disordered breakfast tray, fetched him by the Wilbur twin, and luxuriated in the merely Sunday, and not Sabbath, edition of a city paper shrieking with black headlines and spectacular with colored pictures. A pleasing record of crimes and disasters and secrets of the boudoir, the festal diversions of the opulent, the minor secrets of astronomy, woman's attire, baseball, high art, and facial creams. As a high priest of the most liberal of all arts, Dave scanned the noisy pages with a cynical and professional eye, knowing that none of the stuff had acquired any dignity or power to coerce human belief until mere typesetters like himself had crystallized it. Not for Dave Cowan was the printed word of sacred authority. He had set up too much copy. But he was pleased, nevertheless, thus to while and doze away a beautiful Sabbath morning that other people made rather a trial of. Having finished the last of the judge's shoes, the Wilbur twin took them and the shoes of Merle to their owners, then hastened with his own to the little house where he must dress in his own Sunday clothes, wash his hands with due care — they would be doubtingly inspected by Winona — and put soap on his hair to make it lie down. Merle's hair would lie politely as combed, but his own hair owned no master but soap. Lacking this, it stood out and up in wicked disorder, like the hair of a rowdy, Winona said. The rebellious stuff was at last plastered deceitfully to his skull, as if a mere brush had smoothed it, and with a final survey, to assure himself that he'd forgotten none of those niceties of a toilet that Winona would insist upon, he took his new straw hat and went again to the Penniman house. For the moment he was in flawless order, as neat, as compactly and accurately accoutred as the Merle twin, to whom this effect came without effort. But it would be so only for a few fleeting moments. He mournfully knew this, and so did Winona. Within 5 blocks from home, and still 5 blocks from the edifice of worship, while Merle appeared as one born to Sunday clothes and shine shoes and a new hat, the Wilbur twin would be one to whom Sabbath finery was exotic and unwelcome. The flawless luster of his shoes would be dulled, even though he walked sedately the safe sidewalk. His broad collar and blue polka-dotted cravat would be awry, one stocking would be down, his jacket yawning, all his magnificence seeming unconquerably alien. Winona did him the justice to recognize that this disarray was due to no willfulness of its victim. He was helpless against the malign current of his being. He held himself stiff in the parlor until the Pennimans came rustling down the stairway. He could exult in a long look at the benignant lion back of real bars. But, of course, he could not now reach up to touch the bars. It would do something to his clothes, even if the watchful and upright Merle had not been there to report a transgression of the rules. Merle also stood waiting, his hat nicely in one hand. The judge descended the stairs, monumental in black frock coat, gray trousers, and belately polished shoes that were like shining relief maps of a hill country. He carried a lustrous silk hat, which he now paused to make more lustrous, his fingers clutching the sleeve of his coat and pulling it down to make a brush. The hat was the only item of the judge's regal attire of which the Wilbur twin was honestly envious. It was so beautiful, so splendid, so remote. He'd never even dared to touch it. He could have been left alone in the room with it and still would have surveyed it in all respect from a proper distance. Mrs. Penniman came next, rustling in black silk and under a flowered hat that Winona secretly felt to be quite too girlish. Then Winona from the door of her room above called to the twins, and they ascended the stairway for a last rite before the start for church, the bestowal of perfume upon each. Winona stood in the door of her room, as each Sunday she stood at this crisis, the cut-glass perfume bottle in hand. The twins solemnly approached her, and upon the white handkerchief of each she briefly inverted the bottle. The scent enveloped them delectably as the handkerchiefs were replaced in the upper left pockets, folded corners protruding correctly. As Wilbur turned away, Winona swiftly moistened a fingertip in the precious stuff and drew it across the pale brow of Merle. It was a furtive tribute to his inherent social superiority. Winona, in her own silk, not black, but hardly less severe, and in a hat less girlish than her mother's, rustled down the stairs after them. Speech was brief and low-toned among the elders, as befitted the high moment. The twins were solemnly silent. Amid the funereal gloom, broken only by a hushed word or two from Winona or her mother, the judge completed his fond stroking of the luminous hat, raised it slowly, and with both hands adjusted it to his pale curls. Then he took up his gold-headed ebony cane and stepped from the dusk of the parlor into the light of day, walking uprightly in the pride of fine raiment and conscious dignity. Mrs. Penniman walked at his side, not unconscious herself of the impressive mien of her consort. Followed Winona and Merle, the latter bearing her hymn-book, and at some pains keeping step with his companion. Behind them trailed the Wilbur twin, resolving, as was his weekly rule, to keep himself neat through church and Sunday school. Yet, knowing in his heart it could not be done, already he could feel his hair stiffening as the coating of soap dried upon it. Pretty soon the shining surface would crack and disorder ensue. What was the use? As he walked carefully now, he inhaled rich scent from the group, Winona's perfume combining but somehow not blending with the pungent, almost vivid aroma of mothballs from the judge's frock coat. They met or passed other family groups, stiffly armored for the weekly penance to a bewildering puzzle of mortality. Ceremonious greetings were exchanged with these. The day was bright, and the world all fair, but there could be no levity, no social small talk while this grim business was on. They reached the white house of worship, impressive under its heaven-pointing steeple, and passed within its portals, stepping softly to the accompaniment of those silken whisperings, with now and again the high squeak of new boots whose wearers, profaning the stillness, would appear self-conscious and annoyed, though as if silently protesting that they were blameless. Thus began an hour of acute mental distress for the Wilbur twin. He sat tightly between Mrs. Penniman and the judge. There was no free movement possible. He couldn't even juggle one foot backward and forward without correction. The nervous energy thus suppressed rushed to all the surface of his body and made his skin tingle maddeningly. He felt each hair on his head as it broke away from the confining soap. Something was inside his collar, and he couldn't reach for it. There was a poignant itching between his shoulder blades, and this could receive no proper treatment. He boiled with dumb, helpless rage, having to fight this wicked unrest. He never doubted its wickedness, and considered himself forever shut out from those rewards that would fall to the righteous, who loved church and could sit still there without jiggling or writhing or twisting or scratching. He was a little diverted from his tortures by the arrival of the Whipples. From the Penniman pew he could glance across to a side pew and observe a line of repeated Whipple noses, upon which for some moments he was enabled to speculate forgetfully. Once, years ago it seemed to him, he'd heard talk of the Whipple nose. This one had the Whipple nose, or that one did not have the Whipple nose, and it had then been his understanding that the Whipple family possessed but one nose in common. Sometimes one Whipple had it, then another Whipple would have it. At the time this had seemed curious, but in no way anomalous. He'd readily pictured a Whipple nose being worn now by one and now by another of this family. He'd visualized it as something that could be handed about. Later had come the disappointing realization that each Whipple had a complete nose at all times for his very own, but the phrase by which he'd been misled denoted merely the possession of a certain build of nose by Whipples. But even this simple phenomenon offered some distraction from his present miseries. He could glance along the line of Whipple noses and observe that they were indeed of a markedly similar pattern. It was, as one might say, a standardized nose, raised by careful selection through past generations of Whipples to the highest point of efficiency. For ages yet to come, the demands of environment, howsoever capricious, would probably dictate no change in its structural details. It sufficed. It was, moreover, a nose of good lines, according to conventional canons. It was shapely, and from its high bridge jutted forward with rather a noble sweep of line to the thin curved nostrils. The high bridge was perhaps the detail that distinguished it from most good noses. It seemed to begin to be a nose almost from the base of the brow. In a world of all Whipple noses, this family would have been remarked for its beauty. In one of less than Whipple noses, with other less clamant designs widely popularized, it might be said that the Whipple face would be noted rather for distinction than beauty. In oblique profile, the Wilbur twin could glance across the fronts, in turn, of Harvey D. Whipple, of Gideon Whipple, his father, of Sharon Whipple, his uncle, and of Juliana Whipple, sole offspring of Sharon. The noses were alike. One had but to look at Miss Juliana to know that in simple justice this should have been otherwise. She might have kept a Whipple nose, Whipple in all essentials, without too pressing an insistence upon bulk. But it had not been so. Her nose was as utterly Whipple as any. They might have been interchanged without detection. The Wilbur twins stared and speculated upon and mildly enjoyed this display until a species of hypnotism overtook him, a mercifully deadening inertia that made him slumberous and almost happy. He could keep still at last and be free from the correcting hand of Mrs. Penniman or the warning prod of the judge's elbow. He dozed in a smother of applied godliness. He was delighted presently to note with an awakening start that the sermon was well under way. He heard no word of this. He knew only that a frowning old gentleman stood in a high place and scolded about something. The Wilbur twin had no notion what his grievance might be, was sensible only of his heated aspect, his activity in gestures, and the rhythm of his phrases. This influence again benumbed him to forgetfulness, so that during the final prayer he was dramatizing a scene in which 3 large and savage dogs leaped upon Frank, and Frank destroyed them, ate them up. And when he stood at last for the doxology, one of his feet had veritably gone to sleep, the one that had been cramped back under the seat, so that he stumbled and drew unwelcome attention to himself while the foot tingled to wakefulness. The ever-tractable Merle had been attentive to the sermon, had sung beautifully, and was still immaculate of garb, while the Wilbur twin emerged from the ordeal in rank disorder, seeming to have survived a scuffle in which efforts had been made to wrench away his Sunday clothes and to choke him with his collar and cravat. And the coating of soap had played his hair false. It stood out behind and stood up in front, not with any system, but merely here and there. "You are a perfect sight," muttered Winona to him. "I don't see how you do it." But neither did the offender. With a graciously relaxed tension, the freed congregation made a leisurely progress to the doors of the church. Many lingered here in groups for greetings and light exchanges. It was here that the Penniman group coalesced with the Whipple group, a circumstance that the trailing Wilbur noted with alarm. The families did not commonly affiliate, and the circumstance boded ominously. It could surely not be without purpose. The Wilbur twins' alarm was that the Whipple family had regretted its prodigality of the day before, and was about to demand its money back. He lurked in the shadowy doorway. The Whipples were surrounding Merle with every sign of interest. They shook hands with him. They seemed to appraise him as if he were something choice on exhibition at a fair. Harvey D. was showing the most interest, bending above the exhibit in apparently light converse. But the Wilbur twin knew all about Harvey D. He was the banker and wore a beard. He was to be seen on weekdays as one passed the First National Bank, looking out through slender bars, exactly as the Penniman lion did, upon a world that wanted money but couldn't have it without some good reason. He had not been present when the Whipple money was so thoughtlessly loosened, and he would be just the man to make a fuss about it now. He would want to take it back and put it behind those bars in the bank where no one could get it. But he couldn't ever have it back because it was spent. Still, he might do something with the spender. The Wilbur twins slunk farther into friendly shadows, and not until the group separated and the four Whipples were in their waiting carriage did he venture into the revealing sunlight. But no one paid him any attention. The judge and Mrs. Penniman walked up the shaded street, for the Sunday dinner must be prepared. Winona and the Merle twin, both flushed from the recent social episode, turned back to the church to meet and ignore him. "Fortune knocks once at everyone's door," Winona was mysteriously saying. The Wilbur twin knew this well enough. The day before it had knocked at his door, and found him in. There was still Sunday school to be endured, but he did not regard this as altogether odious. It was not so smothering. The atmosphere was less strained. One's personality could come a bit to the front without incurring penalties, and one met one's own kind on a social plane. Subject to discipline, it was true, but still mildly enjoyable. It was his custom to linger here until the classes gathered. But today the Whipple pony cart was driven up by the Whipple stepmother and the girl with her hair cut off. Apparently no one made these two go to church, but they'd come to Sunday school. And the Wilbur twin fled within at sight of them. The pony cart, vehicle in which he'd been made a public mock, was now a sickening sight to him. Sunday school was even less of a trial to him than usual. The twins were in the class of Winona, and Winona taught her class today with unwonted unction. But the Wilbur twin was pestered with few questions about the lesson. She rather singled Merle out and made him an instructive example to the rest of the class, asking Wilbur but twice, and then in sheerly perfunctory routine, "And what great lesson should we learn from this?" Neither time did he know what great lesson we should learn from this, and stammered his ignorance pitiably. But Winona, in the throes of some mysterious prepossession, forgot to reprove him, and merely allowed the more gifted Merle to pervade the desired information. So the Wilbur twin was practically free to wriggle on his hard chair, to exchange noiseless greetings with acquaintances in other classes, and to watch Lyman Teaford, the superintendent, draw a pleasing cartoon of the lesson with colored chalk on a blackboard, consisting chiefly of a rising yellow sun with red rays, which was the son of divine forgiveness. Once the Wilbur twin caught the eye of the Whipple girl, whose bonnet hid her cropped hair, and she surprisingly winked at him. He did not wink back. Even to his liberal mind, it did not seem right to wink in a Sunday school. When at last they all sang Bringing in the Sheaves, and were ably dismissed by Lyman Teaford, who could be as solemn here as he was gay in a parlor with his flute, Winona took the Merle twin across the room to greet the Whipple stepmother and the Whipple girl. Wilbur regarded the scene from afar. Winona seemed to be showing off the Merle twin, causing him to display all his perfect manners, including a bow lately acquired. The Wilbur twin felt no slight in this. He was glad enough to be left out of Winona's maneuvers, for he saw that they were maneuvers, and that Winona was acting from some large purpose. Unless it wanted its money back, the Whipple family had no meaning for him. It was merely people with the Whipple nose, though of course the stepmother did not have this. He paused only to wonder if the girl would have it when she grew up. She now boasted but the rudiments of any nose whatsoever, and dismissed the tribe from his mind. He waited for Winona and Merle a block up the street from the church. Winona was silent with importance, preoccupied, grave, and yet uplifted. Not until they reached the Penniman gate did she issue from this abstraction to ask the Wilbur twin rather severely what lesson he had learned from the morning sermon. The Wilbur twin, with immense difficulty, brought her to believe that he had not heard a word of the sermon. This was especially incredible because it had dealt with the parable of the prodigal son, who spent all his substance in riotous living. One would have thought, said Winona, that this lesson would have come home to one who had so lately followed the same bad course, and she sought now to enlighten the offender. And he had to eat with the pigs when his money was all gone, Merle submitted in an effort to aid Winona. But the Wilbur twins' perverse mind merely ran to the picture of fatted calf, though without relish. He did not like fat meat. It was good to be back in a human atmosphere once more, where he could hear his father's quips. The Penniman Sunday dinner was based notably on chicken, as were all other Sunday dinners in Newbern, and his father, when he entered the house, was already beginning the gaiety by pledging Mrs. Penniman in a wine-glass of the Ajax Invigorator. He called it ruby liquor, and said that, taken in moderation, it would harm no one, though he estimated that as few as 3 glasses would cause people to climb trees like a monkey. The Wilbur twin was puzzled by this, and would have preferred that his present be devoted solely to making a new man of Judge Penniman. But he laughed loyally with his father, and rejoiced when Mrs. Penniman, in the character of the abandoned Duchess, put her own lips to the glass at his father's urging. The judge did not enter into this spirit of foolery, resenting indeed that a sound medicinal compound should be thus impugned. And Winona was even more severe. Not for her today were jests about Madame la Marquise and her heart of adamant. Dave Cowan tried a few of these, without result. Winona was still silent with importance, and spoke cryptically, as she lavished upon the Merle twin such attention as she could give from her own mysterious calculations. One might have gathered that she was beholding the Merle twin in some high new light. The Wilbur twin ate silently and as unobtrusively as he could, for table manners were especially watched by Winona on Sunday. Not until the blackberry pie did he break into speech, and even then it appeared, not with the utmost felicity. His information that these here blackberries had been picked off the grave of some old Jonas Whipple up in the burying ground caused him to be regarded coldly by more than one of those about the table, and Winona wished to be told how many times she'd asked him not to say "these here." Of course, he couldn't tell her. Dinner over, it appeared that Winona would take Merle with her to call upon poor old Mrs. Dodwell, who'd been bedridden for 20 years, but was so patient with it all. She loved to have Merle sit by her bedside of a Sunday and tell of the morning sermon. They would also take her a custard. The Wilbur twin was not invited upon this excursion, but his father winked at him when it was mentioned, and he was happy. He could in no manner have edified the afflicted Mrs. Dodwell, and the wink meant that he would go with his father for a walk over the hills, perhaps to the gypsy camp. So he winked back at his father, being no longer in Sunday school, and was impatient to be off. In the little house he watched from a window until Winona and Merle had gone on their errand of mercy, Merle carrying nicely the bowl of custard swathed in a napkin, and thereupon heartily divested himself of shoes and stockings. Winona, for some reason she could never make apparent to him, believed that boys could not decently go barefoot on the Lord's day. He did not wish to affront her, but neither would he wear shoes and stockings with no one to make him. His bare feet rejoiced at the cool touch of the grass as he waited in the front yard for his father. He would have liked to change his Sunday clothes for the old ones of a better feel, but this even he felt would be going too far. You had to draw the line somewhere. His father came out, lighting his calabash pipe. He wore a tweed cap now in place of the formal derby, but he was otherwise attired as on the previous evening, in the blue coal and vivid waistcoat, the inferior trousers, and the undesirable shoes. As they went down the street under shading elms, the dog Frank capered at the end of his taut leash. They went up Fair Street to reach the wooded hills beyond the town. The street was still and vacant. The neat white houses with green blinds set back in their flowered yards would be at this hour sheltering people who'd eaten heavily of chicken for dinner and now dozed away its benign effects. Even songbirds had stilled their pipings and made but brief flights through the sultry air. Dave Cowan sauntered through the silence in a glow of genial tolerance for the small town, for Dave knew cities. In Newbern he was but a merry transient. Indeed, in all those strange cities he went off to he was but a transient. So frequent his flittings, none could claim him for its own. He had the air of being in the world itself but a transient, a cheerful and observant explorer finding entertainment in the manners and customs of a curious tribe, its foibles, conceits, and quaint standards of value, since the most of them curiously adhered to one spot, even though the round earth invited them to wander. Sometimes Dave lingered in Newbern, to the benefit of the weekly advance, for as long as 3 months. Sometimes he declared he would stay but a day, and stayed long. Sometimes he declared he would stay a long time, and stayed but a day. He was a creature happily pliant to the rule of all his whims. He never bothered to know why he dropped into Newbern, nor bothered to know why he left. On some morning, like other mornings, without plan, he would know he was going, and go, stirred by some vagrant longing for a strange city. And it was so easy to go. He was unencumbered with belongings. He had no troublesome packing to do, and took not even the smallest of bags in his farings forth. Unlike the twins, Dave had no Sunday clothes. What clothes he had, he wore, very sensibly it seemed to him. He had but to go on and on, equipped with his union card and his printer steel rule, the sole machinery of his trade. And where he would linger he was welcome, for as long as he chose, and at a wage ample for his few needs, to embalm the doings of a queer world in type. Little wonder he should always obey the wander bidding. They passed a place where the head of the clan, having dined, had been overtaken with lethargy, and in a hammock on his porch was asleep in a public and noisy manner. "Small town stuff," murmured Dave, amiably contemptuous. The Wilbur twin could never understand why his father called Newbern a small town. They came to the end of Fair Street, where the white houses dwindled into open country. The road led away from the river and climbed the gentle slope of West Hill. The Wilbur twin had climbed that slope a day before under auspices that he now recalled with disgust. Beyond, at the top of the hill, its chimneys lifted above the trees and its red walls showing warmly through the cool green of its shading foliage, was the Whipple New Place. To the left, across the western end of the little town and capping another hill, was the Whipple Old Place, where dwelt Sharon Whipple and his daughter Juliana. The walls of the Whipple Old Place were more weathered, of a duller red. The two places looked down upon the town quite as castles of old looked down upon their feudatories. "I was right inside that house yesterday," said the Wilbur twin, pointing to the Whipple New Place and boasting a little. He would not have to reveal the dreadful details of his entry. "Right inside it," he added, to make sure that his father would get all his importance. But the father seemed not enough impressed. "You'll probably go into better houses than that some day," he merely said, and added, "You'll learn a good trade like mine, and you can always go anywhere, always make your good money, and be more independent than Whipples or even kings in their palaces. Remember that, Sputter boy." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. His father never addressed the Merle twin by any but his rightful name, nor did he ever address the other by the one the dead mother had affixed to him, miscalling him by a number of titles, among which were Sputter Boy, Gig, Doctor, and Bill. Before ascending quite to the Whipple New Place, they left the dusty road for a path that led over a lawn-like stretch of upland, starred with buttercups and tiny anemones, and inhabited by a colony of gophers that instantly engaged Frank the dog, now free of his leash, in futile dashes. They stood erect, with languidly drooped paws, until he was too near. Then they were inexplicably not there. Frank at length divined that they unfairly achieved these disappearances by descending into caverns beneath the surface of the earth. At first, with frantic claws and eager squeals, he tore at the entrances to these until the prey appeared at exits farther on, only to repeat the disappearance when dashed at. Frank presently saw the chase to be hopeless. It was no good digging for something that wouldn't be there. "There's life for you, Doctor," said Dave Cowan. "Life has to live on life. Humans same as dogs. Life's something that keeps tearing itself down and building itself up again, everybody killing something else and eating it. Do you understand that?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur, believing he did. Dogs killed gophers if they caught them, and human beings killed chickens for Sunday dinner. "Humans are the best killers of all," said Dave. "That's the reason they came up from monkeys and got civilized, so they wear neckties and have religion and post offices and all such." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. They climbed to a green height and reclined on the cool sward in the shade of a beech tree. Here they could pick out the winding of the quick little river between its green banks far below, and look across the roofs of slumberous Newbern. The Wilbur twin could almost pick out the Penniman house. Then he looked up, and low in the sky he surprisingly beheld the moon, an orb of pale bronze, dulled from its night shine. Never before had he seen the moon by day. He had supposed it was in the sky only at night. So his father lectured now on astronomy and the cosmos. It seemed that the moon was always there, or about there, a lonesome old thing because there was no life on it. Dave spoke learnedly, for his Sunday paper had devoted a page to something of this sort. "Everything is electricity or something," said Dave, "and it crackles and works on itself until it makes stardust, and it shakes this together till it makes lumps, and they float round, and pretty soon they're big lumps, like the moon, and like this little ball of stardust we're riding on, and there are millions of them out there all round and about, some 1,000,000 times bigger than this little one, and they all whirl and whirl, the little ones whirling round the big ones, and the big ones whirling round still bigger ones, dancing and swinging and going off to some place that no one knows anything about, and some are old and have lost their people, and some are too young to have any people yet. But millions like this one have people, and on some they are 1,000,000 years older than we are and know everything that it'll take us 1,000,000 years to find out. But even they haven't begun to really know anything, compared with what they don't know. They'll have to go on forever finding out things about what it all means. Do you understand that, Bill?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Do you understand how people like us get on these whirling lumps?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "How do they?" "No, sir," said Wilbur. "Well, it's simple enough. This stardust shakes together, and pretty soon some of it gets to be one chemical and some of it gets to be another, like water and salt and lime and phosphorus and stuff like that. And it gets together in little combinations and it makes little animals, so little you couldn't see them. And they get together and make bigger animals, and pretty soon they have brains and stomachs. And there you are. This electricity or something that shook the stardust together and made the chemicals, and shook the chemicals together and made the animals. Well, it's fierce stuff. It wants to find out all about itself. It keeps making animals with bigger brains all the time so it can examine itself and write books about itself. But the animals have to be good killers, or something else kills them. This electricity that makes them don't care which kills which. It knows the best killer will have the best brain in the long run. That's all it cares about. It's a good sporty scheme, all right. Do you understand that, Doctor?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Everything's got a fair chance to kill. This power shows no favors to anything. If gophers could kill dogs, it would rather have gophers. When microbes kill us, it will rather have microbes than people. It just wants a winner and don't care a snap which it is." "Yes, sir." "Of course now, you hear human people swell and brag and strut round about how they're different from the animals and have something they call a soul that the animals haven't got. But that's just the natural conceit of this electricity or something before it's found out much about itself. Not different from the animals, you ain't. This tree I'm leaning against is your second or third cousin. Only difference, you can walk and talk and see. Understand?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Couldn't we go up to the gypsy camp now?" Dave refilled the calabash pipe, lighted it, and held the match while it burned out. "That fire came from the sun," he said. "We're only burning matches ourselves, burning with a little fire from the sun. Pretty soon it flickers out. It's just over this next hill, and they got circus wagons and a fire where they cook their dinners right outdoors, and fighting roosters, and tell your fortune." Dave rose. "Of course, I don't say I know it all yet. There's a catch in it I haven't figured out. But I'm right as far as I've gone. You can't go wrong if you take the facts and stay by 'em, and don't read books that leave the facts to one side, like most books do." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "And they sleep inside their wagons, and I wish we had a wagon like that and drove round the country and lived in it." "All right," said his father. "Stir your stumps." They followed the path that led up over another little hill, winding through clumps of hazel brush and a sparse growth of oak and beech. From the summit of this they could see the gypsy camp below them, in an open glade by the roadside. It was as the Wilbur twin had said. There were gaily painted wagons, houses on wheels, and a campfire and tethered horses and the lolling gypsies themselves. About the outskirts loafed a dozen or so of the less socially eligible of Newbern. Above a fire at the camp center, a kettle simmered on its pothook, being stirred at this moment by a brown and aged crone in frivolous patterned calico, who wore gold hoops in her ears and bangles at her neck and bracelets of silver on her arms, bejeweled indeed most unbecomingly for a person of her years. The Wilbur twin would have lingered on the edge of the glade with other local visitors, a mere silent observer of this delightful life. He had not dreamed of being accepted as a social equal by such exalted beings. But his father stalked boldly through the outer ring of spectators to the camp center, and genially hailed the aged woman, who, on first looking up from her cookery, held out a withered palm for the silver that should buy him secrets of his future. But Dave Cowan merely preened his beautiful yellow mustache at her and said, "How's business, mother?" Whereupon she saw that Dave was not a villager to be wheedled by her patter. She recognized him, indeed, as belonging, like herself, to the Freemasonry of them that know men and cities, and she spoke to him as one human to another. "Business been pretty rotten here," she said, as she stirred the kettle's contents. "Oh, we made 2-3 pretty good horse trades. Nothing much. We go on to a bigger town tomorrow." A male gypsy in corduroy trousers and scarlet sash and calico shirt open on his brown throat came to the fire now, and the Wilbur twin admiringly noted that his father greeted this rare being too as an equal. The gypsy held beneath an arm a trim young gamecock feathered in rich browns and reds, with a hint of black, and armed with needle-pointed spurs. He stroked the neck of the bird and sat on his haunches with Dave before the fire to discuss affairs of the road, for he too divined at a glance that Dave was here but a gypsy transient, even though he spoke a different lingo. The Wilbur twin sat also on his haunches before the fire, and thrilled with pride as his father spoke easily of distant, strange cities that the gypsies also knew. Cities of the north where summer found them, and cities of the south to which they fared in winter. He'd always been proud of his father, but never so proud as now, when he sat there talking to real gypsies, as if they were no greater than anyone. He was quite ashamed when the gypsy's dog, a gaunt, hungry-looking beast, narrowly escaped being eaten up by his own dog. But Frank, at the sheer verge of a deplorable offense, implicitly obeyed his master's command and forbore to destroy the gypsy mongrel. Again he flopped to his back at the interested approach of the other dog, held 4 limp paws aloft, and simpered at the stranger. Other gypsies, male and female, came to the group about the fire, and lively chatter ensued, a continuous flashing of white teeth and shaking of golden ear hoops and rattling of silver bracelets. The Wilbur twin fondly noted that his father knew every city the gypsies knew, and even told them the advantages of some to which they had not penetrated. He gathered this much of a talk, though much was beyond him. He kept close to his father's side when the latter took his leave of these new friends. He wanted these people to realize that he belonged to the important strange gentleman who had for a moment come so knowingly among them. As they climbed out of the sheltering glade, he was alive with a new design. Gypsies notoriously carried off desirable children. This was common knowledge in Newbern Center. So why wouldn't they carry off him, especially if he were right round there where they could find him easily? He saw himself and his dog forcibly conveyed away with the caravan, though he would not really resist, to a strange and charming life beyond the very farthest hills. He did not confide this to his father, but he looked back often. They followed a path and were soon on a bare ridge above the camp. Dave Cowan was already talking of other things, seeming not to have been ever so little impressed with his reception by these wondrous people, but he'd won a new measure of his son's respect. Wilbur would have lingered here where they could still observe through the lower trees the group about the campfire. But Dave Cowan seemed to have had enough of gypsies for the moment, and sauntered on up the ridge, across an alder swale and out on a park-like space, to rest against the fence that bounded a pasture belonging to the Whipple new place. Across this pasture, in which the fat sorrel pony grazed, and from which it regarded them from time to time, there was another grove of beech and walnut and hickory, and beyond this dimly loomed the red bulk of the Whipple house and outbuildings. There was a stile through the fence at the point where they reached it, and Dave Cowan, idly lulled by this, while the Wilbur twin sprawled in the scented grass at his feet. He well knew he should not be on the ground in his Sunday clothes. On the other hand, if a gypsy stole him, they would not be so fussy as Winona about his clothes. None of them seemed to have Sunday clothes. He again broached the suggestion about a gypsy wagon for himself and his father, and Frank the dog, in which they could go far away, seeing all those strange cities and cooking their dinner over campfires. His father seemed to consider this not wholly impracticable, but there were certain disadvantages of the life, and there were really better ways. It seems you could be a gypsy in all essentials and still live in houses like less adventurous people. "Trouble with them, they got no trade," said the wise Dave, "and out in all kinds of weather and small-town constables telling them to move on and all such. You learn a good loose trade, then you can go where you want to." A loose trade seemed to be one that you could work at any place. They always wanted you if you knew a loose trade, like the printers. Or, "Now you take barbering," said Dave. "There's a good loose trade. A barber never has to look for work. He can go into any new town and always find his job. I don't know but what I'd just as soon be a barber as a printer. Some ways I might like it better. You don't have as much time to yourself, of course, but you meet a lot of men you wouldn't meet otherwise. Most of 'em fools, to be sure, but some of 'em wise that you can get new thoughts from. It's a cleaner trade than typesetting and fussing around a small-town print shop. Maybe you'll learn to be a good barber. Then you can have just as good a time as those gypsies, going about from time to time and seeing the world." "Yes, sir," said the Wilbur twin, "and cutting people's hair with clippers like Don Pearly clipped mine with." "New York, Boston, Buffalo, Chicago, Omaha, Kansas City, Denver, San Antone," murmured Dave, and there was unction in his tone as he recited these advantages of a loose trade. "Any place you like the looks of, or places you've read about that sound good. Just going along with your little kit of razors and not having to small-town it except when you want a bit of quiet." They heard voices back of them. Dave turned about, and Wilbur rose from the grass. Across the pasture came the girl, Patricia Whipple, followed at a little distance by Juliana. The latter was no longer in church garb, but in a gray tweed skirt, white blouse, and a soft straw hat with a flopping brim. There was a black ribbon about the hat, and her stout shoes were of tan leather. The girl was bareheaded, and Don Pearly's repair of yesterday's damage was noticeable. She came at a quickening pace, while Juliana followed slowly. Juliana looked severe and formidable. Never had her nose looked more the Whipple nose than when she observed Dave Cowan and his son at the stile. Yet she smiled humorously when she recognized the boy, and allowed the humor to reach his father when she glanced at him. Dave and Miss Juliana had never been formally presented. Dave had seen Juliana, but Juliana had had until this moment no sight of Dave. For though there was in New Bern no social prejudice against the craftsman, and Dave might have moved in its highest circles, he'd chosen to consort with the frankly ineligible. He lifted his cap in a flourishing salute as Juliana and Patricia came through the stile. "And how are you today, my young friend?" asked Juliana of Wilbur, in her calm, deep voice. The Wilbur twin said, "Very well, I thank you," striving instinctively to make his own voice as deep as Juliana's. The girl winked at him brazenly as they passed on. "Gypsies!" she called, exultantly, and Juliana swept him with a tolerant smile. Dave Cowan watched them along the path to the ridge above the camp. Here they paused in most intelligible pantomime. Patricia Whipple wished to descend to the very heart of the camp, while Juliana could be seen informing the child that they were near enough. To make this definite, she sat upon the bole of a felled oak beside the path, while Patricia jiggled up and down in eloquent objection to the untimely halt. Dave read the scene, and caressed his thick mustache with practised thumb and finger. His glance was sympathetic. "The poor old maid," he murmured. "All that Whipple money, and she has to be just a small towner. Say, I bet no one has ever kissed that old girl since her mother died. None of these small-town hicks would ever have the nerve to." "Yes, sir. Anyone's got a right to be sorry for that dame. If she had a little enterprise, she'd branch out from here and meet a few people." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "But that girl wants to go down to the camp." This was plain. Patricia still danced, while Juliana remained firmly seated. "I could go take her down," he continued. "Why don't you?" said his father, again stroking the golden mustache in sympathy for the unconscious Juliana. So it befell that the Wilbur twins shyly approached the group by the felled tree, and the watching father saw the two children, after a moment's hesitancy on the part of Juliana, disappear from view over the crest of the ridge. Dave continued to loll by the stile and to watch the waiting Juliana, thinking of gypsies and the pure joy of wandering. He began to repeat some verses he'd lately happened upon, murmuring them to a little mass of white clouds far off against the blue of the summer sky, where the pale bronze moon lonesomely hung. He liked the words and the moon and gypsies joyously footloose, and he again grew sympathetic for Juliana's small-town plight. He felt a large pagan tolerance for those warped souls pent in small towns. After 20 minutes of this, he faintly heard a call from Juliana, sent after the children below her. He saw her stand to beckon commandingly, and watched to see if she were obeyed. Then she turned and came slowly back up the path that would lead to the stile. Again Dave absently murmured his verses. Juliana approached the stile, walking briskly now. She was halted by surprising speech from this rather cheaply debonair creature, who looked so nearly like a gentleman, and yet so plainly was not. "Wanted to be off with him, didn't you?" Dave was saying brightly. "Off and over the edge of the world, all footloose and free as wind, going over strange roads and lying by night under the stars." "What?" demanded Juliana sharply. She studied the fellow's face for the first time. He was preening his yellow mustache and flashing a challenge to her from half-shut eyes. "Small-towners bound to feel it," he continued, unconscious of any sharpness in Juliana's what. "They want to be off and over the edge of things, but they don't dare. Haven't the nerve. You'd like to, but you don't dare. You know you don't." Juliana almost smiled. The fellow's face as she paused beside him at the stile was set with sheer impudence, yet this was not wholly unattractive. And amazingly, he now broke into verse. "We two shall steal upon the spring with amber sails flown wide, shall drop some day behind the moon, borne on a star-blue tide." He indicated the present moon with flourishing grace as he named it. Juliana did not gasp, but it might have been a gasp in one less than a Whipple. But the troubadour was not to be daunted. Juliana didn't know Dave Cowan as cities knew him. "Enchanted ports we too shall touch, Cadiz or Cameroon, nor other pilot need beside a magic wisp of moon." Again he carefully indicated our lunar satellite, and again Juliana nearly gasped. "Of course, you felt it all watching those people. I don't blame you for feeling wild." Juliana lifted one of her stout tan boots toward the stile, and Dave with doffed cap extended a hand to assist her through. Juliana, dazed beyond the Whipple calm for almost the first time in her 30 years, found her own hand perforce upon his. "You poor thing," concluded Dave, with a swift glance to the ridge, where the children had not yet appeared. Then, amazingly, he enfolded the figure of the woman in his arms, and upon her cold, appalled lips he imprinted a swift but accurate kiss. "There, poor thing," he murmured. He lavished one look upon the still frozen Juliana, replaced the cap upon his yellow hair, once more preened his mustache at her, and turned away to meet the oncoming children. And in his glance Juliana retained still the wit to read a gay, cherishing pity. As he turned away, she sank limply against the fence, her first sensation being all of wonder that she had not cried out at this monstrous assault. And very clearly she knew at once that she had not cried out or made any protest because, though monstrous, it was even more absurd. A seasoned sense of humor had not failed. The guilty man swaggered on to meet the children, not looking back. For him the incident was closed. Juliana, a hand supporting her capable chin, steadily regarded his swaying shoulders and his yellow hair beneath his cap. In her nostrils was the scent of printer's ink and pipe tobacco. She reflectively rubbed her chin, for it had been stung with a day-old beard that pricked like a nettle. Now she was recalling another woodland adventure of a dozen years before, here in this same forest. Dave Cowan had been wrong when he said that no one had kissed her since her mother died. Once, on a winter's day, when she was 16, she'd crossed here, bundled in a red cloak and hood, and a woodchopper, a merry, laughing foreigner who spoke no English, had hailed her gaily, and she'd stopped and gaily tried to understand him, and knew only that he was telling her she was beautiful. She at least had thought it was that, and was certain of it when he had seized and kissed her, laughing joyously the while. She'd not told anyone of that, but she'd never forgotten. And now this curious creature, whom she had not supposed to be gallantly inclined, unshaven, smelling of printer's ink and tobacco. "I'm coming on," said Juliana aloud, and laughed rather grimly. She watched her prankling blade meet the children, go off down the road with his son, still not looking back. She thought it queer he did not look back at her just once. She soothed her chin again, sniffing the air. Patricia Whipple came leaping up the path, excited with an imminent question. She halted before the still reflective Juliana and went at once to the root of her matter. "Cousin Juliana, what did that funny man kiss you for?" This time Juliana, in truth, did gasp. There was no suppressing it. "Patricia Whipple? And did that boy see it too?" "No, he was too far behind me. But I did. I saw it. I was looking right at you, and that funny man, all at once he grabbed you round your waist and he—" "Patricia, dear, listen. We must promise never to say anything about it. Never to anybody in the world. Won't we, dear?" "Oh, I won't tell if you don't want me to, but what—" "You promise me never to tell a soul." "Of course, I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die." "But what did he do it for?" Juliana tried humorous evasion. "Men, my dear, are often tempted by women to such lengths, tempted beyond their strength. Your question isn't worded with all the tact in the world. Is it so strange that a man should want to kiss me?" "Well, I don't know." Patricia became judicial, scanning the now flushed countenance of Juliana. "I don't see why not. But what did he do it for?" "My dear, you'll be honest with me and never tell. So I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I really don't know. But I have an awful suspicion that the creature meant to be kind to me." "He looks like a kind man. And he's the father of the boy that I wore his clothes yesterday when I was running away, and the father of that other boy that was with him, and that I'm going to have one of for my very own brother, because Harvey D. and Grandpa said something of that kind would have to be done. So what relation will that make us to this man that was so kind to you?" "None whatever," said Juliana shortly. "And never forget your promise not to tell. Come, we must go back." They went on through the pasture. The shadows had lengthened, and the moon already glowed a warmer bronze. Juliana glanced at it and murmured indistinctly. "What is it?" asked Patricia. "Nothing," said Juliana. But she had been asking herself, "I wonder where he gets his verses." Her hand went again to her chin. This ends Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 5. Dave Cowan went down the ridge to the road, disregarding his gypsy friends. He trod the earth with a ruffling bravado. The Wilbur twin lingered as far behind as he dared, loitering provocatively in the sight of the child stealers. If they meant to do anything about it, now was their chance. But no violence was offered him, and presently, far beyond the camp where the fire still burned, he was forced to conclude that they could not mean to carry him off. Certainly they were neglecting a prize who had persistently flaunted himself at them. They notably lacked enterprise. Down over the grassy slope of West Hill they went, the boy still well in the rear. You never could tell what might happen, and so came to Fair Street across shadows that lay long to the east. Newbern was still slumberous. Smoke issued from a chimney here and there, but mostly betowned to partake of a cold supper. The boy came beside his father with Frank the dog again on his leash of frayed rope. Dave Cowan was reciting to himself, "Enchanted ports sweet too shall touch, Cadiz or Cameroon." Then he became conscious of a silent boy at his side, stepping noiselessly with bare feet. "Life is funny," said Dave. "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Of course there's a catch in it somewhere." "Yes, sir." "That old girl back there, that old maid, she'll have to small town it all her life. I feel sorry for her, I do." "Yes, sir." But the sorrowing father now began to whistle cheerfully. His grief had not overborne him. A man who would call Judge Penniman old flapdoodle and question the worth of Matthew Arnold's acquaintance was not to be long downcast at the plight of one woman, and he had done what man could for her. They came to River Street, the street of shops, deserted and sleeping back of drawn curtains. Only the shop of Solly Gumble seemed to be open for trade. This was but seeming, however, for another establishment near by, though sealed and curtained as to front, suffered its rear portal to yawn most hospitably. This was the place of business of Herman Feilhaber. Its street sign concisely said, "Lager Beer Saloon." Dave Cowan turned into the alley just beyond Solly Gumble's, then up another alley that led back of the closed shops, and so came to the back door of this refectory.
It stood open,
and from the cool and shadowy interior came a sourish smell of malt liquors and the hum of voices. They entered and were in Herman Feilhaber's pleasant back room, with sanded floor and a few round tables, at which sat half a dozen men consuming beer from stone mugs, or the pale wine of Herman's country from tall glasses. Herman was a law-abiding citizen. Out of deference to a sacred and long-established American custom, he sealed the front of his saloon on the Sabbath. Out of deference to another American custom, equally long-established, equally sacred, he received his Sabbath clientele at the rear, except for a brief morning interval where he and Minna, his wife, attended service at the Lutheran church. Herman's perhaps not too subtle mind had never solved this problem of American morals. Why his beverages should be seemly to drink on all days of the week, yet on one of them seemly but if taken behind shut doors and shielding curtains. But he adhered conscientiously to the American rule. His Lutheran pastor had once, in an effort to clear up the puzzle, explained to him that the continental Sunday would never do at all in this land of his choice. But it left Herman still muddled, because fixed unalterably in his mind was a conviction that the continental Sunday was the best of all Sundays. Nor was there anything the least clandestine in this backdoor trade of Herman's on the Sabbath. One had but to know the path to his door, and at this moment Newburn's mayor, old Dr. Purdy, sat at one of Herman's tables and sipped from a stone mug of beer and played a game of pinochle with stout red-bearded Herman himself, overlooked by Minna, who'd brought them their drink. This was another thing about Herman's place that Newburn understood in time. When he had begun business some dozen years before, and it was known that Minna came downstairs from their living rooms above the saloon and helped to serve his patrons, the scandal was high. It was supposed that only a woman without character could, for any purpose whatever, enter a saloon. But Herman had made it plain that into the sort of saloon he conducted, any woman, however exalted, could freely enter. If they chose not to, that was their affair. And Minna had in time recovered a reputation so nearly lost at first news of her service here. Herman, indeed, ran a place of distinction, or at least of tone. He did sell the stronger drinks, it is true, but he sold them judiciously, and much preferred to sell the milder ones. He knew his patrons, and would stubbornly not sell drink, even beer or wine, to one he suspected of abusing the stuff. As for rowdyism, it was known far and wide about Newburn that if you wanted to get thrown out of Herman's quick, you had only to start some rough stuff, or even talk raw. It was said he juggled you out the door like you were an empty beer keg. Down by the riverside was another saloon for that sort of thing, kept by Pegleg McCarran, who would sell whiskey to anyone that could buy, liked rough stuff, and with his crutch would participate in it. When Herman decided that a customer was spending too much money for drink, that customer had to go to Pegleg's if he bought more. And now the mayor at the little table connived at a flagrant breach of the law he had sworn to uphold, quaffing beer from his mug and melding 100 aces as casually as if it were a weekday. The other men at the little tables were also of the substantial citizenry of Newburn, including the postmaster, the editor of the Advance, and Rapp Sr. of Rapp Brothers Jewelry. The last two were arguing politics and the country's welfare. Rapp Sr. believed and said that the country was going to the dogs because the rich were getting richer and the poor were getting poorer. The editor of the Advance disputed this, and the postmaster intervened to ask if Rapp Sr. had seen what our exports of wheat and cotton were lately. Rapp Sr. said he didn't care anything about that. It was the interests he was down on. Herman Fehlhaber, melding 80 kings, said it was a good rich man's country, but also a good poor man's country, because where could you find one half as good? Not in all Europe. And he now laid down 40 jacks, which he huskily called yaks. Dave Cowan greeted the company and seated himself at a vacant table. "Pull up a chair, Buzzer, and we'll drink to the life force, old electricity or something." "Yes, sir," said Wilbur, and seated himself. Minna left the pinochle game to attend upon them. She was plump and pink-faced, with thick yellow hair neatly done. A broad white apron protected her dress of light blue. "A stein of Pilsner, Minna," said Dave. "And for the boy? Let's see. How would you like a nice cold bottle of pop, Doctor?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Strawberry pop." Herman looked up from his game, though in the midst of warm utterance in his native tongue at the immediate perverse fall of the cards. "I guess you get the young one a big glass milk, Mama, yes? Better than pop for young ones. Pop is belly wash." "Yes, ma'am," said Wilbur to Minna, though he would have preferred the pop by reason of its color and its vivacious prickling. "And you could have milk at home." "And I tell you, Minna," said Dave, "bread and butter and cheese, lots of it, Rye bread and pumpernickel and Schweizerkäse and some pickles and radishes, nicht wahr? Yes, said Minna, all, and moved on to the bar. But Dave detained her. Minna. She stopped and turned back to him. You will? Sprechen Sie Deutsch, Minna? Ja. Yes, why not? I should think I do. I always could. Why couldn't I? She went on her mission, grumbling pettishly. Why shouldn't she speak her own language? What did the man think? He must be a joker. Mama, Hermann called again, get also the young one some that Apfelkuchen. You make it awful good. Yes, called Minna from the bar, I get it. For why wouldn't I speak my own language? I like to know. Dave Cowan's jest was smouldering faintly within her. She returned presently with a stein of beer and a glass of milk, and went, still muttering, for the food that had been commanded. She returned with this, setting bread and butter and cheese before them, and a blue plate whose extensive area was all but covered with apple cake. But now she no longer muttered in bewilderment. She confronted the jester, hands upon hips, her dull eyes shining with triumph. Ha! Now, mister, I ask you something good, like you ask me. You get ready. Sprechen Sie English? Dave Cowan affected to be overcome with confusion, while Minna laughed loud and long at her sally. Hermann laughed with her, his head back and huge red beard lifted from his chest. She got you that time, mister, he called to Dave. Mama's a bright one. Give her a minute so she gets herself on the spot. Ja, sprechen Sie English, taunted Minna again, for a second relish of her repartee. Effusively in her triumph, she patted the cheek of the Wilbur twin. Ja, I could easy enough give your papa as good like he sent, yes? Sprechen Sie English, nicht wahr? Again her bulk trembled with honest mirth, and while this endured, she went to the icebox and brought a bone for Frank the dog. Frank fell upon it with noisy gurgles. Dave Cowan affected further confusion at each repetition of Minna's stinging retort, acted it so convincingly that the victor at length relented and brought a plate of cookies to the table. I show you who it is should be foolish in the head, she told him triumphantly. You got me, Minna. I admit it. The victim pretended to be downcast and ate his bread and cheese dejectedly. Minna went to another table to tell over the choice bit. The Wilbur twin ate bread and cheese and looked with interest about the room. The tables and woodwork were dark, the walls and ceiling also low in tone, but there were some fine decorative notes that stood brightly out. On one wall was a lovely gold-framed picture in which a young woman of great beauty held back a sumptuous curtain, revealing a castle on the Rhine set above a sunny terrace of grapevines. On the opposite wall was a richly colored picture of a superb brewery. It was many stories in height. Smoke issued from its chimneys, and before it stood a large truck to which were hitched two splendid horses. The truck was being loaded with the brewery's enlivening product. The brewery was red, the truck yellow, the horses gray, and the workmen were clad in blue, and above all was a flawless sky of blue. It was a spirited picture, and the Wilbur twin was instantly enamored of it. He wished he might have seen this yesterday when he was rich. Maybe Mr. Feilhaber would have sold it. He thought regretfully of Wynona's delight at receiving the beautiful thing to hang on the wall of the parlor, a fit companion piece to the lion picture. But he'd spent his money, and this lovely thing could never be Wynona's. Discussion of world affairs still went forward between Rapp Sr. and the Advance editor. Even in that day the cost of living was said to be excessive, and Rapp Sr., though accounting for its rise by the iniquity of the interests, submitted that the cost of women's finery was what kept the world poor. It's women's tomfool dressing keeps us all down. Look what they pay for their silks and satins and kickshaws and silly furbelows. That's where the bulk of our money goes. Bonnets and high-heeled slippers and fancy cloaks. Take the money spent for women's foolish talk and see what you'd have." Rapp Sr. gazed about him, looking for contradiction. "He's right," said Dave Cowan. "He's got the truth of it. But my Lord, did you ever think what women would be without all that stuff? Look what it does for 'em. Would you have 'em look like us? Would you have a beautiful woman wear a cheap suit of clothes like Rapp's got on, and a hat bought 2 years ago? Not in 1,000 years. We dress 'em up that way because we like 'em that way." Rapp Sr. dusted the lapel of his coat, tugged at his waistcoat to straighten it, and closely regarded a hat that he'd supposed beyond criticism. "That's all right," he said, "but look where it gets us." Presently the discussion ended, Rapp Sr. still on the note of pessimism and in the fell clutch of the interests, for the debaters must go blamelessly home to their suppers. Only the mayor remained at his game with Herman, his gray, shaven old face bent above his cards, while he muttered at them resentfully. Dave Cowan ate his bread and cheese with relish, and invoked another stein of beer from Minna, who vindictively flung her jest at him again as she brought it. The Wilbur twin had eaten his apple cake, and was now eating the cookies, taking care to drop no crumbs on the sanded floor. After many cookies, dusk fell, and he heard the church bells ring for evening worship. But no one heeded them. The game drew to an excited finish, while Dave Cowan, his pipe lighted, mused absently, and from time to time quoted bits of verse softly to himself. "Enchanted ports we two shall touch, Cadiz or Cameroon." The game ended with an explosion of rage from the mayor. The cards had continued perverse for him. He pushed his soft black hat back from his rumpled crest of gray hair and commanded Miller Fehlhaber to break a municipal ordinance which had received his official sanction. Herman cheerily combed his red beard and scoffed at his late opponent. "It makes dark," Minna reminded him. "You should have a light." Herman lighted 2 lamps suspended above the tables. Then he addressed the Wilbur twin, now skillfully prolonging the last of his cookies. "Well, young one, you like your bread and cheese and milk and cookies and Apfelkuchen, so? Well, I tell you, come here. I show you something fine." He went to the front room where the bar was, and the Wilbur twin expectantly followed. He had learned that these good people produced all manner of delights. But this was nothing to eat. This light from the lamp shone over the partition between back room and front, and there in a spacious cage beside the wall was a monkey, a small, sad-eyed creature with an aged, wrinkled face, all but human. He crouched in a corner and had been piling wisps of straw upon his reverend head. "Gee gosh!" exclaimed the Wilbur twin, for he'd expected nothing so rare as this. The monkey at sight of Herman became animated, leaping again and again the length of the cage and thrusting between its bars a hairy forearm and a little pinkish human hand. "You like him, eh?" said Herman. "Gee gosh!" again exclaimed the Wilbur twin in sheer delight. "It's Emil his name is," said Herman. "You want out, Emil, eh?" He unclasped the catch of a door, and Emil leaped to the crook of his arm, where he nestled, one hand securely grasping a fold of Herman's beard. "Ouch, now, don't pull them whiskers," warned Herman. "See how he knows his good friend. But he shake hands like a gentleman. Emil, shake hands nicely with this young one." The monkey timidly extended a paw, and the entranced Wilbur shook it. "Come," said Herman, "I let you give him something." They went to the back room, Emil still stoutly grasping the beard of his protector. "Now," said Herman, "you give him a nice fat banana. Mama, give the young one a banana to give to Emil." The banana was brought, and the Wilbur twin cautiously extended it. Emil, at sight of the fruit, chattered madly and tried to leap for it. He appeared to believe that the strange being meant to deprive him of it. He snatched it when he was thrust nearer, still regarding the boy with dark suspicion. Then he deftly peeled the fruit and hurriedly ate it, as if one could not be, with strangers about, too sure of one's supper. The monkey moved Dave Cowan to lecture again upon the mysteries of organic evolution. "About 300 million years difference between those two," he said, indicating Herman and his pet with a wave of the calabash. "And it's no good asking whether it's worthwhile, because we have to go on and on. That little beast is your second cousin, Herman." "I got a cousin Emil in the old country," said Minna, "but he ain't looking like this last time I seen him. I guess you are foolish in the head again." "He came out of the forest and learned to stand up, to walk without using his hands, and he got a thumb. And pretty soon he was able to be a small-town mayor or run a nice decent saloon and argue about politics." "Ha! That's a good one," said Herman. "You hear what he says, Emil?" The beast looked up from his banana, regarding them from his eyes unutterably sad. "See," said Dave, "that's the life force, and for a minute it's conscious that it's only a monkey." They became silent under Emil's gaze of acute pathos. Human life aware of its present frustration. Then suddenly Emil became once more an animated and hungry monkey with no care but for his food. "There," said Dave, "I ask you, isn't that the way we do? Don't we stop to think sometimes and get way down? And then don't we feel hungry and forget it all and go to eating?" "Sure, Emil is sensible, just like us," said Minna. "But there's some catch about the whole thing," said Dave. "Say, Doc, what do you think life is, anyway?" Purdy scanned the monkey with shrewd eyes and grinned. "I only know what it is physiologically," he said. "Physiologically, life is a constant force rhythmically overcoming a constant resistance." "Pretty good," said Dave, treasuring the phrase. "The catch must be right there. It always does overcome the constant resistance." "When it can't in one plant," said Purdy, "it dismantles it and builds another, making improvements from time to time." "Think what it's had to do," said Dave, "to build Herman from a simple, unimproved plant like Emil." "Herman's a great improvement on Emil." "My Herman has got a soul," said Minna stoutly. "Monkeys ain't." Dave Cowan and Purdy exchanged a tolerant smile. They were above arguing that outworn thesis. Dave turned to his son. "Anyway, Buzzer, if you ever get discouraged, remember we were all like that once, and cheer up. Remember your ancestry goes straight back to one of those, and still back of that." "To the single cell of protoplasm," said Purdy. "Beyond that," said Dave, "to stardust." "Yes, sir." "Foolish in the head," said Minna. "You think you know things better than the Reverend what preaches at the Lutheran church. He could easy enough tell you what you come from. My family was in Bavaria more than 200 years, and 'twas not any monkeys." "Maybe Emil has got a soul too, like a human," remarked Herman. "You bet he has," said Dave Cowan firmly, "just like a human." "You put him to bed," directed Minna. "He listen to such talk and go foolish also in the head." The Wilbur twin watched Emil put to bed, then followed his father out into the quiet starlit streets. He was living over again an eventful afternoon. They reached the Penniman porch without further talk. Dave Cowan sat with his guitar in the judge's chair and lazily sounded chords and little fragments of melody. After a time the Pennimans and the Merle twin came from church. The Wilbur twin excitedly sought Winona, having much to tell her. He drew her beside him into the hammock and was too eager for more than a moment's dismay when she discovered his bare feet, though he had meant to put on shoes and stockings again before she saw him. barefooted on Sunday," said Winona, in tones of prim horror. "It was so hot," he pleaded. "But listen," and he rushed headlong into his narrative. His father knew gypsies and had been to Chicago and Omaha and Cadiz and Cameroon, and he was sorry for Miss Juliana Whipple because she was a small towner and no one had ever kissed her since her mother died, and if ever gypsies did carry him off, he didn't want anyone to worry about him or try to get him back. And the Feelhabers were very nice people that kept a nice saloon, and Mrs. Feelhaber had given him lots of apple cake that was almost like an apple pie but without any top on it, and they had a lovely picture that would look well beside the lion picture, but it would probably cost too much money. And they had a monkey, a German monkey that was just like a little old man, and once, thousands of years ago, when the Bible was going on, we were all monkeys and lived in trees, but a constant force made us stand and walk like people. To Winona, this was a shocking narrative, and she wished to tell Dave Cowan that he was having a wretched influence upon the boy. But Dave was now singing in the gloaming, and she knew he would merely call her Madame la Marquise, the toast of all the court, or something else unsuitable to a Sabbath evening. She tried to convey to the Wilbur twin that sitting in a low drinking saloon at any time was an evil thing. "Anyway," said he, protestingly, "you say I should always learn something, and I learned about us coming up from the monkeys." "Why, Wilbur Cowan, how awful! Have you forgotten everything you ever learned at Sunday school?" "But I saw the monkey," he persisted, "and my father said so, and Dr. Purdy said so." Winona considered. "Even so," she warned him, "even if we did come up from the lower orders, the less said about it, the better." He had regarded his putative descent without prejudice. He was sorry that Winona should find scandal in it. "Well," he remarked to relieve her, "anyway, there's some catch in it. My father said so." This ends Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6. Wilbur Cowan went off to bed, only a little concerned by this newfound flaw in his ancestry. He would have thought it more important could he have known that this same Cowan ancestry was under analysis at the Whipple new place. There, the three existing male Whipples sat about a long magazine-littered table in the library, and smoked, and thought, and at long intervals favored one another with fragmentary speech. Gideon sat erect in his chair or stood before the fireplace, now banked with ferns, black-clad, tall and thin and straight in the comely pleasance of his 60 years, his face smoothly shaven, his cheekbones jutting above depressed cheeks that fell to his narrow, pointed chin, his blue eyes crackling far under the brow, high and narrow and shaded with ruffling gray hair, still plenteous. His ordinary aspect was severe, almost saturnine, but he was wont to destroy this effect with his thin-lipped smile that broke winningly over small white teeth and surprisingly hinted an alert young man behind these flickering shadows of age. When he sat gracefully erect. When he stood to face the other two or paced the length of a table, he stood straight or moved with supple joints. He was smoking a cigar with fastidious relish, and seemed to commune more with it than with his son or his brother. Beside Sharon Whipple, his dress seemed foppish. Sharon, the round, stout man, 2 years younger than Gideon, had the same blue eyes, but they looked from a face plump, florid, vivacious. There was a hint of the choleric in his glance. His hair had been lighter than Gideon's, and though now not so plentiful, had grayed less noticeably. His fairer skin was bedizened with freckles, and with a blunt thumb he pushed up the outer ends of his heavy eyebrows,
or cocked the thumb at a speaker whose views he did not share, it could be seen that he was the most aggressive of the three men. Sharon notoriously lost his temper. Gideon had never been known to lose his. Sharon smoked and lolled carelessly in a Morris chair, one short, stout arm laid along its side, the other carelessly wielding the cigar, heedless of falling ashes. Beside the careful Gideon, he looked rustic. Harvey D., son of Gideon, worriedly paced the length of the room. His eyes were large behind thick glasses. He smoked a cigarette gingerly, not inhaling its smoke, but ridding himself of it in little puffs of distaste. His brown beard was neatly trimmed, and above it shone his forehead, pale and beautifully modeled under the carefully parted, already thinning hair that was arranged in something almost like ringlets on either side. He was neat-faced. Of the three men, he carried the Whipple nose most gracefully. His figure was slight, not so tall as his father's, and he was garbed in a more dapper fashion. He wore an expertly fitted frock coat of black, grey trousers faintly striped, a pearl-grey cravat skewered by a pear-headed pin, and his small feet were encased in shoes of patent leather. He was arrayed as befitted a Whipple who had become a banker. Gideon, his father, achieved something of a dapper effect in an old-fashioned manner, but no observer would have read him for a banker, while Sharon, even on a Sunday evening in loose tweeds and stout boots, was but a country gentleman who thought little about dress, so that one would not have guessed him a banker, rather the sort that makes banking a career of profit. Careful Harvey D., holding a cigarette carefully between slender white fingers, dressed with studious attention, neatly bearded, with shining hair curled flatly above his pale wide forehead, was the one to look out from behind the grill and appraise credits. He never acted hastily, and was finding more worry in this moment than ever his years of banking had cost him. He walked now to an ashtray and fastidiously trimmed the end of his cigarette. With the look of worry he regarded his father, now before the fireplace after the manner of one enjoying its warmth, and his Uncle Sharon, who was brushing cigar ash from his rumpled waistcoat to the rug below. "It's no light thing to do," said Harvey D. in his precise syllables. The others smoked as if unhearing. Harvey D. walked to the opposite wall and straightened a picture. The reading of Homer, shifting its frame precisely 1/2 inch. "It is over chancy." This from Gideon after a long silence. Harvey D. paused in his walk, regarded the floor in front of him critically, and stooped to pick up a tiny scrap of paper, which he brought to the table and laid ceremoniously in the ashtray. "Over chancy," he repeated. "Everything over chancy," said Sharon Whipple, after another silence, waving his cigar largely at life. "She's a self-headed little tyke," he added a moment later. Self-headed. Harvey D. here made loose-wristed gestures meaning despair, after which he detected and put in its proper place a burned match beside Sharon's chair. "A bright boy enough," said Gideon after another silence, during which Harvey D. had twice paced the length of the room, taking care to bring each of his patent leather toes precisely across the repeated pattern in the carpet. "Other one got the gumption, though," said Sharon. "Oh, gumption," said Harvey D., as if this were no rare gift. All three smoked again for a pregnant interval. "Has good points," offered Gideon. "Got all the points, in fact. Good build, good skin, good teeth, good eyes, and wide between, nice manners, polite, lively mind." "Other one got the gumption," mumbled Sharon stubbornly. They ignored him. "Head on him for affairs, too," said Harvey D. He went to a far corner of the room and changed the position of an immense upholstered chair so that it was equidistant from each wall. "Other one?"
Here he took all his silver and spent it foolishly. Must have been $8 or $9. This one wanted to save it. Got some idea about the value of money. Don't like to see it show too young, submitted Sharon. Can't show too young, declared Harvey D. Can't it? Asked Sharon mildly. Bright little chap, no denying that, said Gideon. Bright as a new penny, smart as a whip, talks right. Other chap mumbles. Got the gumption, though. Thus Sharon once more. Long silences intervened after each speech in this dialogue. Head's good, said Harvey D. One of those long heads like father's. Other one's head is round. My own head is round. This was Sharon. His tone was plaintive. Of course, neither of them has a nose, said Gideon. He meant that neither of the twins had a nose in the Whipple sense. But no comment on this lack seemed to be required. It would be unfair to expect a true nose in any but born Whipples. Gideon Whipple from before the fireplace swayed forward on his toes and waved his half-smoked cigar. The long and short of it is, the Whipple stock has run low. We're dying out. Got to have new blood, that's sure, said Sharon. Build it up again. I've often thought of adopting, said Harvey D. In the last 2 years, he carefully added. This youngster, said Gideon. Of course, we should never have heard of him but for Pat's mad adventure, starting off with God only knows what visions in her little head. She'd have gone, too, said Sharon, dusting ashes from his waistcoat to the rug. Self-headed. She demands a brother, resumed Gideon, and the family sorely needs she should have one, and this youngster seems eligible, and so he waved his cigar. There really doesn't seem any other way, said Harvey D. at the table, putting a disordered pile of magazines into neat alignment. What about pedigree? Demanded Sharon. Anyone traced him back? I believe his father is here, said Harvey D. I know him, said Sharon. A mad, swearing, confident fellow, reckless, vagrant-like, a printer by trade. Looks healthy enough. Don't seem blemished. But what about his father? Is the boy's mother known? Asked Harvey D. Easy to find out, said Gideon. Ask Sarah Marwick. And he went to the wall and pushed a button. Sarah knows the history of everyone, scandalous and otherwise. Sarah Marwick came presently to the door, an austere spinster in black gown and white apron. Her nose, though not Whipple in any degree, was still eminent in a way of its own, and her lips shut beneath it in a straight line. She waited. Sarah, said Gideon, do you know a person named Cowan? David Cowan, I believe it is. Sarah's mien of professional reserve melted. Do I know Dave Cowan? She challenged. Do I know him? I'd know his hide in a tan-yard. That would seem sufficient, remarked Gideon. A harum-scarum good-for-nothing. No harm in him. A great talker. Make you think black is white if you listen. Don't stay here much. In and out. No one knows where to. Says the center is slow. What do you think of that? I guess we're fast enough for most folks. What about his father? Said the stock-breeding Sharon. Know anything about who he was? Lord, yes. Everybody around here used to know old Matthew Cowan. Lived up in Geneseo, where Dave was born, but used to come round here preaching. Queer old customer with a big head. He wasn't a regular preacher. He just took it up, being a carpenter by trade. Like our Lord Jesus, he used to say in his preaching. He had some outlandish kind of religion that didn't take much. He said the world was coming to an end on a certain day, and folks had better prepare for it. But it didn't end when he said it would, and he went back to carpentering weekdays and preaching on the Lord's Day. And one time he fell off a roof and hit on his head. And after that he was outlandisher than ever, and they had to look after him. He never did get right again. They said he died writing a telegram to our Lord on the wall of his room. This Dave Cowan, he argued about religion with the Reverend Mallet right up in the post office one day. He'll argue about anything. He's audacious. But the father was all right till he had the fall, asked Harvey D. I mean, he was healthy and all that? Oh, healthy enough. Big, strong old codger. He used to say he could cradle 4 acres of grain in a day when he was a boy on a farm, or split and lay up 350 rails. Strong enough. And this David Cowan, his son, he married someone from here? Her that was Effie Freeman, and her mother was a Penniman, cousin to old Judge Penniman. A sweet, lovely little thing Effie was, too, just as nice as you'd want to meet, and so healthy, demanded Sharon. Healthy enough till she had them twins. Always puny after that. Took to her bed and passed on when they was 4. Dropped off a tree of life like an over-fruited branch, you might say. Winona and Miss Penniman been mothers to the twins ever since. The record seems to be fairly clear, said Gideon. If he hasn't inherited that queer streak for religion, said Harvey D., foreseeing a possible inharmony with what Rapp Sr. would have called the interests. Thank you, Sarah. We were just asking, said Gideon. You're welcome, said Sarah, withdrawing. She threw them a last bit over her shoulder. That Dave Cowan's an awful reader. Reads library books and everything. Some say he knows more than the editor of the Advance himself. They waited until they heard a door swing to upon Sarah. Other has the gumption, said Sharon. But this was going in a circle. Gideon and Harvey D. ignored it, as having already been answered. Well, said Harvey D., I suppose we should call it settled. Over chancy, said Gideon, but so would any boy be. This one is an excellent prospect, sound as a nut, bright, well-mannered. He made an excellent impression on me after church today, said Harvey D., quite refined. Refined, said Sharon, is something anyone can get to be. It's manners you learn. But again he was ignored. Something clean and manly about him, said Harvey D. I should like him for my son. Has it occurred to either of you, asked Gideon, that this absurd father will have to be consulted in such a matter? But naturally, said Harvey D. An arrangement would have to be made with him. But has it occurred to you, persisted Gideon, that he might be absurd enough not to want one of his children taken over by strangers? Strangers, said Harvey D., in mild surprise, as if Whipples could with any justice be thus described. Gideon, however, was able to reason upon this. He might seem both at first, I dare say, but we can make plain to him the advantages the boy would enjoy. I imagine they would appeal to him. I imagine he would consent readily. Oh, but of course, said Harvey D., the father is a nobody. And the boy, left to himself, would probably become another nobody, without training, without education, without advantages. The father would know all this. Perhaps he doesn't even know he's a nobody, suggested Sharon. I think we can persuade him, said Harvey D., for once not meaning precisely what his words would seem to mean. I hope so, said Gideon. Pat will be pleased. I shall like to have a son, said Harvey D., frankly wistful. Other one has the gumption, said Sharon, casting a final rain of cigar ash upon the abused rug at his feet. The sands of the Whipple family were running out. We renew them, said Gideon cheerily. This ends Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Wrong Twin,
by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7. The ensuing week was marked for the Cowan-Penniman household by sensational developments. To Dave Cowan on Monday morning, standing at his case in the Advance office, nimbly filling his stick with type, following the loosely written copy turned in by Sam Pickering, the editor, had portentously come a messenger from the First National Bank to know if Mr. Cowan could find it convenient that day to give Harvey D. Whipple a few moments of his time. Dave's business life had hitherto not included any contact with bankers. He had simply never been in a bank. The message left him not a little disturbed. The messenger, Julius Farrow, a bookkeeper, could answer no questions. He knew only that Harvey D. had been very polite about it, and if Dave couldn't find it convenient today, he was to say when he might find it convenient to have a conference. Dave felt relieved at hearing the word conference. A mere summons to a strange place like a bank might be sinister, but a polite invitation to a conference at his convenience was different. He put down his half-filled stick. He'd been at work on the Advance locals for the Wednesday paper, 2- and 3-line items to tell of the trivial going and coming of nobodies, which he was wont to set up with an accompaniment of satirical comment on small-town activities. He'd broken off in the midst of perpetuating in brevier type the circumstance that Adelia May Simsbury was home from normal school over Sunday to visit her parents, Rufus G. Simsbury and wife, north of town. "I'll go with you," Dave told Julius Farrow. "I can always find a little time for bankers. I never kept one waiting yet, and I won't begin now. Ask any of 'em. They'll tell you I come when called." Julius looked puzzled, but offered no comment. Dave doffed his green eye shade and his apron of striped ticking, hastily dampened his hands in the tin wash basin and wiped them on a roller towel rich in historic associations. He spent a moment upon his hair before a small, wavy, and diagonally cracked mirror, put on his blue cutaway coat and his derby hat, and called, "Back in 5 minutes, Sam," casually into the open door of another room, where Sam Pickering wrestled with a fearless editorial on the need of better street lighting. It seemed to Dave that 5 minutes would amply suffice for any talk a banker might be needing with him. In the back office of the First National Bank, he was presently ensconced at a shining table of mahogany across from Harvey D. Whipple and his father, the dubious trousers and worn shoes hidden beneath the table so that visibly he was all but well dressed. "Smoke?" asked Gideon, and preferred an open cigar case. "Thanks," said Dave. "I'll smoke it later." He placed the cigar in the upper left-hand pocket of the eminently plaid waistcoat, from whence already protruded the handle of a toothbrush and a fountain pen. He preened his mustache, smoothed his hair, waited. Harvey D. coughed in a promising manner, set a wire basket of papers square with the corners of a table, and began. "We have been thinking, Mr. Cowan, my father and I, you see." He talked on, but without appeasing Dave's curiosity. Something about Dave's having boys, he gathered, and about the Whipples not having them. But it occurred to Dave again and again as Harvey wandered on that this was a discrepancy not in his power to correct. Once a monstrous suspicion startled him. This conference, so called, was shaping into nothing less than a proposal on behalf of the person he had so carelessly saluted the day before. It was terrifying. He grew cold with pure fright. But that was like some women. Once show them a little attention, they expected everything. Gideon Whipple mercifully broke in, while Harvey D. floundered upon an inconclusive period. Gideon was not nervous, and saw little need for strategy with this rather vagabondish fellow. "In short, Mr. Cowan, my son offers to adopt that boy of yours, make him his own son in name, and opportunities and advantages his own son." So it was only that. Dave drew a long, pleasant breath and wiped his brow. Then he took a pencil from the table and began to draw squares and triangles and diamond patterns upon a pad of soft paper that lay at hand. "Well, I don't know." His eyes followed the pencil point. Nor did he know until it presently developed that the desired adoption was of the Merle twin. He had supposed, without debate, that they would be meaning the other. "You mean Merle," he said at last, on some leading of the Gideons. "To be sure," said Harvey D., as if there could have been no question of another. "Oh, him," said Dave. There was relief in his tone. "You're sure you mean him?" "But of course," said Harvey D., brightening. "All right," said Dave. He felt they were taking the wrong twin, but he felt also that he must not let them see this. They might then want the other. "All right, I'll agree to that. He's a bright boy. It ought to be a good thing for him." "Ought to be," quoted Harvey D. with humorous warmth. "But of course it will be. You realize what it will mean for him. Advantages, opportunities, education, travel, family, a future, the Whipple estate. But, of course, we feel that under our training he will be a credit to us. He will be one of us, a Whipple in name and in fact." Dave Cowan ceased to draw angled designs on his pad. He now drew circles, ovals, ellipses, things fluent with curves. "All right," he said, "I'm willing. I want to do the best I can for the boy. I'm glad you feel he's the right one for you. Of course, the other boy, well, they're twins, but he's different." "We are certain you will never regret it," said Harvey D. warmly. "We feel that you are wise to agree," said Gideon. "So then—" "Papers to sign," said Dave. "Our lawyers will have them tomorrow," said Harvey D. "Good," said Dave. He was presently back at his case, embalming for posterity the knowledge that Grandma Millage was able to be out again these sunny days after a hard tussle with her old enemy sciatica. But before passing to the next item, he took Gideon's choice cigar from the upper waistcoat pocket, crumpled it, rubbed it to fine bits between the palms of his hands, and filled the calabash pipe with its debris. As he smoked, he looked out the window that gave on River Street. Across the way was the yellow brick structure of the bank he had just left. He was seeing a future president of that sound institution, Merle Whipple, born Cowan. He was glad they hadn't wanted the other one. The other one would want to be something more interesting, surely, than a small-town bank president. Have him learn a good loose trade and see the world, get into real life. But they'd had him going for a minute, when the only meaning he could get from Harvey D.'s roundabout talk was that the old girl of yesterday had misunderstood his attentions. That would have been a nice fix to find himself in. But Merle was off his mind. He would become a real Whipple and some day be the head of the family. Funny thing for a Cowan to fall into. He turned to his dusty case and set up the next item on his yellow copy paper. "Rumor hath it that Sandy Seaver's Sunday trips out of town mean business, and that a certain bright resident of Geneseo will shortly become Mrs. Sandy." He paused again. All at once it seemed to him that the Whipples had been hasty. They would get to thinking the thing over and drop it, never mention it to him again. Well, he was willing to let it drop. He wouldn't mention it again if they didn't. He would tell no one. Nor did he speak of it until the following evening, after the Whipples had surprisingly not only mentioned it again, but had operated in the little bank office, under the supervision of Squire Culbreth, a simple mechanism of the law which left him the legal father of but one son. Then he went to astonish the Pennimans with his news, only to find that Winona had secretively nursed it even longer than he had. Mrs. Penniman had also been told of the probability of this great event, but nevertheless wept gently when Dave certified to her its irrevocable consummation. Only Judge Penniman remained to be startled, and he, being irritated that others had enjoyed a foreknowledge guiltily withheld from him, chose to pretend that he too had been mysteriously enlightened. He had, he said, seen the thing coming. He became at the supper table a creature of gnawing and baffled curiosity, which he must hide by boasting an intimate acquaintance with Whipple motives and intentions. He intimated that but for his advice and counsel, the great event might not have come about. The initiative had been his, though certain other people might claim the credit. Of course, he hadn't wanted to talk about it before. He guessed he could keep a close mouth as well as the next one. The Merle twin at this momentous meal sat as one enthroned, receiving tribute from fawning subjects. His name was already Merle Whipple, and he was going to have a pony to ride, and he would come sometimes to see them. His cordial tolerance of them quite overcame Mrs. Penniman again. She had to feign an errand to the kitchen stove, and came back dropping the edge of her apron from her eyes. Winona was exalted. She felt that her careful training of the child had raised him to this eminence, and she rejoiced in it as a tribute to her capacity. Her labors had been richly rewarded. Dave Cowan alone seemed not to be enough impressed by the honors heaped upon his son. He jestingly spoke of him as a crown prince. He said if you really had to stay in a small town, you might as well be adopted by the Whipples as anyone else. The Wilbur twin was abashed and puzzled. The detail most impressing him seemed to be that, having no longer a brother, he would cease to be a twin. His life long he had been made intensely conscious of being a twin. He was one of a pair. And now, suddenly, he gathered, he was something whole and complete in himself. He demanded assurance on this point. "Then I'm not going to be a twin any longer? I mean, I'm not going to be one of the twins? It won't change my name too, will it?" His father enlightened him. "No, there's still a couple of Cowans left to keep the name going. We won't have to be small-towners unless we want to," he added. He suspected that the Wilbur twin felt slighted and hurt at being passed over, and would be needing comfort. But it appeared that the severed twin felt nothing of that sort. He was merely curious, not wounded or envious. "I wouldn't want to change to a new name," he declared. "I'd forget and go back to the old one." He wanted to add that maybe his new dog would not know him under another name, but he was afraid of being laughed at for that. "Merle never forgets," said Winona. "He will be a shining credit to his new name." She helped the chosen one to more jelly, which he accepted amiably. "And he will be a lovely little brother to Patricia Whipple," she fondly added. This left the Wilbur twin cold. He'd like to have a pony, but he would not wish to be Patricia Whipple's brother. He now recalled her unpleasantly. She was a difficult person. "Give Merle another bit of the steak, Mother," urged Judge Penniman. The judge had begun to dwell upon his own new importance. This thing made him by law connection of the Whipple family, didn't it? He, Rufus Tyler Penniman, had become at least a partial Whipple. He reflected pleasantly upon the consequences. "Will he go home tonight?" suddenly demanded the Wilbur twin, pointing at his brother, so there should be no mistake. The Merle twin seemed already a stranger to him. "Not tonight, dear, but in a few days, I would suppose." It sent Mrs. Penniman to the stove again. "I don't just know when I will go," said the Merle twin, surveying a replenished plate. "But I guess I'll give you back that knife you bought me. I probably won't need it up there. I'll probably have plenty of better knives than that knife." The Wilbur twin questioned this, but hid his doubt. Surely there could be few better knives in the whole world than one with a thing to dig stones out of horses' feet. Anyway, he would be glad to have it, and was glad the promise had been made before witnesses. After supper on the porch, Dave Cowan in the hammock picked chords and scraps of melody from his guitar, quite as if nothing had happened. Judge Penniman, in his wicker chair, continued to muse upon certain pleasant contingencies of this new situation. It had occurred to him that Dave Cowan himself would be even more a Whipple than any Penniman, and would enjoy superior advantages inevitably rising from this circumstance. "That family will naturally want to do something for you too, Dave," he said at last. "Do something for me?" Dave's fingers hung, waiting above the strings. "Why not? You're the boy's father, ain't you? Facts is facts, no matter what the law says. You're his absolute progenitor, ain't you? Well, you living here in the same town, they'll naturally want you to be somebody, won't they?" "Whoa." Dave struck the waiting chord. "Well, I am somebody, ain't I?" The judge waved this aside with a fat, deprecating hand. "Oh, in that way. Of course, everybody's somebody, every living, breathing soul. But what I'm getting at, they'll naturally try to make something out of you instead of just being kind of a no-account tramp printer." "Ah, is that so, old small-towner?" "Shouldn't wonder if they'd want to take you into the bank, maybe. Cashier or something, or manage one of the farms or factories, or set you up in business of some kind. You might get to be president of the First National. They might make you a director too, I suppose. Well, you can snicker, but stranger things have happened." The judge reflected, seeing himself truly a bank director, wearing his silk hat and frock coat every day, perhaps playing checkers with Harvey D. in the back office at quiet moments. Bank directing would surely be a suitable occupation for an invalid. Dave muted the vibrant strings with a hand. "Listen, old flapdoodle, I wouldn't tie myself up in this one-horse bunch of hovels, not if they'd give me the bank and all the money in it and all the Whipple farms and throw in the post office and the jail and the depot. Get that?" "Oh, sour grapes," returned the judge, stung to a biting whip by the coarse form of address. But Dave played music above the taunt. Nevertheless, he was not wholly surprised the following day when, politely invited to another conference at the bank, old Gideon Whipple, alone there, put the matter of his future somewhat after the manner of Judge Penniman, though far less crudely. Old Gideon sat across the table from him, and after Dave had put a cigar in his upper left-hand waistcoat pocket, he became considerate but pointed. "My son and I have been talking, Mr. Cowan, and we agree that something is due you as the boy's father. We want to show you every consideration, show it liberally. You seem to have led rather shall we say, an unsettled life up to this time. Not that it's anything to be criticized. You follow your own tastes, as every man should. But it occurred to us that you might care to feel more settled in some stable occupation where you could look forward to a solid future. All that sort of thing." Dave nodded, waiting, trying to word the talk the old man and his son would have had about him. Harvey Whipple would have been troubled at the near presence of the father of his new son as a mere journeyman printer. Undoubtedly the two would have used the phrase the judge had used. They would want him to make something of himself. "So we felt," went on Gideon, "that you might care to engage in some business here in Newbern. Establish yourself soundly and prosperously, as it were, so that your son, though maturing under different circumstances, would yet feel a pride in your standing in the community. Of course, this is tentative. I'm sounding you only. You may have quite other ideas. You may have laid out an entirely different future for yourself in some other field. But I wanted to let you know that we stand ready to finance liberally any business you would care to engage in, either here or elsewhere.
It isn't that we are crudely offering you money. I wish you to understand that. But we offer you help, both in money and counsel and influence. In the event of your caring to establish yourself here, we would see that your foundation was substantial. I think that says what I wanted to say." During much of this, Dave Cowan had been musing in a lively manner upon the other's supposition that he should have laid out a future for himself. He was amused at the notion. Of course he had laid out a future, but not the sort a Whipple would lay out. He was already living his future and found it good. Yet he felt the genuine goodwill of the old man and sought words to reject his offer gracefully. He must not put it so bluntly as he had to Judge Penniman. The old man would not be able to understand that no bribe within human reach would tempt him to remain in New Bern Center, nor did he wish to be established on a sound basis anywhere else. He did not wish to be established at all. "I'm much obliged," he said at last, "but I guess I won't trouble you and your son in any way. You see, I kinda like to live round and see things and go places. I don't know that I can explain it exactly. We have even thought you might like to acquire the journal on which you are now employed," said Gideon. "We understand it can be bought. We stand ready to purchase it and make it over to you." "Any country newspaper can always be bought any time," said Dave. "Their owners always want to sell, and it's mighty kind of you and your son, but, well, I just couldn't settle down to be a country editor. I'd go crazy," he confessed, in a sudden burst of frankness, and beaming upon Gideon. "I'd as soon be shut in jail." "Or anything else you might think of," said Gideon cordially. "Not necessarily in this town." "Well, I'd rather not. I guess I'm not one to have responsibilities. I wouldn't have an easy minute spending your money. I wouldn't ever be able to feel free with it, not the way I feel with my own. I guess I just better kinda go my own way. I like to work when I want to and stop when I want to, and no one having any right to ask me what I quit for and why don't I keep on and make something of myself. I guess it's no good you're trying to help me in any way. Of course, I appreciate it and all that. It was kindly thought of by you, but I hope my boy will be a credit to you just the same." The conference closed upon this. Dave left it feeling that he had eased his refusal into soft, ambiguous phrases. But old Gideon, reporting to Harvey D., said, "That chap hates a small town. What he really wanted to tell me was that he wouldn't settle down here for all the money in the world. He really laughed at me inside for offering him the chance. He pities us for having to stay here, I do believe. And he wouldn't talk of taking money for any enterprise elsewhere either. He's either independent or shiftless. Both, maybe. He said," Gideon laughed noiselessly, "he said he wouldn't ever be able to feel free with our money the way he does with his own." The Whipples, it proved, would be in no indecent haste to remove their new member from his humbler environment. On Wednesday it was conveyed to Winona that they would come for Merle in a few days, which left the Penniman household and the twins variously concerned as to the precise meaning of this phrase. It sounded elastic. But on Thursday Winona was able to announce that the day would be Saturday. They would come for Merle Saturday afternoon. She'd been told this distinctly by Mrs. Harvey D. Though her informant had set no hour, Winona thought it would be 3:00. She believed the importance of the affair demanded the setting of an exact hour, and there was something about 3:00 that commended itself to her. From this moment the atmosphere of the Penniman house was increasingly strained. There were preparations. The slender wardrobe of the crown prince of the Whipple dynasty was put in perfect order, and 2 items newly added to it by the direction of Dave Cowan. The boy must have a new hat and new shoes.
The judge pointed out to the prodigal father that these purchases should rightly be made with Whipple money. Dave needn't buy shoes and hats for Merle Whipple any more than he needed buy them for any other Whipple. But Dave had stubbornly squandered his own money. His boy wasn't going up to the big house like a ragamuffin. It came to the Wilbur twin that these days until Saturday were like the days intervening in a house of death until the funeral. He became increasingly shy and uncomfortable. It seemed to him that his brother had passed on, as they said, his mortal remains to be disposed of on Saturday at 3:00. Having led a good life, he would go to heaven, where he would have a pony and 1,000 knives if he wanted them. The strain in the house, the excitement of Winona, the periodic furtive weeping of Mrs. Penniman, the detached, uplifted manner of the chief figure, all confirmed him in this impression. Even Judge Penniman, who had been wont to speak of them twins, now spoke of that boy, meaning but the Wilbur twin. By 2:00 of the momentous Saturday afternoon, the tension was at its highest. Merle, dressed in his Sunday clothes, trod squeakily in the new shoes, which were button shoes surpassing in elegance any he had hitherto worn. As Dave Cowan had remarked, they were as good shoes as Whipple money would ever buy him. And the new hat, firm of line and rich in texture, a hat such as no boy could possibly wear except on Sunday, unless he were a very rich boy, reposed on the center table in the parlor. Winona, flushed and tightly dressed, nervously altered the arrangement of chairs in the parlor, or remembered some belonging of the deceased that should go into the suitcase containing his freshly starched blouses. Mrs. Penniman, also flushed and tightly dressed, affected to busy herself likewise with minor preparations for the departure, but this chiefly afforded her opportunities for quietly weeping in secluded corners. After these moments of relief, she would become elaborately cheerful, as if the occasion were festal. Even the judge grew nervous with anticipation. In his frock coat and striped gray trousers, he walked heavily from room to room, comparing the clock with his watch, forgetting that he was not supposed to walk freely except with acute suffering. Merle chattered blithely about how he would come back to see them, with unfortunate effects upon Mrs. Penniman. The Wilbur twin knew this atmosphere. When little Georgie Finkboner had died a few months before, had he not been taken to the house of mourning and compelled to stay through a distressing funeral? It was like that now, and he was uncomfortable beyond endurance. Twice Winona had reminded him that he must go and put on his own Sunday clothes. Nothing less than this would be thought suitable. He had said he would, but had dawdled skillfully and was still unfitly in bare feet and the shabby garments of a weekday. He knew definitely now that he was not going to be present at this terrible ceremony. He had no doubt there would be a ceremony, all the Whipples arriving in their own Sunday clothes, maybe the preacher coming with them, and they would sit silently in the parlor the way they did at the Finkboner house. And maybe the preacher would talk, and maybe they would sing or pray or something, and then they would take Merle away. He was not to be blamed for this happily inaccurate picture. He was justified by the behavior of Winona and her mother. And he was not going to be there. He wouldn't exactly run away. He felt a morbid wish to watch the thing if he could be apart from it. But he was going to be apart. He remembered too well the scene at the Finkboner house, and the smell of tuberoses. Winona had unaccustomed flowers in the parlor now. Not tuberoses, but almost as bad. Until 2:45 he expertly shuffled and dawdled and evaded. Then Winona took a stand with him. "Wilbur Cowan, go at once and dress yourself properly. Do you expect to appear before the Whipples that way?" He vanished in a flurry of seeming obedience. He went openly through the front door of the little house into the side yard, but paused not until he reached its back door, where he stood waiting. When he guessed he'd been there 15 minutes, He prepared to change his lurking place. Winona would be coming for him. He stepped out and looked round the corner of a little house, feeling inconsequently the thrill of a scout among hostile red Indians, as described in a favored romance. The lawn between the little house and the big house was free of searchers. He drew a long breath and made a swift dash to further obscurity in the lee of the Penniman woodshed. He skirted the end of this structure and peered about its corner, estimating the distance to the side door. But this was risky. It would bring him in view of a kitchen window, whence some busybody might observe him. But there was an open window above him, giving entrance to the woodshed. He leaped to catch its sill and clambered up to look in. The woodshed was vacant of Pennimans, and its shadowy silence promised security. He dropped from the window ledge. There was no floor beneath, so that the drop was greater than he counted on. He fell among loose kindling wood with more noise than he would have desired, quickly rose, stumbled in the dusk against a bucket half filled with whitewash, and sprawled again against a pile of soft coal. "Gee gosh," he muttered, heartily, as he rose a second time. Both the well-spread pallor of the whitewash and the sable sprinkling of the coal dust put him beyond any chance of a felicitous public appearance. But he was safe in a dusky corner. He remained there, breathing heavily. At last he heard Winona call him from the Penniman porch. Twice she called. Then he knew she would be crossing to the little house to know what detained him. He heard her call again, knew that she would be searching the 4 rooms over there. She wouldn't think of the woodshed. He sat there a long while, steadily regarding the closed screen door that led to the kitchen, ready to mingle deceptively with the coal should anyone appear. At last he heard a bustle within the house. There were hurried steppings to and fro by Winona and her mother, the heavy tread of the judge, a murmur of high voices. The Whipples must have come, and everyone would be at the front of the house. He crept from his corner, climbed to the floor from where it had been opened for wood and coal, and went softly to the kitchen door. He listened a moment through the screen, then entered and went noiselessly up the back stairs. Coming to the head of the front stairway, he listened again. There were other voices in front, and he shrank to the wall. He gathered that only the Whipple stepmother and Patricia had come. No other Whipples, no preacher. It might not have been so bad. Still, he didn't want to be there. They were at the front door now, headed for the parlor. Someone paused at the foot of the stairs, and in quick alarm he darted along the hall and into an open door. He was in the neat bedroom of Winona, short-breathed, made doubly nervous by boards that had creaked under his tread. He stood listening. They were in the parlor, a babble of voices coming up to him. Excited voices, but not funeral voices. His eyes roved the chamber of Winona, where everything was precisely in its place. He mapped out a dive under her bed if steps came up the stairs. He heard now the piping voice of Patricia Whipple. "It's like in the book about Ben Blunt that was adopted by a kind old gentleman and went up from rags to riches." This, for some reason, seemed to cause laughter below. He heard from Winona, "Do try a piece of Mother's cake. Merle, dear, give Mrs. Whipple a plate and napkin." Cake! Certainly nothing like cake for this occasion had been intimated to him. They hadn't had cake at the Finkboners'. Things might have been different, but they'd kept still about cake. He listened intently, hearing laughing references to Merle in his new home. Then once more Winona came to the front door and called him. "Wilbur! Wilbur!" "Where can that child be?" he heard her demand. She went to the back of the house, and more faintly he heard her again call his name. "Wilbur! Wilbur!" Then with discernible impatience, more shortly, "Wilbur Cowan!" He was intently regarding a printed placard that hung on the wall beside Winona's bureau. It read, "A gentleman makes no noise. A lady is serene. Emerson." He remained silent. He was not going to make any noise. At length he could hear preparations for departure. "Merle, dear, your hat is on the piano. Mother, hand him his hat. I'll bring his suitcase." "Well, I'll be sure to come back to see you all some day." "Yes, now don't forget us. No, we mustn't let him do that." They were out on the porch going down the walk. The listener stepped lightly to a window and became also a watcher. Ahead walked Patricia Whipple and her new brother. The stepmother and Mrs. Penniman followed. Then came Winona with a suitcase, which was of wicker. Judge Penniman lumbered ponderously behind. At the hitching post in front was the pony cart and the fat pony of sickening memory. Merle was politely helping the stepmother to the driver's seat. It was over. But the watcher suddenly recalled something. In swift silence, descending the stairs, he entered the parlor. On a stand beneath the powerful picture of the lion behind real bars was a frosted cake of rare beauty. 3 pieces were gone, and 2 more were cut. On top of each piece was the half of a walnut meat. He tenderly seized one of these and stole through the deserted house, through kitchen and woodshed, out to the free air again. Back of the woodshed he sat down on the hard bare ground, his back to its wall, looking into the garden where Judge Penniman, in the intervals of his suffering, raised a few vegetables. It was safe seclusion for the pleasant task in hand. He gloated rapturously over the cake, eating first the half of the walnut meat, which he carefully removed. But he thought it didn't taste right. He now regarded the cake itself uncertainly. It was surely perfect cake. He broke a fragment from the thin edge and tasted it almost fearfully. It wasn't going right. He persisted with a larger fragment, but upon this he was like to choke. His mouth was dry and, curiously, no place for even the choicest cake. He wondered about it in something like panic, staring at it in puzzled consternation. There was the choice thing, and he couldn't eat it. Then he became aware that his eyes were hot, the lids burning, and there came a choking, even though he no longer had any cake in his mouth. Suddenly he knew that he couldn't eat the cake because he had lost his brother who had passed on. He gulped alarmingly as the full knowledge overwhelmed him. He was wishing that Merle had kept the knife, even if it wasn't such a good knife, so that he would have something to remember him by. Now he would have nothing. He, Wilbur, would always remember Merle, even if he was no longer a twin. But Merle would surely forget him. He'd passed on. Over by the little house he heard the bark of Frank the dog. Frank's voice was changing, and his bark was now a promising baritone. His owner tried to whistle, but made poor work of this, so he called, "Here, Frank! Here, Frank!" reckless of betraying his own whereabouts. His voice was not clear. It still choked, but it carried. Frank came bounding to him. He had a dog left anyway, a good fighting dog. His eyes still burned, but they were no longer dry, and his gulps were periodic, threatening a catastrophe of the most dreadful sort. Frank the dog swallowed the cake hungrily, eating it with a terrible ease, as he was wont to eat enemy dogs. This ends Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8. Midsummer faded into late summer, and Dave Cowan was still small-towning it. To the uninformed, he might have seemed a staff fixed and impermanent to Sam Pickering and the Newbern Center Advance. But Sam was not uninformed. He was wise in Dave's ways. He knew the longer Dave stayed, the more casually would he flit. An hour's warning and the advance would be needing a printer. So Sam became aware on a day in early September that he would be wise to have a substitute ready. He knew the signs. Dave would become abstracted, stand longer and oftener at the window overlooking the slow life of Newbern. His mind would already be off and away. Then, on an afternoon, he would tell Sam that he must see a man in Seattle, and if Sam had taken forethought, there would be a new printer at the case next day. The present sojourn of Dave's had been longer than any Sam Pickering could remember, for the reason, it seemed, that Dave had been interested in teaching his remaining son a good loose trade. Directly after the apotheosis of Merle, his brother had been taken to the advance office, where, perched upon a high stool, his bare legs intricately entwined among its rungs, he'd been taught the surface mysteries of typesetting. At first he was merely let to set up quads in his stick, though putting leads between the lines and learning the use of his steel rule. Then he was taught the location of the boxes in the case and was allowed to set real type. By the time Sam Pickering noted the moving signs in Dave, the boy was struggling with copy and winning his father's praise for his aptitude. True, he too often neglected to reach to the upper case for capital letters, and the galley proofs of his takes were not as clean as they should have been, but he was learning. His father said so. Every Wednesday he earned a real quarter by sitting against the wall back of the hand press and inking the forms while his father ran off the addition. This was better fun than typesetting. Before you was a long roller on two other long rollers, and at your right hand was a small roller with which you picked up ink from a stone, rolling it across and across with a spirited crackle. Then you ran the small roller the length of the long roller. Then you turned a crank that revolved the two lower rollers, thus distributing the ink evenly over the upper one. After that, you ran the upper roller out over the two forms of type on the press bed. Dave Cowan, across the press, the sleeves of his pink-striped shirt rolled to his elbows, then let down a frame in which he had fixed a virgin sheet of paper, ran the bed of the press back under a weighted shelf, and pulled a mighty lever to make the imprint. Wilbur had heard the phrase, "power of the press." He conceived that this was what the phrase meant, this pulling of the lever. Surmounting the framework of the press was a bronze eagle with wings outspread for flight. His father told him, the first day of his service, that this bird would flap its wings and scream 3 times when the last paper was run off. This would be the signal for Terry Stamper, the devil, to go across the Fehlhabers and fetch a pail of beer. Wilbur had waited for this phenomenon, only to believe, after repeated disappointments, that it was one of his father's jokes, though it was true that Terry Stamper brought the beer, which was drunk by Dave and Terry and Sam Pickering. Sam had been folding the printed papers, while Terry Stamper operated a machine that left upon each the name of a subscriber, dropping them into a clothes basket, which he later conveyed to the post office. Wilbur enjoyed this work, running the long roller across the forms after each impression, spotting himself in his clothes with ink. After he had learned some more, he would be a printer's devil like Terry, and fetch the beer and run the job press and do other interesting things. There was a little thrill for him in knowing you could say devil in this connection without having people think you were using a bad word. But Dave's time had come. He yearned over the skyline where the strange roads go down, though he put it more sharply to Sam Pickering one late afternoon. "Well, Sam, I feel itchy-footed." "I knew it," said Sam. "When are you leaving?" "No train out till the 6:58. And Sam knew he would be meaning the 6:58 of that same day. He never meant the day after or the day after that. That evening Dave sauntered down to the depot, accompanied by his son. There was no strained air of expectancy about him and no tedious management of bags.
He might have been seeking merely the refreshment of watching the 6:58 come in and go out, as did a dozen or so of the more leisured class of Newbern. When the train came, he greeted the conductor by his Christian name and chatted with his son until it started. Then he stepped casually aboard and surrendered himself to its will. He had wanted suddenly to go somewhere on a train, and now he was going. "Got to see a man in San Diego," he told the boy. "I'll drop back some of these days." "Maybe you'll see the gypsies again," said Wilbur, a bit wistfully. But he was not cast down by his father's going. That was a thing that happened or not, like bad weather. He'd learned this about his father. And pretty soon, after he went to school a little more and learned to spell better, to use punctuation marks the way the copy said, and capital letters even if you did have to reach for them, he too could swing on to the smoking car of the 6:58, after she had really started, and go off where gypsies went and people that had learned good loose trades. There was a new printer at the case in the advanced office the following morning, one of those who constantly drifted in and out of that exciting nowhere into which they so lightly disappeared by whim. A gaunt, silent man, almost wholly deaf, who stood in Dave Cowan's place and set type with machine-like accuracy or distributed it with loose-fingered nimbleness, seizing many types at a time and scattering them to their boxes with the apparent abandon of a sour, strowing seed. He too was but a transient, wherever he might be found, but he had no talk of the outland where gypsies were, and to Wilbur he proved to be of no human interest, so that the boy neglected the dusty office for the more attractive out-of-doors, though still inking the forms for the Wednesday edition, because a quarter is a good thing to have. When Terry Stamper brought the pail of beer now, the new printer drank abundantly of the frothy stuff, and for a time glowed gently with a suggestive radiance, as if he too were almost moved to tell of strange cities. But he never did. Nor did he talk instructively about the beginnings of life, and how humans were but slightly advanced simians. He would continue to set type, silent and detached, until an evening when he would want to go somewhere on a train, and go. He did not smoke, but he chewed tobacco, and Wilbur the apprentice, desiring to do all things that printers did, strove to emulate him in this interesting vice. But it proved to offer only the weakest of appeals, so he presently abandoned the effort, especially after Winona had detected him with the stuff in his mouth, striving to spit like an elderly printer. Winona was horrified. Smoking was bad enough. Winona was even opposed to his becoming a printer. Those advantages of the craft extolled by Dave Cowan were precisely what Winona deemed undesirable. A boy should rather be studious and of good habits, and learn to write a good hand so that he could become a bookkeeper, perhaps even in the First National Bank itself, and always stay in one place. Winona disapproved of gypsies and all their ways. Gypsies were rolling stones. She strove to entice the better nature of Wilbur with moral placards bearing printed bits from the best authors. She gave him an entire calendar with an uplifting sentiment on each leaf. One paying proper attention could scarcely have lived the year of that calendar without being improved. Unfortunately, Wilbur Cowan never in the least cared to know what day in the month it was, and whole weeks of these homilies went unread. Winona was watchful, however, and fertile of resource. Aforetime she had devoted her efforts chiefly to Merle as being the better worth saving. Now that she had indeed saved him, made and uplifted him beyond human expectation, she redoubled her attentions to his less responsive, less plastic brother. Almost fiercely she was bent upon making him the moral perfectionist she had made Merle. As one of the means to this end, she regaled him often with tales of his brother's social and moral refulgence under his new name. The severance of Merle from his former environment had been complete. Not yet had he come back to see them. But Winona from church and Sunday school brought weekly reports of his progress in the esteem of the family which he now adorned. Harvey D. Whipple was proud of his new son, had already come to feel a real fatherhood for him, and could deny him nothing. He was such a son as Harvey D. had hoped to have. Old Gideon Whipple, too, was proud of his new grandson. The stepmother, for whom fate had been circumvented by this device of adoption, looked up to the boy and rejoiced in her roundabout motherhood, and Miss Murtry declared that he was a perfect little gentleman. Also, by her account, he was studious, with a natural fondness for the best in literature, and betrayed signs of an intellect such as, in her confidentially imported opinion, the Whipple family neither in root nor branch had yet revealed. Patricia, the sister, had abandoned all intention of running away from home to obtain the right sort of companionship. Winona meant to pique and inspire Wilbur to new endeavor with these tales, which, for a good purpose, she took the liberty of embellishing where they seemed to invite it, as how the Whipples were often heard to wish that the other twin had been as good and well-mannered a boy as Merle, who did not use tobacco in any form, so they might have adopted him too. Winona was perhaps never to understand that Wilbur could not picture himself as despised and rejected. His assertion that he had not wished to be adopted by any Whipples she put down to envious bravado. Had he not from afar on more than one occasion beheld his brother riding the prophesied pony? But he would have felt embarrassed at meeting his brother now face to face. He liked to see him at a distance, on the wonderful pony, or being driven in the cart with other Whipples, and he felt a great pride that he should have been thus exalted. But he was shyly determined to have no contact with this splendid being. When school began in the fall, he was again constrained to the halls of learning. He would have preferred not to go to school, finding the free outer life of superior interest, but he couldn't learn the good loose trade without improving his knowledge of the printed word, though he had not been warned that printers must be informed about fractions, or even long division. But Winona being his teacher, it was impracticable to be absent on private affairs even for a day without annoying consequences. During the long summer, every day but Sunday had been a Saturday in all essentials. Now, though the hillsides blazed with autumn color, ripe nuts were dropping. The mornings sparkled a frosty invitation, and there was a provocative tang of brush fires in the keen air. He must earn his Saturdays, and might even of these earn but one in a long week. Sunday, to be sure, had the advantage of no school, but it had the disadvantage of church attendance, where one fell sleepy while the minister scolded. And Sunday afternoon, even if one might fare abroad, was clouded by reminders of the imminent Monday morning. It was rather a relief when snow came to shroud the affable woods, bringing such cold that one might as well be in a schoolroom as any place. When, as Winona put down in her journal, the vale of Newburn was locked in winter's icy embrace, and poor old Judge Penniman was compelled to while away the long forenoons with his feet on a stock of wood in the kitchen oven. From Dave Cowan came picture postcards addressed to his son, gay-colored scenes of street life or public buildings, and on these Dave had written, "Having a good time? Hope you are the same." One of them portrayed a scene of revelry by night, and it was entitled Sans Souci Dance Hall, Denver, Colorado. Winona bribed this away from the recipient with money. She wished Dave would use better judgment, choose the picture of some good church or a public library. The Whipple family, including its latest recruit, continued remote. Wilbur would happily observe his one-time brother, muffled in robes of fur, glide swiftly past in a sleigh of curved beauty, drawn by horses that showered music along the roadway from 100 golden bells. But there were no direct encounters, save with old Sharon Whipple. Sharon, even before winter came, had formed a habit of stopping to speak to Wilbur, pulling up a long-striding, gaunt roan horse in the buggy which his weight caused to sag on one side, to ask the boy idle questions. Throughout the winter he continued these attentions, and once, on a day sparkling with new snow, he took the rejected twin into a cutter, enveloped him in the buffalo robe, and gave him a joyous ride out over West Hill along the icy road that wound through the sleeping still woods. They were silent for most of this drive. "You don't talk much," said Sharon, when the roan slowed for the ascent of West Hill, and the music of the bells became only a silver murmur of chords. The boy was silent even at this, for while he was trying to think of a suitable answer, trying to think what Winona would have him reply, Sharon flicked the roan, and the music came loud again. There was no more talk until Sharon pulled up in the village, the boy being too shy to volunteer any speech while this splendid hospitality endured. "Have a good time?" demanded Sharon at parting. Wilbur tried earnestly to remember that he should reply in Winona's formula. "I've had a delightful time, and thank you so much for asking me." But he stared at Sharon, muffled in a great fur coat and cap, holding the taut limes with enormous driving gloves, and could only say, "Fine," after which he stopped, merely looking his thanks. "Good," said Sharon, and touching the outer tips of his frosted eyebrows with a huge gloved thumb, he clicked to the roan and was off to a sprinkle of bell chimes. Wilbur resolved not to tell Winona of this ride, because he would have to confess that he had awkwardly forgotten to say the proper words at the end. Merle would not have forgotten. Probably Mr. Sharon Whipple, having found him wanting in polish, would never speak to him again. But Sharon did, for a week later, when Wilbur passed him where he had stopped the cutter in River Street, the old man not only hailed him, but called him Buck. From his hearty manner of calling, "Hello there, Buck," it seemed that he had decided to overlook the past. The advent of the following summer was marked by two events of importance. Mouser, the Penniman cat, after being repeatedly foiled throughout the winter, had gained access to the little house on a day when windows and doors were open for cleaning, stalked the immobile blue jay, and falling upon his prey had rent the choice bird limb from limb, scattering over a wide space wings, feathers, cotton, and twisted wire. Mouser had apparently found it beyond belief that so beautiful a bird should not be toothsome in any single part. But the discoverer of this sacrilege was not horrified as he would have been a year before. He had even the breadth of mind to feel an honest sympathy for poor Mouser, who had come upon arsenic where it could not by any known law of nature have been apprehended, and who for 2 days remained beneath the woodshed sick unto death, and was not his old self for weeks thereafter. Wilbur was growing up. Soon after this, the other notable event transpired. Frank the dog became the proud but worried mother of 5 puppies, all multicolored like himself. It is these ordeals that mature the soul, and it was an older Wilbur who went again to the advance office to learn the loose trade, as his father had written him from New Orleans that he must be sure to do. He had increased his knowledge of convention in the use of capital letters, and that summer, as a day's work, he set up a column of leaded long primer, which won him the difficult praise of Sam Pickering. Sam wrote a notice of the performance and printed it in the advance, the budding craftsman feeling a double glow when he set this up too. The item predicted that Wilbur Cowan, son of our fellow townsman, Dave Cowan, would soon become one of the swiftest of compositors. This summer he not only inked the forms on Wednesday, but he was permitted to operate the job press. You stood before this and turned a large wheel at the left to start it, after which you kept it going with one foot on a treadle. Then rhythmically the press opened wide its maw, and you took out the printed card or small bill and put in another before the jaws closed down. It was especially thrilling, because if you should keep your hand in there until the jaws closed, you wouldn't have it any longer. But there was disquieting news about the loose trade he intended to follow. A new printer brought this. He was the second since the deaf one of the year before, the latter on an hour's notice, having taken the 658 for Florida one night in the early winter, like one of the idle rich, Sam Pickering said. The new printer, a sour, bald one of middle age, reported bitterly that hand composition was getting to be no good nowadays. You had to learn the linotype, a machine that was taking the bread out of the mouths of honest typesetters. He'd beheld one of these heinous mechanisms operated in a city office by a slip of a girl that wouldn't know how to hold a real stick in her hand, and things had come to a pretty pass. It was an intricate machine with thousands of parts, far more than seemed at all necessary. If you weren't right about machinery and too old to learn new tricks, what were you going to do? Get sent to the printer's home, that was all. The new printer drank heavily to assuage his gloom, even to a degree that caused Herman Feilhaber to decline his custom, so that he must lean the gloomy hours away on the bar of Pegleg McCarran, where they didn't mind such things. Sam Pickering warned him that if this kept on, there would no longer be jobs for hand compositors, even in country printing offices, that he for one would probably solve his own labor problem by installing a machine and running it himself. But the sad printer refused to be warned, and went from bad to worse. Wilbur Cowan partook of his pessimism about the craft, and wondered if his father had heard the news. If it had ceased to be important that a bright boy should set up a column of long primer, leaded, in a day, he might as well learn some other loose trade, in which they couldn't invent a machine to take the bread out of your mouth. It was that summer he spent many forenoons on the steps of the ice wagon, driven by his good friend Bill Barden. Bill said you made good enough money delivering ice, and it was pleasant on a hot morning to rumble along the streets on the back steps of the covered wagon, cooled by the great blocks of ice still in its sawdust. When they came to a house that took only 25 pounds, Bill would let him carry it with the tongs, unless it was one where Bill, a knightly person, chanced to sustain more or less social relations with the bondmaid. And you could chip off pieces of ice to hold in your mouth, or cool your bare feet in the cold, wet sawdust, and you didn't have to be anywhere at a certain hour, but could just loaf along, giving people their ice when you happened to get there. He wondered indeed if delivering ice were not as loose a trade as typesetting had been, and whether his father would approve of it. It was pleasanter than sitting in a dusty printing office, and the smells were less obtrusive. Also, Bill Barden went about bareheaded and clad above the waist only in a sleeveless jersey that was tight across his broad chest and gave his big arms free play. He chewed tobacco, too, like a printer, but cautioned his young helper against this habit in early youth. He said if indulged in it too tender an age, it turned your blood to water and you died in great suffering. Wilbur longed for the return of his father, so he could tell him about the typesetting machine and about this other good loose trade that had opened so opportunely. There were other trades, seemingly loose enough, in which one drove the most delightful wagons, and which endured the year round, and not, as with the ice trade, merely for the summer. There was, for example, driving an express wagon. Afternoons, when the ice chests of Newbern had been replenished and Bill Barden disappeared in the more obscure interests of his craft, Wilbur would often ride with Rufus Paulding, Newbern's express agent. Rufus drove one excellent horse to a smart green wagon and brought packages from the depot. which he delivered about the town. Being a companionable sort, he was not averse to Wilbur Cowan's company on his cushioned seat. It was not as cool work as delivering ice, and lacked a certain dash of romance present in the other trade, but it was lively and interesting in its own way, especially when Rufus would remain on his seat and let him carry packages in to people with a book for them to sign. And there was the dray, driven by Trimble Cushman, drawn by 2 proud black horses of great strength. This trade was a sort of elder, heavier brother of the express trade, conveying huge cases of merchandise from the freight depot to the shops of the town. Progress was slower here than with the express wagon, or even the ice wagon. You had to do lots of backing, with much stern calling to the big horses, and often it took a long time to ease the big boxes to the sidewalk, time and grunting exclamations. Still, it was not unattractive to the dilettante, and he rode beside Trimble with profit to his knowledge of men and affairs. But better than all, for a good loose trade involving the direction of horses, was driving the bus from the mansion house to the depot. The majestic yellow vehicle with its cushioned, lavishly decorated interior, its throne-like seat above the world, was an exciting affair, even when it rested in the stable yard. When the horses were hitched to it, and Starling Tucker from the high seat with whip and reins directed its swift progress, with rattles and rumbles like a real circus wagon, it was thrilling indeed. This summer marked the first admission of Wilbur to an intimacy with the privileged driver, which entitled him to mount dizzily to the high seat and rattle off to trains. He patiently courted Starling Tucker in the office of the Mansion House livery stable, sitting by him in silent admiration while he discoursed learnedly of men and horses, helping to hitch up the dappled grays to the bus, fetching his whip, holding his gloves, until it became a matter of course that he should mount to the high seat with him. This seemed really to be the best of all loose trades. On that high seat, one hand grasping an iron railing at the side, sitting by grim-faced Starling Tucker in his battered hat, who drove carelessly with one hand and tugged at his long red mustache with the other. It was pleasantly appalling to reflect that he might be at any moment dashed to pieces on the road below, to remember that Starling himself, the daily associate of horses and a man of high adventure, had once fallen from this very seat and broken bones, the most natural kind of accident, Starling averred, though gossip had blamed it on Pegleg McCarran's whiskey. Not only was it delectable to ride in the high place, to watch trains come and go, to carry your load of travelers back to the mansion house, but there were interludes of relaxation where you could sit about in the office of the stables and listen to agreeable talk from the choice spirits of abundant leisure, with whom work seemed to be a tribal taboo, daily assembled there. The flow of anecdote was often of a pungent quality, and the amateur learned some words and phrases that would have caused Winona acute distress. But he learned about men and horses and dogs, and enlarged his knowledge of Newburn's inner life, having peculiar angles of his own upon it from his other contacts with its needs for ice and express packages and crates of bulkier merchandise. His father had once said barbering was a good loose trade that enabled one to go freely about the world, but the boy had definitely eliminated this from a list of possible crafts, owing to unfortunate experiences with none other than Judge Penniman, for the judge cut his hair. At spaced intervals through the year, Winona would give the order, and the judge would complainingly make his preparations. The victim was taken to the woodshed and perched on a box which was set on a chair. The judge swathed him with one of Mrs. Penniman's aprons, crowding folds of it inside his neckband. Then, with stern orders to hold his head still, the rite was consummated with a pair of shears commandeered from plain and fancy dressmaking. Loath himself to begin the work, the judge always came to feel as it progressed a fussy pride in his artistry, a pride never in the least justified by results. To Wilbur, after these ordeals, his own mirrored head was a strange and fearsome apparition, the ears appearing to have been too carelessly affixed, and the scanty remainder of his hair left in furrows, with pallid scalp showing through. And there were always hairs down his neck, despite the apron. Barbering was not for him, not when you could drive a bus to all trains, or even a dray. There were also street encounters that summer with old Sharon Whipple, who called the boy Buck and jocularly asked him what he was doing to make a man of himself, and whom he would vote for at the next election. One sunny morning, while Wilbur on River Street weighed the possible attractions of the livery stable office against the immediate certainty of some pleasant hours with Rufus Paulding, off to the depot to get a load of express packages for people, Sharon in his sagging buggy pulled up to the curb before him and told him to jump in if he wanted a ride. So he had jumped in without further debate. Sharon's plump figure was loosely clad in gray, and his whimsical eyes twinkled under a wide-brimmed hat of soft straw. He paused to light a cigar after the boy was at his side, the buggy continuing to sag as before. Then he pushed up the ends of his eyebrows with the blunt thumb, clicked to the long striding roan, and they were off at a telling trot. Out over West Hill they went, leaving a thick fog of summer dust in their wake, and on through cool woods to a ridge from which the valley opened, revealing a broad checkerboard of ripening grain fields. "Got to make 3 of my farms," volunteered Sharon after a silent hour's drive. "Yes, sir," said Wilbur, which seemed enough for them both until the first of the farms was reached. Sharon there descended, passing the reins to a proud Wilbur, for talk with his tenant on the steps of the yellow-frame farmhouse. Sharon bent his thick round leg to raise a foot to a rustic seat, and upon the cushion thus provided made figures in a notebook. After a time of this, while Wilbur excitedly held the roan horse, made nervous by a hive of bees against the whitewashed fence, he came back to the buggy, which sagged from habit even when disburdened of its owner, and they drove to another farm, a red brick farmhouse this time, with yellow roses climbing its front. Here Sharon tarried longer in consultation. Wilbur staunchly held the roan, listened to the high-keyed drone of a reaper in a neighboring field, and watched the old man make more figures in his black notebook. He liked this one of the Whipples pretty well. He was less talkative than Bill Barden, and his speech was less picturesque than Starling Tucker's, or even Trimble Cushman's, who would often threaten to do interesting and horrible things to his big dray horses when they didn't back properly. But Wilbur felt at ease with Sharon, even if he didn't say much or say it in startling words. When Sharon had done his business, the farmer came to lead the roan to the barn, and Sharon, taking a pasteboard box from the back of the buggy, beckoned Wilbur to follow him. They went round the red farmhouse, along a grassy path carelessly bordered with flowers that grew as they would, and at the back came to a little white spring house in which were many pans of milk on shelves and a big churn. The interior was cool and dim, and a stream of clear water trickled along a passage in the cement floor. They sat on a bench, and Sharon opened his box to produce an astonishing number of sandwiches wrapped in tissue paper, a generous oblong of yellow cheese, and some segments of brown cake splendidly enriched with raisins. "Pitch in," said Sharon. "Yes, sir," said Wilbur, and did so with an admirable restraint, such as Winona would have applauded, nibbling politely at one of the sandwiches. "Ain't you got your health?" demanded the observant Sharon, capably engulfing half a sandwich. "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Eat like it, then." So the boy became less conscious of his manners and ate like it, to Sharon's apparent satisfaction. Midway in the destruction of the sandwiches, the old man drew from the churn a tin cup of what proved to be buttermilk. His guest had not learned to like this, so for him he procured another cup and brought it brimming with sweet milk, which he had daringly taken from one of the many pans, quite as if he were at home in the place. "Milk's good for you," said Sharon. "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "A regular food as much as anything you want to name." "Yes, sir," the boy agreed wholly, without wishing to name anything in disparagement of milk. They ate the sandwiches and cheese, and upon the guest was conferred the cake. There were 3 pieces, and he managed the first swiftly, but was compelled to linger on the second, even with the lubricating help of another cup of milk. "Bring it along," directed the host. So it was brought along to the buggy, 1 piece in course of consumption, and 1 carried to be eaten at superb leisure as the fed roan carried them down the hot road to still another farm. They drove back to Newbern in the late afternoon, still largely silent, though there was a little talk at the close on stretches of hill where the roan would consent to slacken his pace. "What do you think of him?" Sharon demanded, nodding obliquely at the roan. "He's got good hocks and feet. Good head and shoulders, too," said the boy. "He has that," affirmed Sharon. "No horses?" "Well, He faltered, but suddenly warmed to talk and betrayed an intimate knowledge of every prominent horse in Newbern. He knew Charlie and Dick, the big dray horses, and Dexter, who drew the express wagon. He knew Bob and George, who hauled the ice wagon. He knew the driving horses in the mansion stables by name and point, especially the 2 dapple grays that drew the bus. Not for nothing had he listened to the wise talk in the stable office, or sat at the feet of Starling Tucker, who knew horses so well he called them hosses. It was the first time he had talked to Sharon forgetfully. Sharon nodded his head from time to time, and the boy presently became shy at the consciousness that he had talked a great deal. Then Sharon spoke of rumors that the new horseless carriage would soon do away with horses. He didn't believe the rumors, and he spoke scornfully of the new machines as contraptions. Still, he had seen some specimens in Buffalo, and they might have something in them. They might be used in time in place of horse-drawn buses and ice wagons and drays. Wilbur was chilled by this prediction. He had more than half meant to drive horses to one of these useful affairs. But what if they were to be run by machinery? Linotypes to spoil typesetting by hand, and now horseless carriages to stop driving horses. He wondered if it would be any use to learn any trade. He would have liked to ask Sharon, but hardly dared. "Well, it's an age of progress," said Sharon at last. "We got to expect changes." Wilbur was at home on this topic. He became what Winona would have called informative. "We can't stop change," he said in his father's manner. "First there was stardust, and electricity or something made it into the earth, and some water and chemicals made life out of this electricity or something." "Hey!" said the startled Sharon. But the story of creation continued. "And there was just little animals first, but they got to be bigger because they had to change, and pretty soon they became monkeys, and then they changed some more and stood up on their hind feet, and so they got to be human beings like us because they had to change," he concluded lucidly. "My shining stars," breathed Sharon. "And they lost their tails and got so they would wear neckties and have post offices and depots and religion," added the historian in a final flash of memory. "Well, I'll be switched," said Sharon. "It's electricity or something," explained the lecturer. "My father said so." "Oh," said Sharon. "But he says there's a catch in it somewhere." "I should think there was," said Sharon. "By gracious goodness, I should think there was a catch in it somewhere. But you understand the whole thing as easy as crack a nut, don't you?" "Yes, sir," said Wilbur. "Get up there," said Sharon. Wilbur did not tell Winona of this day's encounter with an authentic Whipple. He would have done so but for the $1 that Sharon absently bestowed upon him from a crumple of bills when he left the buggy at the entrance to Whipple Old Place. Winona, he instantly knew, would counsel him to save the $1, and he did not wish to save it. As fast as his bare feet, with a stone bruise on one heel, would carry him, he sped to Solly Gumbel's, yet not with wholly selfish intent. A section of plug tobacco, charmingly named Peach and Honey, was purchased for $1 as a gift to Bill Barden of the ice wagon. Another $1 secured 3 pale brown cigars with gay bands about their middles, to be lavished upon the hero Starling Tucker. This ends Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9. The colorful years sped. At 15, Wilbur Cowan, suddenly alive to this quick way of time, was looking back to the days of his heedless youth. That long aisle of years seemed unending, but it narrowed in perspective until earlier experiences wore but queerly dissolving shapes, wavering of outline, dimly discerned, piquant or sad in the mind, but elusive when he would try to fix them. On a shining, full-starred night, he stood before the little house in the Penniman side yard and bade farewell to this youth. A long time he gazed into the arched splendor above. He'd never noticed that the stars were so many and so bright, and they were always there, by day as well as by night, so his father said. Many of them, on the same voracious authority, were peopled, some with people who were yet but monkeys, like the Feelhaber's Emile, some with people now come to be human, like himself, others with ineffable beings who had progressed in measureless periods of time beyond any human development that even Dave Cowan could surmise. The aging boy felt suddenly friendly with all those distant worlds, glad they were there, so almost sociably near. On more than one of them, perhaps far off in that white streak they called the Milky Way, there must be boys like himself, learning useful things about life, to read good books and all about machinery, and have good habits, and so forth. Surely on one of those far worlds there was at least one boy like himself who was being a boy for the last time, and would tomorrow be a man. For Wilbur Cowan, beneath the starry welter of creation, of worlds to be or in being, or lifeless hulks that had been worlds and were outworn, was on this June night uplifted to face the parting of the ways. His last day had been lived as a boy with publicly bare feet. No more would he feel the soft run of new grass beneath his soles, or longer need beware the chance nail or sharp stone in the way. On the morrow, presumably to be a day inviting to bare feet as had all the other days of his summers, remembered and forgotten, he would, when he rose, put on stockings and stout shoes, and he would put them on world without end through all the new mornings of his life, howsoever urgently with their clement airs they might solicit the older mode. It was a solemn thing to reflect upon, under a glittering heaven that held, or not, those who might feel with him the bigness of the moment. He suffered a vision of the new shoes, stiffly formidable, side by side at the foot of his bed in the little house. It left him feeling all his years. And he would wear long trousers. With tolerant amusement he saw himself as of old, barefoot, bare-legged, the neat pants buttoned to the calico blouse. It was all over. He scanned the stars a last time, dimly feeling that the least curious of their inhabitants would be aware of this crisis. Perhaps on one of those blinking orbs, people with the proper concern for other world events would be saying to one another, "Yes, he's grown up now. Didn't you hear the big news? Why, Tomorrow he's going to begin driving a truck for Trimble Cushman. Got a job for the whole summer." If the announcement startled less than great news should, the speaker could surely produce a sensation by adding, "The first automobile truck in New Bern Center." And how had this immature being, capable out-of-doors boy though he was, come to be so exalted above his fellows? Sam Pickering's linotype had first revealed his gift from machinery, for Sam had installed the linotype, and Wilbur Cowan had patiently mastered its distracting intricacies. Dave Cowan had informally reappeared one day, still attired with decreasing elegance below the waist, his cloth-topped shoes but little more than distressing memories, and announced that he was now an able operator of this wondrous machine, and the harried editor of the Advance, stung to enterprise by flitting wastrels who tarried at his case only long enough to learn the name of the next town, had sought relief in machinery, even if it did take bread from the mouths of honest typesetters. Their lack of preference as to where they earned their bread, their insouciant flights from town to town without notice, had made Sam brutal. He'd ceased to care whether they had bread or not. So Dave for a summer had brought him surcease from help worries. The cynical journeyman printer of the moment, on a day when Dave tried out the new machine, had stood by and said she might set type, but she certainly couldn't justify it, because it took a human to do that, and how would a paper look with unevenly ending lines? When Dave, seated before the thing, proved that she uncannily could justify the lines of type before casting them in metal, the dismayed printer had shuddered at the mystery of it. Dave Cowan seized the moment to point out to his admiring son and other bystanders that it was all the working of evolution. If you couldn't change when your environment demanded it, nature scrapped you. Hand compositors would have to learn to set type by machinery or go down in the struggle for existence. Survival of the fittest, that was it. The doubting printer was not there to profit by this lecture. Though it was but 5 o'clock, he was down on the depot platform moodily waiting for the 6:58. The next number of the Advance was set by linotype, a circumstance of which one of its columns spoke feelingly, and set moreover in the presence of as many curious persons as could crowd about the operator. Among these none was so fascinated as Wilbur Cowan. He hung lovingly about the machine, his fingers itching to be at its parts. When work for the day was over, he stayed by it until the light grew dim in the low-ceilinged, dusty office. He took liberties with its delicate structure that would have alarmed its proud owner, playing upon it with wrench and screwdriver, detaching parts from the whole for the pure pleasure of putting them back. He thus came to an intimate knowledge of the contrivance. He knew what made it go. He early mastered its mere operation. Sam Pickering felt fortified against the future. Then it developed that though Dave Cowan could perform ably upon the instrument while it retained its health, he was at a loss when it developed ailments, and to these it was prone, being a machine of temperament and airs, inclined to lose spirit, to sulk, even irritably to refuse all response to Dave's fingering of the keyboard. Dave was sincerely startled when his son one day skillfully restored tone to the thing after it had disconcertingly rebelled. Sam Pickering, on the point of wiring for the mechanic who had installed his treasure, looked upon the boy with awe as his sure hands wrought knowingly among the weirdest of its vitals. Dave was impressed to utter lack of speech and resumed work upon the again compliant affair without comment. Perhaps he reflected that the stern processes of his favorite evolution demanded more knowledge of this machine than even he had acquired. There ensued further profitable education for the young mechanic from the remarkable case of Sharon Whipples' first motor car. Sharon, the summer before, after stoutly affirming for 2 years that he would never have one of the noisy things on the place, even though the Whipple new place now boasted 2, boasting likewise of their speed and convenience, And even though Gideon Whipple jestingly called him a fossilized barnacle on the ship of progress, had secretly bought a motor car and secretly for 3 days taken instructions in its running from the city salesman who delivered it, his intention was to become daringly expert in its handling and flash upon the view of a discomfited Gideon who had not yet driven a car. He would wheel carelessly up the drive to the Whipple new place in apparently contemptuous mastery of the thing, and he would specifically deny ever having received any driving lessons whatever, thus by falsehood overwhelming his brother with confusion. In the stable, therefore, one afternoon he'd taken his place at the wheel. Affecting a jovial ease of mind, he commanded the company of his stableman, Elihu Titus, on the seat beside him. He wished a little to show off to Elihu, but he wished even more to be not alone if something happened. With set jaws and a tight grip of the wheel, he backed from the stable and was rendered nervous in the very beginning by the apparent mad resolve of the car to continue backing long after it was wished not to. Elihu Titus was also rendered nervous, and was safely on the ground before the car yielded to the invincible mass of a boxwood hedge that had been 40 years in growing. Sharon pointed his eyebrows. "Makes you feel like a helpless fool," he confided to his hireling. "She's all right on this side," said Elihu Titus, cannily peering at the nether mechanism in pretense that he'd left his seat to do just that. The next start was happier in results. Down the broad driveway Sharon had piloted the monster, and through the wide gate, though in a sudden shuddering wonder if it were really wide enough for his mount. Then he'd driven acceptably if jerkily along back streets for an exciting hour. It wasn't so bad, except once when he met a load of hay and emerged with frayed nerves from the ordeal of passing it. And he'd been compelled to drive a long way until he could find space in which to turn round. The smarty who sold the thing to him had turned in a narrow road, but not again that day would Sharon employ the whimsically treacherous gear of the retrograde. He came at last to a stretch of common that permitted a wide circle and took this without mishap. A block farther along he'd picked up the Cowan boy. He was not above prizing the admiration of this child for his mechanical genius. Wilbur exclaimed his delight at the car and lolled gingerly upon its luxurious back seat. He was taken full into the grounds of the Whipple old place because Sharon had suddenly conceived that he could not start the car again if he stopped it to let down his guest. The car entered the wide gateway, which again seemed dangerously narrow to its driver, and purred on up the gravel drive. When half the distance to the haven of the stable had been covered, it betrayed symptoms of some obscure distress, coughing poignantly. Sharon pretended not to notice this. A dozen yards beyond, it coughed again, feebly, plaintively. Then it expired. There could be no doubt of its utter extinction. All was over. The end had come suddenly, almost painlessly. They got out and blankly eyed the lifeless hulk. After a moment of this, which was fruitless, Sharon spoke his mind concerning the car. For all the trepidation it had caused him, the doubts and fears and panics, he took his revenge in words of biting acidity, and he was through with the thing. "Let's get it out of sight," he said at last, and the three of them pushed it on along the drive to the shelter of the stable. Elihu Titus then breathed a long sigh, and went silently to curry a horse in a neighboring box stall. He knew when to talk and when not to. But Wilbur Cowan, wishing motor cars were in build more like linotypes, fearlessly opened the hood. "My shining stars," murmured Sharon, at this his first view of his car's more intimate devices. "She's got innards like a human, ain't she?" He instantly beheld a vision of the man in the front of the almanac, whose envelope is neatly drawn back to reveal his complicated structure in behalf of the zodiacal symbols. "It's downright gruesome," he added.
But his guest was viewing the neat complexities of metal with real pleasure and with what seemed to the car's owner a practiced and knowing eye. "Understand 'em?" demanded Sharon. The boy hesitated. What he wished more than anything was freedom to take the thing apart, all that charming assemblage of still warm metal and pipes and wires. He wanted to know what was inside of things, what made them go, and, to be sure, what had made them stop. "Well, I could if I had a chance," he said at last. "You got it," said Sharon. "Spend all your born days on the old cadaver if you're so minded." Already to Sharon it was an old car. He turned away from the ghastly sight, but stopped for a final warning. "Don't you ever tell anybody. I ain't wanting this to get out on me." "No, sir," said Wilbur. "Maybe we ought to," began Sharon. But he broke off his speech with a hearty cough. He was embarrassed, because he'd been on the point of suggesting that they call Doc Mumford. Doc Mumford was the veterinary. The old man withdrew. Elihu Titus appeared dimly in the background. "Ain't she one gosh awful crazy hellion?" he called softly to Wilbur, and returned to the horse, whose mechanism was understandable. The boy was left sole physician to the ailing monster. He drew a long breath of gloating and fell upon it. For 3 days he lived in grimed, greased, and oiled ecstasy, appeasing that sharp curiosity to know what was inside of things. The first day he took down the engine bit by bit. The clean-swept floor about the dismantled hulk was a spreading turmoil of parts. Sharon, on cool afterthought, had conceived that his purchase might not have suffered beyond repair, but returning to survey the wreck, had thrown up his fat hands in a gesture of hopeless finality. "That does settle it," he murmured. He pointed to the scattered members. "How in time did you ever find all them fiddlements in that little space?" Of course, no one could ever put them back. He picked up the book that had come with the car, a book falsely pretending to elucidate its mechanism, even to minor intelligences. The book was profuse in diagrams, and each diagram was profuse in letters of the alphabet, but these he found uninforming. For the maker of the car had unaccountably neglected to put A, B, or C on the parts themselves, which rendered the diagrams but maddening puzzles. He threw down the book to watch the absorbed young mechanic, who was frankly puzzled, but still hopeful. "It's an autopsy," said Sharon. He fled again in the buggy drawn by the roan. "A fool and his money," he called from the sagging seat. The second day passed with the parts still spread about the floor. Elihu Titus told Sharon the boy was only playing with them. Sharon said he was glad they could furnish amusement, and mentally composed the beginning of what could be a letter of withering denunciation to the car's maker. But the third day the parts were unaccountably reassembled. Elihu Titus admitted that every one of them was put back, though he hinted they were probably by no means where they had been. But Sharon, coming again to the dissecting room at the day's end, was stricken with awe for the astounding genius that had put back all those parts. He felt a gleam of hope. "She'd ought to go now," said the proud mechanic. "You ought to know," said Sharon. "You've been plumb into her gizzard." "Only other thing I can think of," continued the mechanic. "Maybe she needs more of that gasoline stuff." He raised the cushion of the front seat and unscrewed a cap. "We might try that," he suggested brightly. "This tank looks like she's empty." "Try it," said Sharon. And the incredulous Elihu Titus was dispatched to the village for a 5-gallon tin of the gasoline stuff. Elihu was incredulous because in Newbern, gasoline was until now something that women cleaned white gloves with. But when the tank was replenished, the car came again to life, throbbing buoyantly. "I'll be switched," said Sharon. A day later he was telling that his new car had broke down on him, but Buck Cowan had taken her all apart and found out the trouble in no time and put her gizzard and lights and liver back as good as new. And Buck Cowan himself came to feel quite unjustifiably a creator's pride in the car. It was only his due that Sharon should let him operate it. Perhaps natural that Sharon should prefer him to. Sharon himself was never to become an accomplished chauffeur. He couldn't learn to relax at the wheel. So it was that the boy was tossed to public eminence on a day when Starling Tucker, accomplished horseman, descended into the vale of ignominy by means of the Mansion House's new motor bus. Starling had permitted the selling agents to instruct him briefly in the operation of the new bus, though with lordly condescension, for it was his conviction that a man who could tame wild horses and drive anything that wore hair could by no means fail to guide a bit of machinery that wouldn't roar and run even if a newspaper blew across its face. He mounted the seat on his first essay alone with the jauntiness becoming a master of vehicular propulsion. There may have been in his secret heart a bit of trepidation now that the instructor was not there. In fact, one of the assembled villagers who closely observed his demeanor related afterwards that Star's face was froze and that he hooked onto the wheel like he was choking it to death. But the shining structure had glided off toward the depot, its driver's head rigid, his glance strained upon the road's center. As it moved away, Wilbur Cowan leaped to the rear steps and was carried with it. He'd almost asked Starling Tucker for the privilege of a seat beside him, but the occasion was really too great. 5 blocks down Geneseo Street, Starling had turned out to permit the passing of Trimble Cushman's loaded dray, and he had inexplicably, terribly, kept on turning out when there was no longer need for it. Frozen with horror, helpless in the fell clutch of circumstance, he sat inert and beheld himself guide the new bus over the sidewalk and through the neat white picket fence of a Dodwell place. It demolished one entire panel of this, made deep progress over a stretch of soft lawn, and came at last, after threatening a lawless invasion of the sanctity of domicile, to a grinding stop in a circular bed of pansies that would never be the same again. There was commotion within the bus. Wild-eyed faces peered from the polished windows. A second later, in the speech of a bystander, she was sweating passengers at every pore. Then came a full-throated scream of terror from the menaced house, and there in the doorway, clad in a bedgown but erect and defiant, was the person of the long bedridden Grandma Dodwell herself. She brandished her lace cap at Starling Tucker and threatened to have him in jail if there was any law left in the land. Excited citizens gathered to the scene, for the picket fence had not succumbed without protest, and the crash had carried well. Even more than at the plight of Starling, they marveled at the miracle that had been wrought upon the aged sufferer, her that hadn't put foot to floor in 20 years. There were outcries of alarm and amazement, hasty suggestions, orders to Starling Tucker to do many things he was beyond doing. But above them all rose clear-toned, vigorous denunciations from the outraged owner of the late pansy bed, who now issued from the doorway, walked unsupported down the neat steps, and started with firm strides for the offender. Starling Tucker beheld her approach, and to him, as to others there assembled, it was as if the dead walked. He climbed swiftly down upon the opposite side of his juggernaut, pushed a silent way through the crowd, and strode rapidly back to town. Starling's walk had commonly been a loose-jointed swagger, his head up in challenge, as befitted a hero of manifold adventure with wild horses. He now walked head down, with no swagger. But the crowd ceased to regard him, for now a slight boyish figure, none other than that of Wilbur Cowan, leaped to the seat, performed swift motions, grasped the fateful wheel, and made the bus roar. The smell of burned gasoline affronted the pretty garden.
Wheels revolved savagely among the bruised roots of innocent pansies. Grandma Dodwell screamed anew. Then slowly, implacably hesitant, ponderous but determined, the huge bus backed along the track it had so cruelly worn in the sward, out through the gap in the fair fence, over the sidewalk and into the road, rocking perilously, but settling level at last. Thereupon the young hero had done something else with mysterious handles, and the bus glided swiftly on to the depot, making the 12:02 in ample time. Great moments are vouchsafed only to those souls fortified to survive them. To one who had tamed the proud spirit of Sharon Whipple's hellion, it was but lightsome child's play to guide this honest and amiable new bus. To the mansion he returned in triumph with a load of passengers, driving with zest, and there receiving from villagers inflamed by tales of his prowess an ovation that embarrassed him with its heartiness. He hastened to remove the refulgent edifice, steering it prudently to its station in the stable yard. Then he went to find the defeated Starling Tucker. That stricken veteran sat alone amid the ruins of his toppled empire in the little office, slumped and torpid before the cold, rusty stove. He refused to be comforted by his devotee. He said he would never touch one of them things again, not for no man's money. The Darwinian hypothesis allows for no petty tact in the process of evolution. Starling Tucker was unfit to survive into the new age. Unable to adapt himself, he would see the mansion's stable become a noisome garage, while he performed humble and gradually dwindling service to a few remaining horses. Wilbur Cowan guided the mansion's bus for 2 days. He longed for it as a life work, but school was on, and he was not permitted to abandon this, even for a glorious life at the wheel. There came a youth in neat uniform to perform this service, described by Starling Tucker as a young squirt that wouldn't know one end of a horse from the other. Only on Saturdays openly and clandestinely on Sundays, was there present on the driver's seat a knowing amateur who could have sat there every day but for having unreasonably to learn about compound fractions and geography. This ends Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10. Now school was over for another summer, and Trimble Cushman's dray could be driven at a good wage by a boy overnight become a man. There were still carpers who would regard him as a menace to life and limb. Judge Penniman was among these. A large truck in sole charge of a boy, still in his teens as the judge put it, was not conducive to public tranquility. But this element was speedily silenced. The immature Wilbur drove the thing acceptably, though requiring help on the larger boxes of merchandise, and Trimble Cushman, still driving horses on his other truck, was proud of his employee. Moreover, the boy became in high repute for his knowledge of the inner mysteries of these new mechanisms. New cars appeared in Newbern every day now, and many of them, developing ailments of a character more or less alarming to their purchasers, were brought to his distinguished notice with results almost uniformly gratifying. He was looked up to, consulted as a specialist, sent for to minister to distant roadside failures, called in the night, respected and rewarded. It was a new Newbern, through whose thoroughfares the new motor truck of Trimble Cushman was so expertly propelled. Farm horses still professed the utmost dismay at sight of vehicles drawn by invisible horses, and their owners often sought to block industrial progress by agitation for a law against these things. But progress was triumphant. The Chamber of Commerce recorded immense gains in population. New factories and mills had gone up beside the little river. New people were on the streets or living in their new houses. New merchants came to meet the new demand for goods. The homey little town was putting on airs of a great city. There was already a better New Bern club. The view down River Street from its junction with State, Masonic Hall on the left and the new 5-story Whipple block on the right, as preserved on the picture postcard sold by the cut-rate pharmacy, impressed all purchasers with the town's vitality. The Advance appeared twice a week, outdoing its rival, the Star, by one issue, and Sam Pickering, ever in the van of progress, was busy with plans for making his journal a daily. New Bern was coming on, even as boys were coming on from bare feet to shoes on weekdays. Ever and again there were traffic jams on River Street, a weaving turmoil of farmers' wagons, buggies, delivery carts, about a noisy, fuming center of motor vehicles. High in the center would be the motor truck of Trimble Cushman, loaded with cases and nursed through the muddle by a cool, clear-eyed youth who sat with delicate, sure hands on a potent wheel. Never did he kill or maim either citizen or child, to the secret chagrin of Judge Penniman. Traffic jams to him were a part of a day's work. When he had performed for a little time this skilled labor for Trimble Cushman, it was brought to him one day that he was old indeed. For he observed, delivering a box to Rapp Brothers Jewelry, that from the sidewalk before that establishment he was being courted by a small boy, a shy boy with bare feet and freckles, who permanently exposed 2 front teeth, and who followed the truck to the next place of delivery. Here, when certain boxes had been left, he seated himself as if absent-mindedly upon the remote rear of the truck and was borne to another stopping place. The truck's driver glanced back savagely at him, but not too savagely, then pretended to ignore him. The newcomer for an hour hung to the truck, leech-like, without winning further recognition. Then, by insensible gradations, by standing on the truck bed as it moved, by edging forward toward the high seat, by silently helping with the weighty box, it seemed that he had acquired the right to mount to the high seat of honor itself. He did this without spoken words, yet with an ingratiating manner. It was a manner that had been used ages back by the lordly driver of the present truck when he had formed alliances with drivers of horse-drawn vehicles. He recognized it as such and turned to regard the courtier with feigned austerity. "Hello, kid," he said, with permitting severity. But secretly he rejoiced. Now he was really old. Winona viewed the latest avocation of her charge with little enthusiasm. It compelled a certain measure of her difficult respect, especially when she beheld him worm his truck through crowded River Street with a supreme disregard for the imminent catastrophe, which somehow never ensued. But it lacked gentility. At 28, Winona was not only perfected in the grammar of morals, more than ever alert for infractions of the merely social code, but her ideals of refinement and elegance had become more demanding. She would have had the boy engage in a pursuit that would require clean hands and smart apparel and bring him in contact with people of the right sort. She stubbornly held out to him the shining possibility that he might one day rise to the pinnacle of a clerical post in the First National Bank. True, he'd never betrayed the faintest promise of qualifying for this eminence, and his freely voiced preferences sweepingly excluded it from the catalogue of occupations in which he might consent to engage. But Winona was now studying doctrines that put all power in the heart's desire. Out of the infinite your own would come to you if you held the thought, and she serenely held the better thought for Wilbur, even in the moment of mechanical triumphs that brimmed his own cup of desire. She willed him to prefer choicer characters than the roughs he consorted with, to aspire to genteel occupation that would not send him back at the day's end grimed, reeking with low odors, and far too hungry. His exigent appetite, indeed, alarmed her beyond measure, because he cried out for meat,
whereas Winona's new books said that meat-eaters could hope for little reward of the spirit. A few simple vegetables, fruits, and nuts, these permitted the soul to expand, to attain harmony with the infinite, until one came to choose only the best among ideals and human associates. But she learned that she must in this case compromise, for a boy demanding meat would get it in one place, if not another. If not at the guarded Penniman table, then at the low resort next to Pegleg McCarran's of one T-Bone Tommy, where they commonly devoured the carcasses of murdered beasts and made no secret of it. He even rebelled at fabrications, highly extolled in the gospel of clean eating, which were meant to placate the baser-minded by their resemblances to meat. Things like nut turkey and mock veal loaf and leguminous chicken and synthetic beefsteak cooked in pure vegetable oils. These he scorned the more bitterly for their false pretense, demanding plain meat and a lot of it. The nations cited by Winona that had thrived and grown strong on the produce of the fields left him unimpressed. He merely said, goaded to harshness, that he was not going to be a Chinese laundryman for anyone. Of what avail to read the lyrics of a great Hindu vegetarian poet to this undeveloped being? Still, Winona labored unceasingly to bring light to the dark place. Teaching a public school for 8 years had developed a substratum of granite determination in her character. She would never quit. She was still to the outer eye the slight brown Winona of 20, perky, bird-like, with the quick trimness of a winging swallow, a little sharper featured perhaps, but superior in acuteness of desire and persistence, and with some furtive, irresponsible girlishness lurking timorously back in her bright glance. She still secretly relished the jesting address of Dave Cowan, when at long intervals he lingered in Newbern from cross-country flights. It thrilled her naughtily to be addressed as La Marquise, to be accused of goings-on at the court of Louis XVIII, about which the less said the better. She'd never brought herself to wear the tan silk stockings of invidious allure, and she still confined herself to her mother's plainest dressmaking, yearning secretly for the fancy kind, but never with enough daring. Lyman Teaford still came of an evening to play his flute acceptably, while Winona accompanied him in many an amorous morceau. Lyman, in the speech of Newbern, had for 8 years been going with Winona. But as the romantically impatient and sometimes a bit snappish Mrs. Penniman would say, he had never gone far. Winona rejoiced a year later when golf promised, at least for a summer, to snatch Wilbur Cowan from the grimy indistinction of a mechanic's career. For thriving and aspiring Newbern had eased one of its growing pains with a veritable golf course, and the whilom machinery enthusiast became smitten with this strange new sport. Winona rejoiced, because it would bring him into contact with people of the better sort, for of course only these played the game. Her charge, it is true, engaged in the sport as a business, and not as one seeking recreation. But the desired social contact was indubitable. To carry over the course a bag or two of clubs for the elective Newbern was bound to be improving. And it was true that he now consorted daily through a profitable summer with people who had heretofore been but names to him. But Winona had neglected to observe that he would meet them not as a social equal, but as a hireling. This was excusable to her, because she had only the vaguest notions of golf, or of the interrelations between caddy and player. One informed in the ways of the sport could have warned her that caddies inevitably become cynical toward all people of the sort one cares to meet. Compelled by a rigid etiquette to silent, unemotional formality, they boil interiorly with contempt for people of the better sort. Not only because their golf is usually atrocious, such as every caddy brilliantly surpasses in his leisure moments, but because the speech provoked by their inveterate failures is commonly all too human.
So the results of Wilbur Cowan's contact with people Winona would approve, enduring for a mercifully brief summer and autumn, were not what Winona had fondly preconceived. He'd first been attracted to the course, a sweet course, said the golf architect, who'd laid it out over the rolling land south of town, by the personality of one John Knox McTavish, an earnest Scotchman of youngish middle age, procured from afar to tell the beginning golfers of Newburn to keep their heads down and follow through and not to press the ball. As John spoke, it was, "Don't press the ball." He'd been chosen from among other candidates because of his accent. He richly endowed his words with R's, making more than one grow where only one had grown before. It was this vocal business that drew the facile notice of Wilbur. He delighted to hear John McTavish talk and hung about the new clubhouse, apparently without purpose, until John not only sanctioned but besought his presence, calling him laddie, and luring him with tales of the monstrous gains amassed by competent caddies. The boy lingered, though from motives other than mercenary. His cup was full when he could hear John's masterful voice addressed to Mrs. Rapp, Jr., or another aspirant. "Remember, Mum, down close, the head down, and don't press the ball." Yet he was presently allured by a charm even more imperious, the charm of the game itself. For John at odd moments would teach him the use of those strange weapons, so that he had the double thrill of standing under the torrential R's addressed to himself and of feeling the sharp, clean impact of the club head upon a ball that flew a surprising distance. His obedient young muscles soon conformed to the few master laws of the game. He kept down, followed through, and forbore against all human instinct to press the ball. By the end of Newburn's golfing season, he was able to do almost unerringly what so many of Newburn's better sort did erratically and at intervals. And the talk of John Knox McTavish about the wealth accruing to alert caddies had proved to be not all fanciful. In addition to the stipend earned for conventional work, there were lost balls in abundance to be salvaged and resold. "Laddie," said John McTavish, "if I had but the lost ball privilege of yon sweet course, and could ensure delivery." For the better sort of Newburn, despite conscientious warnings for which they paid John McTavish huge sums, would insist upon pressing the ball in the face of constant proof that thus treated it would slice into the rough to cuddle obscurely at the roots of tall grass. Wilbur Cowan became a shrewd hunter and a successful merchandiser of golf balls, but slightly used Newburn's better sort denounced the scandal of this, but bought of him clandestinely, for even in that far day, when golf balls in price were yet within reach of the common people, few of them liked to buy a new ball and watch it vanish forever after one brilliant drive that would have taken it far down the fairway, except for the unaccountable slice. On the whole, his season was more profitable than that of the year before, when he nursed the truck of Trimble Cushman through the traffic jams of River Street, and he was learning more about the world of men, if less about gas engines. Especially did the new sport put him into closer contact with old Sharon Whipple. Having first denounced the golf project as a criminal waste of 175 acres of prime arable land, Sharon had loitered about the scene of the crime to watch the offenders make a certain kind of fool of themselves. From the white bench back of the first tee, this cynic would rejoice mirthfully at topped or sliced drives, or the wild swing that spends all its vicious intent upon the imponderable air. His presence came to be a trial to beginning players who took no real pleasure in the game until they reached the second tee, beyond the ken of the scoffer. But this was perilous sport for Sharon Whipple. Day after day, looking into the whirlpool, he was, in a moment of madness, himself to leap over the brink. On an afternoon had come his brother Gideon and Rapp Sr., elated pupils of John McTavish, to play sportingly for half a ball a hole. They ignored certain preliminary and all too pointed comments of the watcher. They strode gallantly to the tee in turn and exhibited the admirable form taught them by John. They took perfect practice swings. They addressed the ball ceremoniously, waggled the club at it, first soothingly, then with distinct menace, looked up to frown at a spot far down the fairway, looked back, exhaled the breath, and drove. Rapp Sr. sliced into the rough. Gideon Whipple hooked into the rough. Sharon Whipple mocked them injuriously. His ironic shouts attracted the notice of arriving players. Gideon Whipple stayed placid, smiling grimly, but Rapp Sr. was nettled to retort. "Maybe you could do a whole lot better," he called to Sharon in tones unnecessarily loud. Sharon's reply, in a voice eminently soothing, and by that calculated further to irritate the novice, was in effect that Rapp Sr. might safely wager his available assets that Sharon Whipple could do better. "Well, come on, and do it then if you're so smart," urged Rapp Sr. "Come on, once, I dare you." Sharon scorned, but rather weakly, the invitation. Secretly, through his hostile study of the game, he had convinced himself that he, by divine right, could do perfectly what these people did so clumsily. Again and again his hands had itched for the club as he watched futile drives. He knew he could hit the ball. He couldn't help hitting it, stuck up the way it was on a pinch of sand, stuck up like a sore thumb. How did they miss it time after time? He'd meant to test his conviction in solitude, but why not put it to trial now and shame this doubting and inept Rapp Sr.? "Oh, well, I don't mind," he said, and waddled negligently to the tee. Rapp Sr. voiced loud delight. Gideon Whipple merely stood safely back without comment, though there was a malicious waiting gleam in his eyes. "You folks make something out of nothing," scolded Sharon fussily. Grasping the preferred club, he severely threatened with it the new ball which Rapp Sr. had obligingly teed up for him. In that moment he felt a quick, strange fear, little twinges of doubt, a suspicion that all was not well. Perhaps the sudden hush of those about him conduced to this. Even newly arrived players in the background waited in silence. Then he recovered his confidence. There was the ball, and there was the club. It was easy, wasn't it? Make a mountain out of a molehill, would they? He'd show them. Amid the hanging silence, like a portent, it overhung him. He raised the strange weapon and brought it gruntingly down with all the strength of his stout muscles. In the fading light of 7 o'clock on that fair summer's evening, John McTavish for the 100th time seized the heavy arms of Sharon Whipple and bent them back and up in the right line. Then Sharon did the thing faithfully in his own way, which was still, after an hour's trial, not the way of John McTavish. "Man, what have I told you?" expostulated John. He'd quit calling Sharon sir. Perhaps his R's were tired, and anyway Sharon called him Sandy, being unable to believe that any Scotchman would not have this for one or another of his names. "Again, I tell you, the body must bend between the hips and the neck, but you keep jerking the head to look up." "But, Sandy, I've sprained my back trying to bend from the hips," protested the plaintive Sharon. "Your old carcass is muscle-bound, to be sure," conceded John. "You can't hope to bend it the way yon laddie does." He pointed to Wilbur Cowan, who'd been retrieving balls from no great distance, hit out by the neophyte. "Can he do it?" questioned Sharon. "Show him," ordered John. And Wilbur Cowan, coming up for the driver, lithely bent to send 3 balls successively where good golf players should always send them. Sharon blinked at this performance, admiring, envious, and again hopeful. If a child could do this thing. "Well, I ain't giving up," he declared. "I'll show some people before I'm through." He paused, hearing again in his shamed ears the ironic laughs of Rapp Sr., and the 3 wild swings he'd made before, in an excess of caution, he'd struck the ground back of the immune ball and raked it a pitiful 5 feet to one side. He heard, too, the pleased laughter in the background, high musical peals of tactless women, and the full-throated roars of brutal men. He felt again the hot flush on his cheeks as he'd slunk from the dreadful scene with a shamed effort to brazen it out, followed by the amused stare of Gideon Whipple. And he'd slunk back when the course was cleared, to be told the simple secret of hitting a golf ball. He would condescend to that for the sake, on a near day, of publicly humiliating a certain vainglorious jewelry dealer. But apparently now, while the secret was simple enough to tell, it took John McTavish hardly a score of burry words to tell it all. It was less simple to demonstrate. It might take him 3 or even 4 days. "You've done grand for a beginner," said John McTavish, wearily, perfunctorily. "I'll tell you," said Sharon, "I ain't wanting this to get out on me, that I come sneaking back here to have you teach me the silly game." "Mon," protested the hurt McTavish. "So why can't Buck here come up and teach me in private? There's open space back of the stables." "You could do worse," said John, "and your full hour's lesson now will be $2. "Certainly, McTavish," said Sharon, concealing his amazement. He could no longer address as Sandy one who earned $2 as lightly as this. There was a spacious opening back of the stable on the Whipple old place, space and the seclusion which Sharon Whipple considered imperative. Even Elihu Titus was sent about his business when he came to observe, threatened with an instant place in the ranks of the unemployed if he so much as breathed of the secret lessons to a town now said to be composed of snickering busybodies. The open space immediately back of the stable gave on wider spaces of pasture and wood lot. This ends Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Wrong Twin by Harry Leon Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11. Archaeologists of a future age will doubtless, in their minute explorations of this region, come upon the petrified remains of golf balls in such number as will occasion learned dispute. Found so profusely and yet so far from any known course, they will perhaps give rise to wholly erroneous surmises. Prefacing his paper with a reference to lost secrets once possessed by other ancients, citing without doubt that the old Egyptians knew how to temper the soft metal of copper, a certain scientist will profoundly deduce from this deposit of balls, far from the vestiges of a nearest course, that people of this remote day possessed the secret of driving a golf ball 3.5 miles, and he will perhaps moralize upon the degeneracy of his own times, when the longest drive will doubtless not exceed a scant mile. For 3 days Sharon sprayed out over the landscape into ideal golf ball covert, where many forever eluded even the keen eyes of Wilbur Cowan, 100 balls originally purchased by the Selector golfing set of Newbern. Hereupon he refused longer to regard the wooden driver as a possible instrument of precision, and forever renounced it. Elihu Titus heard him renounce it balefully in the harness room one late afternoon, and later, entering that apartment, found the fragments of a shattered driver. It remained for Wilbur Cowan to bring Sharon into the game by another avenue. A new campaign was entered upon, doubtfully at first by Sharon, at length with dawning confidence. He was never to touch a wooden club. He was to drive with an iron, not far, but truly to stay always in the center of the fairway, and especially to cultivate the shorter approach shots and the use of the putter. The boy labored patiently with his pupil, striving to persuade him that golf was more than a trial of strength.
From secret lessons back of that stable, they came at length to furtive lessons over the course at hours when it was least played. John Knox McTavish figured at these times as consulting expert. "It's the short game that tells the story," said John. And Sharon, making his whole game a short game, was presently telling the story understandably, to the vast pride of the middleman who provided endless balls for his lessons. It was a day of thrills for them both when Rapp Sr., publicly challenged and accepting with dreams of an easy conquest, bent down before the craft of Sharon Whipple. Sharon, with his competent iron in a short half-arm swing, he could not, he said, trust the utensil beyond the tail of his eye, sent the ball 18 times, not far, but straight, and with other iron shots coaxed it to the green, where he sank it with quite respectable putting. Rapp Sr. sliced his long drives brilliantly into shaded grassy dells and scented forest glades, where he trampled scores of pretty wild flowers as he chopped his way out again. Rapp Sr. made the course excitingly in 138. Sharon Whipple, playing along safe and sane lines, came through with 135, and was a proud man and looked it, and was still so much prouder than he looked that he shuddered lest it get out on him. Later he vanquished, by the same tactics, other men who used the wooden driver with perfect form in practice swings. Contests in which he engaged, however, were likely to be marred by regrettable asperities rising from Sharon's inability to grasp the nicer subtleties of golf. It seemed silly to him not to lift his ball out of some slight depression into which it had rolled quite by accident, not to amend an unhappy lie in a sand trap, and he never came to believe that a wild swing leaving the ball untouched should be counted as a stroke. People who pettishly insisted upon these extremes of the game he sneeringly called golf lawyers. When he said that he made a hole in 9, he meant 9 or thereabouts. Approximately 9. Nice people, he thought, should let it go at that. So he became feared on the course not only for his actual prowess, but for his matchless optimism in casting up his score. He was a pleased man and considered golf a good game, and he never forgot that Wilbur Cowan had made him the golfer he was. More than ever was he believing that Harvey D. Whipple had chosen wrongly from available Cowans. On the day when he first made the Newbern course in approximately 120, those short-arm iron shots were beginning to lengthen down the center of the fairway. He was sure of it. It must be said that Sharon was alone in this conviction. The others most concerned, had he allowed it to be known, would have been amazed by it. Winona Penniman most of all. Winona's conviction was that the rejected Cowan twin conspicuously lacked those qualities that would make him desirable for adoption by any family of note, certainly not by Whipples. He'd gone from bad to worse. Driving a truck had been bad. There'd been something to say in its favor in the early stages of his career, until the neophyte had actually chosen to wear overalls like any common driver. In overalls he could not be mistaken for a gentleman amateur, moved by a keen love for the sport of truck driving. And golf was worse. Glad at first of this change in his life work, Winona had been shocked to learn that golf kept people from the churches. And the clothes, even if they did not include overalls, were not genteel. Wilbur wore belted trousers of no distinction, rubber-soled sneakers of a neutral tint, and a sweater now so low in tone that the precise intention of its original shade was no longer to be divined. A rowdyish cap completed the uniform. No competent bank president, surveying the ensemble, would have for a moment considered making a bookkeeper out of the wearer. He was farther than ever before, Winona thought, from a career of Christian gentility, in which garments of a Sabbath grandeur are worn every day, and proper care may be taken of the hands. It was late in this summer that she enforced briefly a demand for genteel raiment, and kept the boy up until 10:30 of a sleepy evening to manicure his nails.
The occasion was nothing less than the 16th birthday of Merle Whipple, to be celebrated by an afternoon festivity on the grounds of his home. The brothers had met briefly and casually during Merle's years as a Whipple, but this was to be an affair of ceremony, and Winona was determined that the unworthy twin should, at least briefly, appear as one not socially impossible. She browbeat him into buying a suit such as those that are worn by jaunty youths in advertisements, including haberdashery of supreme elegance, the first patent leather shoes worn by this particular Cowan, and a hat of class. He murmured at the outlay upon useless finery. It materially depleted his capital, stored with other treasure in a tin box labeled cake across its front. But Winona was tenacious. He murmured too at the ordeal of manicuring, but Winona was insistent and labored to leave him with the fingertips of one who did not habitually engage in a low calling. He fell asleep at the final polishing, even after trying to fix his gaze upon the glittering nails of the hand Winona had relinquished, and while she sought to impress him with the importance of the approaching function. There would be present not only the Whipples, but their guests, 2 girl friends of Patricia from afar, and a school friend of Merle's. There would be games and refreshment and social converse, and Winona hoped he would remember not to say darn it any time in such of a social converse as he provided, or forget to say on leaving what a charming time it was and how nice everyone had been to ask him. He dozed through much of this instruction. Yet Winona the next day felt repaid for her pains. Arrayed in a new suit with the modish collar and cravat, voluminous shoes, and the hat of merit, the boy looked entirely like those careless youths in the pictures who so proudly proclaim the make of their garments. No one regarding him would have dreamed that he was at heart but a golf caddy or a driver of trucks for hire. Winona insisted upon a final polish of his nails, leaving them with a dazzling pinkish glitter, and she sprayed and anointed him with precious unguents, taking especial pains that his unruly brown hair should lie back close to his head to show the wave. When he installed her beside him in Sharon Whipple's newest car, pressed upon the youth by its owner for this occasion, she almost wished she'd been a bit more daring in her own dress. It was white and neat, but not fancy dressmaking in any sense of the word. She regretted for a moment her decision against pink rosebuds for the hat, so warmly urged by her mother, who kept saying nowadays that she would be a girl but once. Winona was beginning to doubt this. At least you seemed to be a girl a long time. She had been a little daring, though. Her stockings were white and of a material widely heralded as silkona. Still, her skirt was of a decent length, so that she apprehended no scandal from this recklessness. When her genteel escort started the car and guided it by an apparently careless winding of the wheel, she felt a glow that was almost pride in his appearance and nonchalant mastery of this abstruse mechanism. She was frightened at the speed and the narrow margin by which he missed other vehicles and obtruding corners. When he flourished to an impressive halt under the Whipple porte cochere, she felt a new respect for him. If only he could do such things at odd moments as a gentleman should, and not continuously for money, in clothes unlike those of the expensive advertisements. She descended from the car in a flutter of pretense that she habitually descended from cars, and a moment later was overjoyed to note that her escort sustained the greetings of the assembled Whipples and their guests with a practiced coolness, or what looked like it. He shook hands warmly with his brother and Patricia Whipple, was calm under the ordeal of introduction to the little friends Winona had warned him of, 2 girls of peerless beauty, and a fair-haired, sleepy-looking boy with long eyelashes and dimples. These young people were dressed rather less formally than Winona had expected, being mostly in flannels and ducks and tennis shoes not too lately cleaned. She was instantly glad she'd been particular as to Wilbur's outfit. He looked ever so much more distinguished than either Merle or his friend. She watched him as he stood unconcerned under the chatter of the three girls. They had begun at once to employ upon him the oldest arts known to woman, and he was not flustered or gauche, a word Winona had lately learned. Beyond her divining was the truth that he would much rather have been talking to Starling Tucker. She thought he was merely trying to look bored, and was doing it very well. The little friends of Patricia, and Patricia herself, could have told her better. They knew he was genuinely bored, and redoubled their efforts to enslave him. Merle chatted brightly with Winona, with such a man-of-the-world air that she herself became flustered at the memory that she had once been as a mother to him, and drenched his handkerchief with perfume on a Sabbath morning. The little male friend of Merle stood by in silent relief. Patricia and her little guests had for 3 days been doing to him what they now tried doing to the new boy. He was glad the new boy had come. He'd grown sulky under the incessant onslaughts. The girl with black hair and the turquoise necklace was already reading Wilbur's palm, disclosing to him that he had a deep vein of cruelty in his nature. Patricia Whipple listened impatiently to this and other sinister revelations. She'd not learned palm reading, but now resolved to. Meantime, she could and did stem the flood of character portrayal by a suggestion of tennis. Patricia was still freckled, though not so obtrusively as in the days of her lawlessness. Her skirt and her hair were longer, the latter being what Wilbur Cowan later called rusty. She was still active and still determined, however. No girl in her presence was going to read interminably the palm of one upon whom she had, in a way of speaking, a family claim, especially one of such distinguished appearance and manners, apparently being bored to death by the attention of mere girls. Tennis resulted in a set of doubles, Merle and his little friend playing Patricia and one of her little friends, the one with the necklace and the dark eyes. The desirable new man was not dressed for tennis, and could not have played it in any clothes whatever, and so had to watch from the back line, where he also retrieved balls. Both girls had insisted upon being at his end of the court. The gentlemen opponents were irritated by this arrangement, because the girls paid far more attention to the new man than to the game itself. They delayed their service to catch his last remark, delayed the game seriously by pausing to chat with him. He retrieved balls for them, which also impeded progress. When he brought the balls to the dark-eyed girl, she acknowledged his courtesy with a pretty little "thanks a lot." Patricia varied this. She said, "Thanks a heap," and they both rather glared at the other girl, a mere pinkish, big-eyed girl whose name was Florrie, who lingered staunchly by the new man and often kept him in talk when he should have been watchful. Still, this third girl had but little initiative. She did insinuatingly ask Wilbur what his favorite flower was, but this got her nowhere because it proved that he did not know. The gentlemen across the court presently became unruly and would play no more at a game which was merely intended, it seemed, to provide their opponents with talk of a coquettish character. Wilbur ardently wished that Winona could have been there to hear this talk, because the peerless young things freely used the expletive "darn" after inept strokes. Still, they bored him. He would rather have been on the links. He confessed at last to his little court that he much preferred golf to tennis. Patricia said that she'd taken up golf, and that he must coach her over the Newburn course. The dark-eyed girl at once said that she was about to take up golf and would need even more coaching than Patricia. Once they both searched him, while the game waited, for class pins, which they meant to appropriate. They found him singularly devoid of these. He never even knew definitely what they were looking for. He was glad when refreshments were served on the lawn, and ate sandwiches in a wholehearted manner that disturbed Winona, who felt that at these affairs one should eat daintily, absently, as if elevated converse were the sole object in food but an incident. Wilbur ate as if he were hungry, had come there for food. Even now he was not free from the annoying attentions of Patricia and her little friends.
They not only brought him other sandwiches and other cake and other lemonade, which he could have condoned, but they chattered so incessantly at him while he ate that only by an effort of concentration could he ignore them for the food. Florrie said that he was brutal to women. She was also heard to say, Winona heard it, that he was an awfully stunning chap. Harvey D. Whipple was now a member of the party, beaming proudly upon his son. And Sharon Whipple came presently to survey the group. He winked at Wilbur, who winked in return. After refreshments, the young gentlemen withdrew to smoke. They withdrew unostentatiously through a pergola, round a clump of shrubbery and on to the stables, where Merle revealed a silver cigarette case, from which he bestowed cigarettes upon them. They lighted these and talked as men of the world. "Those chickens make me sick," said the little friend of Merle quite frankly. "Me too," said Wilbur. They talked of horses, Merle displaying his new thoroughbred in the box stall, and of dogs and motor boats. And Merle and the other boy spoke in a strange jargon of their prep school, where you could smoke if you had the consent of your parents. Merle talked largely of his possessions and gay plans. They were presently interrupted by the ladies who, having withdrawn beyond the shrubbery clump to powder their noses from Florrie's gold vanity box, had discovered the smokers and now threatened to tell if the gentlemen did not instantly return. So Merle's little friend said wearily that they must go back to the women, he supposed. And there was more tennis of a sort, more chatter. As Mrs. Harvey D. said, everything moved off splendidly. Winona, when they left, felt that her charge had produced a favorable impression, and was amazed that he professed to be unmoved by the circumstance, even after being told, as the noble car wheeled them homeward, what the girl Florrie had said of him, and that Mrs. Harvey D. Whipple had said she had always known he was a sweet boy. He merely sniffed at the term, and went on to disparage the little friends of Patricia. "You told me not to say darn," he protested, "but those girls all said it about every other word." "Not really," said Winona, aghast. "Darn this, and darn that, and darn that ball, and darned old thing," insisted the witness, imitatively. "Oh dear," sighed Winona. She wondered if Patricia could be getting in with a fast set. She was further worried about Patricia because Miss Murtry, over the ice cream, had confided to her that the girl was a brainless coquette, that her highest ambition, freely stated, was to have a black velvet evening gown, a black picture hat, and a rope of pearls. Winona did not impart this item to Wilbur. He was already too little impressed with the Whipple state. Nor did she confide to him the singular remark of Sharon Whipple, delivered to her in hoarsely whispered confidence, as Merle spoke at length to the group about his new horse. "Ain't he the most languacious critter?" had been Sharon's words. And Winona had thought Merle spoke so prettily and with such easy confidence. Instead of regaling Wilbur with this gossip, she insinuated his need for flannel trousers, sports shirts with rolling collars, tennis shoes of white. She found him adamant in his resolve to buy no further clothes which could have but a spectacular value. To no one that day, except to Wilbur Cowan himself, had it occurred that Merle Whipple's birthday would also be the birthday of his twin brother. Winona hoped that some trace of the day's new elegance would survive into Wilbur's professional life, but in this she suffered disappointment. He refused to wear, save on state occasions, any of the beautiful new garments, and again went forth in the cap and dingy sneakers, the trousers without character, and the indeterminate sweater which would persist in looking soiled even after relentless washing. Not even for golf with Patricia Whipple would he sound a higher note in apparel. Patricia came to the course, accompanied by the dark girl, who said she was mad about golf, and over the 18 holes each strove for his exclusive attention. They bored him vastly. He became mad about golf himself, because they talked noisily of other subjects and forgot his directions, especially the dark girl, who was mad about a great many things.
She proved to be a trial. She was still so hopeless at the sport that at each shot she had to have her hands placed for her in the correct grip. The other two were glad when she was called home, so that Patricia could enjoy the undivided attention of the coach. The coach was glad, but only because his boredom was diminished by half. And Patricia, after 2 mornings alone with him, decided that she knew all of golf that was desirable. The coach was too stubbornly businesslike, regarded her, she detected, merely as someone who had a lot to learn about the game. And the going of her little friend had taken a zest from the pursuit of this determinedly golfing and unresponsive male. He was relieved when she abandoned the sport, and when he knew she'd gone back to school. Sometimes on the course, when he watched her wild swings, a trick of memory brought her back to him as the bony little girl in his own clothes. She was still bony, though longer, with her chopped-off hair and boyish swagger. Then for a moment he would feel friendly, and smile at her in comradeship. But she always spoiled this when she spoke in her grand new manner of a grown-up lady. Only Winona grieved when these golf sessions were no more. She wondered if Patricia had not been shocked by some unguarded expression from Wilbur. She had heard that speech becomes regrettably loose in the heat of this sport. She sought to reassure her. "I never said the least wrong thing," he insisted. "But she did, you bet. Darn and gosh and everything like that, and you ought to have heard her once when she missed an easy putt. She said worse than darn. She blazed out and said, 'Don't tell me,'" protested shuddering Winona. She wondered if Patricia's people shouldn't be warned. She was now persuaded that golf endangered the morals of the young. It had been bad enough when it seemed merely to encourage the wearing of nondescript clothes. But if it led to language... Yet she was fated to discover that the world offered worse than golf, for Wilbur Cowan had not yet completed, in the process of his desultory education, the out-of-doors curriculum offered by even the little world of Newbern. He was to take up an entirely new study, with a wholehearted enthusiasm that made him an adept at linotypes, gas engines, and the sport of kings. Not yet, in Winona's view, had he actually gone down into the depths of social obliquity, but she soon knew he had made the joyous descent. The dreadful secret was revealed when he appeared for his supper one evening with a black eye. That is, it would have been known technically as a black eye. Even Winona knew what to call it. Actually, it was an eye of many colors, shading delicately from pale yellow at the edge to richest variegated purple at the center. The eye itself, it was the right, was all but closed by the gorgeously puffed tissue surrounding it, and of no practical use to its owner. The still capable left eye, instead of revealing concern for this ignominy, gleamed a lively pride in its overwhelming completeness. The malign eye was worn proudly as a badge of honor, so proudly that the wearer, after Winona's first outcry of horror, bubbled vaingloriously of how he had achieved the stigma by stepping out into one of Spike Brennan's straight lefts. Nothing less than that. Winona, conceiving that this talk was meant to describe an accident of the most innocent character, demanded further details, wishing to be told what a straight left was, why a person named Spike Brennan kept such things about, and how Wilbur had been so careless as to step into one. She instinctively pictured a straight left to be something like an open door into which the victim had stepped in the dark. Her enlightenment was appalling. When the boy had zestfully pictured with pantomime of the most informing sort, she not only knew what a straight left was, but she knew that Wilbur Cowan, in stepping into one, in placing himself where by any chance he could step into one, had flung off the ultimate restraint of decency. It amounted to nothing less, she gathered, than that her charge had formed a sinister alliance with a degraded prize fighter, a low bully who for hire and amid the foulest surroundings pandered to the basest instincts of his fellow men by disgusting exhibitions of brute force. As if this were not enough, this low creature had fallen lower in the social scale, if that were possible, by tending bar in the unspeakable den of Pegleg McCarran. It was of no use for Wilbur to explain to her that his new hero chose this humble avocation because it afforded him leisure for training between his fights, that he didn't drink or smoke but kept himself in good condition, that it was a fine chance to learn how to box because Spike needed sparring partners. "Oh, it's terrible," cried Winona. "A debased creature like that." "You ought to see him stripped," rejoined the boy in quick pride. This closed the interview. Later she refused more than a swift glance of dismay at the photograph of the bully, proudly displayed to her by the recipient. With one eye widened in admiration, he thrust it without warning full into her gaze, whereupon she had gaspingly fled, not even noting the inscription of which the boy was especially proud. "To my friend Mr. Wilbur Cowan, from his friend Eddie Spike Brennan, 133 pounds ringside." It was a spirited likeness of the hero, though taken some years before, when he was in the prime of a ring career, now, alas, tapering to obscurity. Spike stood with the left shoulder slightly raised, the left foot advanced, the slightly bent left arm with its clenched fist suggestively extended. His head was slanted to bring his chin down and in. The right shoulder was depressed, and the praiseworthy right arm lay in watchful repose across his chest. The tense gaze expressed absolute singleness of purpose, a hostile purpose. These details were lost upon Winona. She'd noted only that the creature's costume consisted of the flags of the United States and Ireland, tastefully combined to form a simple loincloth. Had she raised the boy for this? The deplored intimacy had begun on a morning when Wilbur was early abroad salvaging golf balls from certain obscure nooks of the course where Newburn's minor players were too likely to abandon the search for them on account of tall grass, snakes, poison ivy, and other deterrents. Along the course at a brisk trot had come a sweatered figure, with a cap pulled low, a man of lined and battered visage who seemed to trot with a purpose, and yet with a purpose not to be discerned, for none pursued him, and he appeared to pursue no one. He'd stopped amiably to chat with the boy. He was sweating profusely and chewed gum. It may be said that he was not the proud young Spike Brennan of the photograph. He was all of 25, and his later years had told. Where once had been the bridge of his nose was now a sharp indentation. One ear was weirdly enlarged, and his mouth, though he spoke through narrowly opened lips, glittered in the morning sun with a sheen of purest gold. Wilbur Cowan was instantly enmeshed by this new personality. The runner wished to know what he was looking for. Being told golf balls, he demanded, "What for?" It seemed never to have occurred to him that there would be an object in looking for golf balls. He curiously handled and weighed a ball in his brown and hairy hand. "So that's the little joker, is it? I often seen 'em knocking up flies with it, but I ain't never been close to one. Say, that pill could hurt you if it come right." He was instructed briefly in the capacity of moving balls to inflict pain, and more particularly as to their market value. As the boy talked, the sweating man looked him over with shrewd, half-shut eyes. "Ever had the gloves on, kid?" he demanded at last. It appeared in a moment that he meant boxing gloves, not gloves in which to play golf. "No, sir," said Wilbur. "You look good. Come down to the store at 3 o'clock. Maybe you can give me a workout." Quite astonishingly, it appeared that when he said the store, he was meaning the Lowe's saloon of Pegleg McCarran, that he did road work every morning and wanted quick young lads to give him a workout with the gloves in the afternoon, because even dubs were better than shadow boxing or just punching the bag all the time. If they couldn't box fight, they could wrestle. So Wilbur had gone to the store that afternoon, and for many succeeding afternoons, to learn the fascinating new game in a shed that served McCarran as storeroom. The new hero had here certain paraphernalia of his delightful calling: a punching bag, small dumbbells, a skipping rope, boxing gloves.
Here the neophyte had been taught the niceties of feint and guard and lead, of the right cross, the uppercut, the straight left, to duck, to sidestep, to shift lightly on his feet, to stop protruding his jaw in cordial invitation, to keep his stomach covered. He proved attentive and willing and quick. He was soon chewing gum as Spike Brennan chewed it, and had his hair clipped in Brennan manner. He lived his days and his nights in dreams of delivering or evading blows. Often while dressing of a morning he would stop to punish an invisible opponent, doing an elaborate dance the while. It was better than linotypes or motor buses. In the early days of his new study, he'd been fearful of hurting Spike Brennan. He felt that his blows were too powerful, especially that from the right fist when it should curve over Spike's left shoulder to stop on his jaw. But he learned that when his glove reached the right place, Spike's jaw had for some time not been there. Spike scorned his efforts. "Stop it, kid. You might as well send me a picture postcard that it's coming. You got to hit from where you are. You can't stop to draw back. Use your left more. Go on now, mix it, mix it." They would mix it until the boy was panting. Then, while he sat on a beer keg until he should be in breath again, the unwinded Spike would skip the rope, a girl's skipping rope, or shadow box about the room with intricate dance steps, raining quick blows upon a ghostly boxer who was invariably beaten. Or with smaller gloves he would cause the inflated bag to play lively tunes upon the ceiling of its support. After an hour of this, when both were sweating, they would go to a sheltered spot beyond the shed to play cold water upon each other's soaped forms. There'd been 6 weeks of this before the boy's dreadful secret was revealed to Winona. 6 weeks before he appeared to startle her with one eye radiating the rich hues of a ripened eggplant. It had been simple enough. He'd seen his chance to step in and punish Spike, and he'd stepped. And Spike's straight left had been there. "You handed yourself that one, kid," Spike had said, applying raw beef to it after their rub-down. Wilbur had removed the beef after leaving the store. He didn't want the thing to go down too soon. It was an honorable mark, wasn't it? Nothing to make the fuss about that Winona had made. Of course, he had to go to Pegleg McCarran's to do the boxing, but Spike had warned him never to drink if he expected to get anywhere in this particular trade, not even to smoke. That he had entirely abandoned the use of tobacco at Spike's command should, he considered, have commended his hero to Winona's favorable notice. He wore the eye proudly in the public gaze, regretted its passing as it began to pale into merely rainbow tints. But Winona took steps. She was not going to see him die, perish morally, without an effort to save him. She decided that Sharon Whipple would be the one to consult. Sharon liked the boy, had taken an interest in him. Perhaps words in time from him might avert the calamity, especially after her father had refused to be concerned. "Prize fighting," said the judge scornfully. "What'll he be doing next? Never settles down to anything. Jack of all trades and good at none." It was no use hoping for help from a man who thought fighting was foolish for the boy merely because he would not earnestly apply himself to it. She went to Sharon Whipple, and Sharon listened even more sympathetically than she had hoped he would. He seemed genuinely shocked that such things had been secretly going on in the life of his young friend. He clicked deprecatingly with his tongue as Winona became detailed in her narrative. "My great glory!" he exclaimed at last. "You mean to say they mix it down there every afternoon?" "Every single day," confirmed Winona. "He's been going to that low dive for weeks and weeks. Think of the debasing associations." "Just think of it," said Sharon impatiently. "Every afternoon, and me not hearing a word of it." "If you could only say a word to him," besought Winona. "Coming from you, it might have an influence for good." I will, promised Sharon, fervently, and there was a gleam of honest determination in his quick old eyes. That very afternoon in Pegleg McCarran's shed, he said words to Wilbur that might have an influence for good. "Quit sticking your jaw out that way, or I'll knock it off, had been his first advice. And again, "Cover up that stomach. You want to get killed?" He was sitting at one end of the arena, on a plank supported by the ends of 2 beer kegs, and he held open a large, thick, respectable gold watch. "Time," he called. Beside him sat the red-eyed and disreputable Peg-leg McCarran, who whacked the floor with the end of his crutch from time to time, in testimony of his low pleasure. The round closed with one of Wilbur Cowan's right crosses, started from not too far back, landing upon the jaw of Spike Brennan with what seemed to be a shattering impact. Sharon Whipple yelled, and Peg-leg McCarran pounded the floor in applause. Spike merely shook his head once. "The kid's showing speed," he admitted cordially. "If he just had something back of them punches." "It was a daisy," exclaimed Sharon. "My suffering stars, what a daisy!" "'Twas neatly placed," said Peg-leg. "I'm surprised at you," said Sharon later to the panting apprentice. "I'm surprised and grieved. You boys mixing it here every day for weeks and never letting on." "I never thought you'd like it," said Wilbur. "Like it," said Sharon. He said it unctuously. "And say, don't you let on to Miss Penniman that I sat here and held the watch for you. I ain't wanting that to get out on me." "No, sir," said Wilbur. Later, Sharon tried to avoid Winona one day on River Street, but when he saw that she would not be avoided, he met her like a man. "I've reasoned with the boy from time to time," he confessed gloomily, "but he's self-headed, talking huge high about being a good lightweight and all that. I don't know. Maybe I haven't taken just the right tack with him yet." Winona thought him curiously evasive in manner. She believed that he feared the worst for the boy, but was concealing it from her. "His eye is almost well where that cowardly bully struck him," she told Sharon. "If only we could get him into something where he could hold his head up." "He does that too much now," began Sharon impulsively, but stopped, floundering. "I mean, he ain't enough ashamed," he concluded feebly, and feigned that someone had called imperatively from the door of the First National Bank. From time to time, Spike's boxing manner grew tense for a period of days. He tightened up, as Sharon put it, and left a sore and battered appearance while he went off to some distant larger town to fight, stepping nonchalantly aboard the 658 with his fighting trunks and shoes wrapped in a copy of a Newbern Advance, and shifting his gum as he said goodbye to Wilbur, who had come down to see him off. Sometimes Spike returned from these sorties unscathed and with money. Often he came back without money and with a face from abrasive thrusts, looking as if a careless golfer had gone over him and neglected to replace the divots. After these times, there were likely to follow complicated episodes of dentistry at the office of Dr. Patton. These would render the invincible smile of Spike more refulgent than ever. The next birthday of Merle Whipple was celebrated at a time when Spike had been particularly painstaking in view of an approaching combat. Not only did he leave his young friend with an eye that compelled the notice, an eye lavishly displaying all the tints yet revealed by spectroscopic analysis, and which by itself would have rendered him socially undesirable, but he bore a swollen nose and a split and puffy lip. Bore them proudly, it should be said, and was not enough cast down, in Winona's opinion, that his shameful wounds would deter him from mingling with decent folk. Indeed, Winona had to be outspoken before she convinced him that a birthday party was now no place for him. He would have gone without misgiving, and would have pridefully recounted the sickening details of that last round, in which Spike Brennan had permitted himself to fancy he faced a veritable antagonist. Still, he cared little for the festivity. He saw Patricia from a distance in River Street, but pulled the dingy cap lower and avoided her notice. She was still bony and animated, and looked quite capable of commanding his attendance over 18 holes of the most utterly futile golf in all the world. His only real regret in the matter of his facial blemishes was that Spike came back with the mere loser's end of an inconsiderable purse,
and had to suffer another infliction of the most intricate bridge work at the hands of Dr. Patton before he could properly enjoy at the board of T-Bone Tommy that diet so essential to active men of affairs. This ends Chapter 11.